All right, we're ready to go. Oh, co-host.
Sound if we have different Zoom at the same time recording.
Just make one computer sound, the other all the other computers should be muted. Turn the volume down and mute the speaker. That will get it.
Okay, so
You just use one computer to make sound. Whoever's computer has a loud speaker.
all right.
Now, can you hear echo?
No.
Well, you have to decide between you who the computer is going to be controlling. Then make the other computer muted and volume down.
Okay, I'll use this to control it.
And then mute your volume down.
I don't have volume right now.
Right? There's no echo, right?
Already, I need to- Okay, okay.
Oh, because that's okay. You're coming from here. Oh,
Maybe I should sign out.
hello. Yep. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, Celine, you're the co-host. All right, cool. Okay. All right. All right, welcome everybody. You ready?
Ready?
Welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us. We are starting our Declaration of Independence 250 for Asian American. And thanks for everyone for being here, whether you're in person from all different states and cities, from, well, just say which city you're from, So I'm from San Francisco, I'm Wei Han from San Francisco, California. And good to be here with everybody. Where you from?
Your name and
City you're from.
Okay.
Could you share the screen
Share the screen.
so the Zoom can see?
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
they have people joining from.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm joining from 99 Park. I'm originally from New York, and my name is Jeannie Chang, and
That's good. From Malaysia.
Malaysia originally
Awesome.
by Chinese heritage.
Hello everyone, my name is Louis. I'm from New York City here. Yes.
And cool. Originally from
China.
China.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Jisoo, and I'm from Virginia. Yeah, originally from China, from mainland China.
morning, everybody. Mingli Chen, sitting at my own office, 99 Park Avenue. I originally was from China.
I am Celine, flying in from Miami, originally from China.
Yeah, this is Cheyenne, drive from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Of course, originally from Beijing, China.
Thank you.
I'm so glad to see everybody here.
Awesome.
Well, China is a big country.
That's right.
How about people from Zoom? You'd like to say your name, where city you from, or original country?
Good morning, this is Joshua Ho from Miami-Dade County, working with Celine, originally from Korea.
Oh, thank you for joining us from Miami. Thank. All right, Siu Ling. And you can unmute yourself. Siu Ling, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, yeah, this is Surin Santi from Salt Lake City, Utah, originally from China, Guangzhou.
Oh, thank you. From Utah. Wow. So we also have Belle. You want to say your name, which city you from, or original country?
Good morning. My name is Belle. I'm studying in Miami, Florida, and my parents live in Charleston, South Carolina.
And they originally from
They are from Thailand.
Thailand. Thank you. All right. So wow, we are big
Sorry, Carl.
a big Asian community gathering here for the retreat, a leadership retreat. And I first want to thank the host, our host Ming Lee, and hosting us here at his office. And thank you for being our host. And we'll tell you a little bit how the event will go, and then we'll go through entire day of retreat. So let me pull out the slide. So we'll, oh yeah, the missile. All right, we'll have 2 days of fun, okay? Make sure it's fun. From 9 to 9 p.m. So today we're gonna have a few sessions, and then we'll have breaks, and then we also will have a dinner together. And then tomorrow 9 to 5, we'll probably end around 3, we'll end the meeting at 3. We have a press conference here. Wilson, one of our local coordinator, and have the press. So dress nice tomorrow. So, and then we'll go have some people may leave early today, and then some of us can stay and go for second dinner. All right, cool. So some housekeeping rule. Snack, we did brought some snacks. We'll put it in the lunch there, and then there's another bag over there. All right. Let me see. Washroom, everyone know where washroom here? Down the hallway to the left. All right. With some housekeeping. All right, great. All right, okay, cool.
Did you share screen already
Yeah.
on the Zoom?
Oh, you're right. Maybe I did not.
There you go.
Thank you.
And you click the
PowerPoint.
You might want to start over to keep everybody in Zoom.
Okay, sorry, just now may not have shared the screen, so just go back a little bit. So our agenda go from 9 to 9. We will end the Zoom at around 4 p.m. today, and then tomorrow 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Those are logistic here, housekeeping. If you're joining from Zoom, we would love that you can be in camera as you are joining in person, so that we have more interactive session with each other. So as much as possible, please join on in camera as you are in person. So it's a very small group, like we have total about 15 people. So we want to be as intimate as possible. And if you're joining on Zoom, hope that you join the entire session from the beginning to each session, from the beginning to the next session. So that for us to easy to manage the Zoom in and out attendees. All right, so let's welcome everybody to the retreat. So this retreat, we really love to, like, I know many of you have worked like 6, 7 months on Zoom only. And thanks for mainly encourage everyone to come together in person to have a bonding experience. Yeah, I think to create anything big, I think first of all, we need to create trust, right? When we have the deep trust, we can actually move a project very quickly. For example, like me and Celine, actually, before this project, we have been working on various projects for 2 years. So when we have that deep trust, we can roll things very quickly. So that's the intention of this retreat. So everyone building deeper trust, and people will help this project to grow and touch every community in United States. So let's create the, let's also walk through the goal of the project 250, and we'll go through the retreat, and create strategies and then the timeline for 2026. So I'd like to also introduce you to Executive Director Celine, the founder Xiaoyan and the Celine, and yeah, please come up to share a few things. That thanks Celine for all the organizing work, and probably didn't sleep for 40 hours. And yeah, let's have you welcome the community and then pass to Xiaoyan.
Welcome, everyone. I think to reiterate, the purpose of this retreat is to see who's
You
willing
should stay
to
on the camera
sleep. And
Stay on the camera.
Where's the camera? The camera.
Okay, you can.
Point the computer to you.
Yeah, just put it there.
I'm muted.
Oh.
Just, they want to see you.
They want to see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, wait. You stand there.
Yeah.
Just give me the help. Just let the camera point it to.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Wherever
Yep.
speak.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So now you can speak to the camera then. Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah, so it wasn't a lot of work. I enjoy doing it because when I enjoy it, I don't count it as work. And throughout the process, I met new friends, developed deeper friendships, connections, because of a common subject to talk about and bounce ideas and, and see who's so passionate, travel like 10 hours from the West Coast, wake up like, 3 a.m. in the morning, trying to prepare, clean up the whole entire office and making sure that we can come in and have the whole weekend to ourselves. And Dr. Zhang has been running marathon conference. Like, I don't know how many conferences he's been to in the last few months. Every time I talk to him, I'm on the way to the conference. But an initial idea of commemorating the Declaration of Independence 250 years started with Dr. Zhang. With, he talked to a few of us that we kind of worked together with another project. And more, he's so passionate. He just go out and talk to more people. So I'm, excited to hear his journey of just finding out from these conversations. But the purpose that we're here
Okay.
is really bonding, not only through this particular project, but it's a platform that we elevate ourselves, we uplift ourselves, we learn different skills to collaborate. And it, it expands a lot more than just one project.
Awesome. Now we have Dr. Zhang, and share with us how did you start we started the Declaration of Independence Project 250 and your vision for the community.
Well, hello, everyone. I first have to say, this is not just one person. We actually have a whole group of initiators. We work together to put this together, and it's building on a prior project we have also did together. I'm very appreciative, first of all, for the planning committee for this retreat. I know mainly you're the one that proposed the idea. And the idea is when we do something big, we first have to get the core team together. Everybody have to understand each other and build the trust and respect before we can really put something like this kind of major initiative together. And thanks for everybody's effort tirelessly. So we have this together, and Ming, you offer your space here for everybody to be here, and you're the local host. I've said that I just want to share a couple of things with you. Well, the one thought I want to share, I prepared something in writing, but Celine gave me an excellent suggestion. Just make it a conversation now, rather than like a speech, probably, right?
Yeah.
Because we have a small group, intimate, we just want to share. Here's the idea. I really want to share why I'm going to focus. Today we're going to focus on mostly on know each other and why we do this. And tomorrow, obviously, we can dive into more specific what we want to do, where to do it, that kind of stuff. So I want to share with everyone that after many years of working with Asian American community, I really feel it's really through contribution and the leadership. Contribution and leadership is the path for minority to elevate their status. We always, our common goal is we want to elevate, our position and status in this country. It's a great country. We're all here. And sometimes I refer that to beyond we just building our personal American dream. We want to build our shared American dream. That is to make American truly, all men are created equal. We realize that final ideal. We all have to be treated equally, and we have an inalienable right. So come back to that. That's why so this country is facing a lot of challenge. We have witnessed all this political assassination just recently, as last week, 2 weeks ago. All this, what they show, it's really showing this country actually went through some fundamental changes. And minimally, I mean, as the census, where we have our colleague Louis actually working for census, he knows this. This country is fully will enter the so-called a multi-ethnic or a multi-culture society because the population structure changed. We all know that, right? If someone come in, Celine, you might want to admit.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And we know that is irreversible trend. It's coming. According to the census, I think that's 2043, I believe that roughly that time is the time Caucasians in this country will become 50% or below. So that's like a historical landmark indicating this country truly going to become a pluralistic society, even in terms of structure. Now, a second thing we know that's irreversible change is AI is changing every aspect of our life. That's here, and we know, we watch it, we witness it. So American structurally is going to move into a AI empowered and pluralistic society.
Yeah. I know it's not.
Maybe you need to mute yours. I think the need to mute his. Otherwise, that goes. Okay, so.
No.
So can everyone still hear me?
Yeah. My computer is the one that they hear from. Yeah,
Oh, okay,
go.
that's fine. You can hear me, right?
From the Zoom, can someone hear? Say that.
My computer is still on mute.
No, from anyone from Siuling, can you hear us from the Zoom, right?
Can you hear us?
Actually, if you mute your
We
computer.
can hear you. We can hear you.
This
Yeah, you
computer
can hear.
unmute.
We
Okay.
can hear you. Yes.
Okay, good. So I will just raise my voice a little bit. So in this situation, our people share a common wish. We want to enjoy the fruit of the technology, to embrace diversity, and to build a nation where all ethnic groups participate. In this great transformation, we basically think in the society, right? Moving from a white dominant Western civilization dominant society to a truly multi-ethnic democracy, shared democracy, and also multicultural society, right? So that's our goal. That's our common goal, no matter whether Asian Americans, Chinese Americans, or all Americans, we have that. But in this process, as this country move into this new country, as we hope, we wish to have, the fundamental path for minorities to elevate their status is through contribution and leadership. So that's the thought. So let's take a look at those who have walked this path before us. And we all know, today I want to just mention two particular minority groups. Everyone seems all agree in America, one of the most successful minority group is Jewish American, right? Because now they only have 2% of the population, 7 million, to us. But Jewish Americans are recognized as the most successful minority in the United States. You can look at a couple of things that they have made a significant contribution to this country. They earn their status through their contribution and leadership. First, there's a group of Jewish scientists fled Germany, right, during World War II to escape Hitler's persecution. Einstein was obviously a leader, a representative, but there was a group of people, Jewish scientists, came to this country. What happened? They laid the foundation for the modern science in America. I mean, look at all the Nobel winners, many of them, especially early in the 40s, 50s, 60s, you should just check it. So that's, everybody recognizes the contribution, everybody knows it. Secondly, if you think about it, in the 1960s, the biggest problem Americans faced was they're so deeply inside the Vietnam War, and they couldn't get out. They were stuck. And there was a lot of domestic, oppositions for that. And there was a group of Jewish Americans, diplomats, led by Kissinger, right? They came up with this geopolitical strategy to, work with China and against Russia, actually the Soviet Union. What's the result? And the Reagan, Berlin Wall collapsed, and the American won the Cold War. And that's people like Kissinger and their whole group. They made a very strong, important contribution to America, and everybody knows that. We're in New York. Just look at Wall Street. We all know behind Wall Street there were a number of Jewish big financial, let's say whatever you want to call it, like clubs or a group. They help Americans in many times to help to set up the rules and procedures and work through the financial crisis. And everybody knows that they're behind the scenes. Look at the media, look at Hollywood, all those top directors, Jewish people. So through those contribution and the leadership, they establish a status here. They become an indispensable part of American society. If you look at just past 50 or 60 years, in this country especially. And so that's why they have such influence. And I know there's still anti-Semitism. We know that, there's still discrimination. But on the other side, Jewish community in this country is well respected and very influential. Let's look at another group, just African American. Sometimes Asian American, Chinese American, we often pointed to their downside. Okay, the things they didn't right. Oh, yeah, every minority we have that, but I want to turn that around a little bit today. Just look at the contribution African American have made. We all know in 2020 presidential election, without the black vote in the South, the voting bloc, Joe Biden would have lost even in the primary, not mentioned about the general election. And that's why when Joe Biden won the presidency, what happened? I mean, number one, he picked the vice president that has African American, right, heritage. And then once Biden, in Biden's cabinet, you look at how many African American, very important one, including the Secretary of Defense, right? All African Americans. Beyond their political influence, think about Martin Luther King Jr. back in the 60s. He use a peaceful method to solve one of the deepest rooted American society problem peacefully. That's a contribution. That's not only that help this country, prevent this country from a civil war, okay, or other more bloodshed, but also elevate all of us, all the colored people we have today. It's because the civil rights movement. That's the contribution African American made for this country. I noticed that today we have Martin Luther King Day. We don't have a day for Washington. We don't have a day for Lincoln. We don't even have a day, but we have a presidential day, President Day, everybody, record. But Martin Luther King has a particular day to commemorate because his contribution to help make the society, move forward. And look at another. I came to this country for more than 40 years. Sometimes I'm wondering, what is American music? I'm beyond just country music, I have Dolly Parton and a few others, John Denver. So if you really look at it closely, all American musics, mostly African American Black musics, from jazz to disco, rap, and pops, and so those contribution is right there. Everybody knows that.
Also, I want to add that from the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King started, it helped all the other minority to speak up, including the Asian American, the Latino American, Hispanic American, and also the LGBT American, all the minorities be able to have the platform to speak up is because of civil rights movement. Without it, I think all of us wouldn't have the easier way to immigrate, so I think that's very important to highlight that civil rights movement branch of the women's right as well. So,
and I'm just mention another thing. If I'm mentioning about the sport, I guess everybody agree with me, right? Without the African American in sports, the dominance and contribution just so obvious, right? And I always joking, I say last year we have in Paris, we have the Olympic. Without African American would lost actually half of the gold medals, but would at least lost half. So I want to just bring those up to say those two minority groups now in American, they hold a lot of influence and political power because they contribute to this great society. Not only that, both Jewish Americans and African Americans, they never doubt, they always think themselves as the master. They're part of the society. They never think themselves as outsiders. Even African Americans, they have the slavery, they have all these, but they always think, I'm American. This is my homeland. Very important. So they have that belonging. They're that's why they, no matter good or bad, they're continue, to work and contribute. Now, their message to us is very simple. Just look at these two successful, I would call influential minority in this country. The message is minority rise by embracing ownership of this land, by contributing, by leading. So, and now I think Asian America must take our place in this American story. Now it's time. We really need to think hard on this one. That's why I think it's one of the, to me, it's fundamental reason why we want to do this, why we want to mobilize everybody to, to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, especially. And when I talk to people, they sometimes say, oh, now it's really hard. I mean, should we really celebrate? There are so many things against us, whatever. Yes, but on the other side, I think we can think this way. Because, I mean, African Americans, they were slaves. I mean, there was Jewish has been discriminated against many, but they're not thinking, oh, because of that, I just don't celebrate this country. I don't celebrate. No, this is still my country. I want to build it. And I think at this point, actually, it's more than ever, we should go back to the foundation of this country that is stated in the Declaration of Independence. all men are created equal. You know, we all belongs to this piece of land, and we're a part of government. So today, I just mentioned about the population structure change, the AI revolution, and also the whole world changing. You know, Asian Pacific rising in comparison to North America, in comparison to European as an economic power. That whole Pacific rim really rising, right? So the international order change and technology change, AI, and same time, the population change in this country. Those are three major structure change. It's taking place right in front of our eyes. We know that America must meet the challenge of this new reality, right? So I think actually to help American to meet this new challenge, Asian American can do a lot to make a contribution. So that's the point I want to share with you. This is our opportunity to do this. At the same time, if we do that, we have contribution and leadership in solving American problem, our status will be elevated altogether. Like the rising tide will carry all boats. We're all part of this. Now one thought I have here is, how do we help American to meet the new world order, economic and political order? Because the economic change and structure change. Asian American, our ties to Asia Pacific region makes us a natural bridges, right? Between US and Thailand, and Malaysia, and Singapore, China, India, and Arab. We have many generations of connections. So to that end, we can help as a bridge for investment, to help bring American manufacture back, trade and culture understandings. And there are some examples I can think of right now. For example, I know in Texas, there is so-called Asian Pacific Opportunity Zone. Texas, they carve out a piece of land, and then they have a tax incentives, and some of those, because the tariff, other things, they actually carve out certain things. Asian Americans still can come here and invest, but have some deferred tax and have other preferential treatment, but it's attract investment here. And I know one of such a zone is in Texas. I know the person who actually organized that. And of course, in New York, we know there are one particular event I'm involved is the 72 Steel. They try to, this Brooklyn-based group of Asian American entrepreneurs together, they try to invest in Pittsburgh area, actually.
But the 72 Steel?
72 Steel. That's the name of their company.
Yeah, there is a Mr. Lin in that company.
Yeah, Lin, yeah, Hua Bing. Yeah, I've been working with him on this. So that's why I'm just sharing some that I directly know. These are examples of how we actually can help American bring manufacturing back, to this country, to rebuild America, creating jobs here. And we also know, for example, like I know a group of Asian American investors in Chicago. What they do is they to get investment from the group of Asian American entrepreneurs, then they buy running down malls and rebuild it into Asian city or Asian town, and to revive the local economy. So all these are examples of Asian American. We can help American to deal with this international dynamic, the new changing economic order. The second place, I think, is in technology. This is where actually you can bring up that particular chart, if you want. Recently, I took a look, on the foot. We all know that in technology, the impact of Asian Americans even much greater. Asian Americans are leading the way in artificial intelligence. One table I want to show you here is, well, also in terms of in Silicon Valley, Asian Americans occupation, the workforce in Silicon Valley, probably 30%, 40% Asian Americans, even though in terms of total population, Asian Americans only count about 7.2%. And this is a chart I want to share with you. I've been researching on this. At least these are 8 leading high-tech company in the leading artificial intelligence field. NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, Intel, Microsoft, Google, IBM, Adobe. But look at who are the CEOs for those companies, right? Chinese and Indian, right? This is, I put it, that's August 18th, 2025. I just did this research, on Wall Street, on the stock market. And look at their market value. NVIDIA's highest, already $4.4 trillion we're talking about. And then the other together, these 8 companies together is close to $13 trillion of American economy. So that's kind of leadership and power we're talking about, right? So this is the area we can truly demonstrate our contribution and the leadership. This is truly leadership because these are actually leading this whole area. Now the Americans with annual GDP right now, 28, 29, maybe $30 trillion, total GDP for this whole country. This 8 company, the market value is already close to $13 trillion. And then, of course, the final area that is because the culture structure change, population change, demographic change also bring challenges. We already talked about, by 2043, white will make up less than half of the US population. American will no longer have a single dominant race. This shift has already stirred up deep cultural and political conflict, even violent tragedies such as the political assassination we all witnessed, including Trump, including our Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro, and then the Minnesota, the former House Speaker were murdered, and then of course a couple of weeks ago is Charlie Kirk. Regardless which side they're on, but this political assassination shows how deep this country was divided underneath, because this country now used to have what I call even though they're Italians, there's East Europeans and other people from Europe. They come at different time and they have their conflict, they have their fight. But those are still what I call culture difference and culture interaction, culture confrontations within the Western civilization framework. But now, since 1965, if you think about this, the new immigrant into this country are really come from different civilizations, not just different culture, different civilization. You have Muslims, you have in Hindu, you have the Confucius, and of course also Southeast Asia, Arabs. The different civilizations, they all come to this country, right? So now that the interaction and this country actually moving into a new society, so our nation, once led by a Western civilization alone, is moving toward a truly multicultural society. The question is, can we achieve a democracy shared by all, where every community lives in harmony and where the founding truths, the all men are created equal, is finally realized? So that's the real challenge in this country right now, regardless of where you are, whether Asian Americans, every American facing this challenge. The agreement, nobody denied the fact. We all know society is changing. The disagreement is on whether that's good or bad, right? It's a perspective. Some may fear, oh, American, I know, are losing, disappearing. That's why there's a fear they want to, but there's solutions to say, looking back to the history, pull the white supremacy or white dominance solution back for that creating tension. On the other side, the agreement is, let's move to embrace diversity. Let's have a multi-ethnic democracy. Let's all Americans sitting together, solving American problem. right? So that's the difference. Nobody disagree with the fact. So now, in this particular challenge, can Asian American to be part of solution? I think yes, we should be. That's why we're want to do things like now to mobilize everybody to be part of the solution. So why we can make a contribution? I think once we're children of ancient civilizations, okay, 1,000-year civilizations. You know, as owners of this land, we must bring the wisdom of our heritage into Americans' economy, society, and politics. We must show leadership, make contributions, and help build a stronger, more united country. For when different civilizations meet in peace, the collective wisdom they produce is greater than that anything one civilization alone can achieve. You know, when I talk to my Caucasian friend, we have debate about this issue, right? Everybody agree with the culture changing, and some have a very deep fears. I always try to talk to them about thinking differently, thinking about the collective wisdom of all civilizations is greater than that of any single one. If we can agree on that one point, we're good, because we have hopeful. We have hope. We have a future for this country. And after all, there's only one humanity, even though we may have multiple civilizations, right? And when the internet and satellite, you know, surrounding the Earth, the whole world already come together, right? We have one humanity. Once we realize that's today's reality, why not thinking that way, into thinking about our collective wisdom will surpass that of any single one. So anyway, so my thought is, in conclusion, in an immigrant society, minorities walk a long path to the mainstream. We preserve our cultures to be understood. We fight for our rights to awaken justice. We enter politics to gain recognition. But it is through contribution and leadership that we earn the respect and the trust of all. This is why contribution and leadership are the true paths to elevating minority status. And that is why Asian Americans must act not as sojourners, but as rightful owners of this free land. So let us stand with confidence. Let us lead with contribution. Let us claim our place in the American story, not as outsiders, but as builders of its future. So that's the thought I want to share with everybody. You know, hopefully that's the reason behind why we want to do this, to mobilize all Asian Americans to commemorate the Declaration of Independence 250 years as a stakeholder ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for his inspiration and empowerment. You know, I personally really learned a lot. I do agree that, you know, we collectively, if we bring our wisdom together, will advance the American society. You know, look at medicine. If Asian medicine can really be the thing, I think that if, like, just even in medicine, if Asian medicine is much more integrated in American society, it will be better for everyone, because both are important. I personally always hate the fight between, like, all the conventional medicine and then the Chinese medicine, and then I was like, no, they are medicine, good for everyone, and our country should embrace both rather than the fight. It's not alternative, right? So I really think that it's really important to actually embrace bringing the wisdom to our country as a whole in the United States. And even myself, when I returned to Malaysia, for field trip, I talked to my Malaysian friend. I was very surprised that they like talk about American politics and everything. I was like, I'm curious why you guys like spend a lot of time talking about American politics and all that. And 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 one friend that said to me, we have uh one thing that we the American have been leading the world in like innovation. Like there's no escape. Other country we has to pay attention. And American, he did say that in Malaysia, like we admire in America, like where you guys can have so much freedom to innovate and lead new idea. And I was like, oh, wow, I never thought of it that way until my own Malaysian friend who live in Malaysia tell me that. I said, that's true. I said, if I were not in America, I even asked myself, I would not be doing what I'm doing, which is leading leadership courses, cultural barrier, and, LGBT issue and stuff like that. I was like, well, there's no way I'll be like working my family business. I will follow the traditional way, right? So I was like, wow, America do give me this power for self-expression and leading in my own innovation. So thank you, Dr. Yes.
So like go before that again. Well, thank you, Xiaoyan, for the inspirational introduction. Just want to add that Xiaoyan and we together and with many friends here, Suji, Celine, we worked together 2 years ago, organized the 80 to celebrate to commemorate the 80th anniversary of repealing the Chinese Exclusion Act. And so actually right after that successful event, we together also discussed, okay, what do we do next? And so last year, 2024, we also work on to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Civil Rights Act. And we are working with UCA. We had a march on the Mall in DC, all the way to Lincoln Memorial to commemorate the 1964 Civil Rights Act. That was the first time, another milestone in our Chinese American history that we organized this event, such event to commemorate the Civil Rights Act. And then so for this year, then we said, okay, we're going to prepare for the 250th anniversary of Declaration of Independence. So that's a little bit history, but thanks to Xiaoyan's leadership and Suji, Celine, also many other friends here who work together. And
Did
just
you
want to
guys
add
also
on.
much for the Chinese Exclusion Act recently?
I'm
The
sorry?
commemoration of the Chinese Exclusion
Yeah, we
Act?
did it 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, 2023.
It's
Yes.
80th anniversary.
Yeah, because it was
Yeah.
repealed in 1943, December
Mm.
1943. Yeah.
Okay, 2 years ago.
Yeah,
yes,
after
exactly.
China and US became ally in fighting against Japan. So, so I just want to add on what Xiaoyan just said, that particularly under the current political environment, I think it's important for all Asian community get together to commemorate the 250 DOI, because we want to show that we are also Americans. Number one, and number two, we want to show our strength. We need to unite together and show our strength. We show our allegiance to the founding principle, the ideas of Americans, because some people, they say, oh, you are American because of certain race, certain skin of color. And we as a Asian American, we need to unite together and say, no, we are American because we pledge our allegiance to the ideas. And that's what makes America unique, exceptional. That's what our founding father, they did, right? That's what in the Declaration of Independence, liberty, life, pursuit of happiness, everyone is created equal. So that's the idea. So we need to join together and show our presence, our strength, and our allegiance. So that, yeah, particularly under the current political environments. Yeah, but it's a great pleasure to have this. It's a great honor to work together with all of you. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Anyone like to share from what Dr. Zhang shared? Any comment, your own experience of like being part of the project? What inspired you when you joined? I think it's time to get a little bit know about each other to we're gonna move to the oh yeah, go ahead. Good.
You can sit down.
Yeah.
We can see you. It's okay, we can see you. Yeah.
We can see you.
They can see you from this
Every time I'm in the talk, I like to stand.
Yeah, you can stand, you can stand.
And then when you stand, you can have
your feel.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Do whatever you like.
This camera can see you. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, I'm so happy to be part of the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the adoption of the US Constitution. That's the basis, that's the foundation for the whole nation. This nation is adopted on the legislation and the other laws and the regulations. Without a very nice system, then the society, the nation cannot run very well. So our founding fathers from the very beginning, more than 200 years ago, they thought about it. They had a very heated debate, and then finally they came up with something that paved the way for our development today. Every day we are approaching to a new stage. Whoa, look at that. US Constitution. The very first few words, we the people. We the people. That means everybody is a part of the people, not just some of the rulers. In America, in the United States, there's no real rulers. Only God is the real ruler. But everybody, the government is trying to serve the people, not controlling the people. For example, give you an example on the streets, when you park your vehicles, sometimes if you have a violation, parking violation, and then they give you a ticket, you go to the court to see the judge. One of the strong arguments is, if you find that the traffic agents are trying to punishing you, one of the argument is you can tell the judge, I'm sorry, the legal system is not designed to punish people. You cannot just punish. You can have your laws enforced, but you cannot impose undue influence or punishment to the violator. Otherwise, you call it punishment. It's for regulation, for enforcement, rather than for punishment. So our founding fathers are so important. They are forward thinking. They make a very nice constitution. Everything talking about the legal stuff is coming from a constitution. For example,
So I can tell my parent not to punish me.
You're right. Not too late to tell your parents and not to punish you. Right. So so glad to be part of this, and I'm happy to do something. I know Xiaoyan did a lot of work from 2 years ago. Nowadays, we are preparing for the roadmap for next year, and then every chapter in the States, we're going to do work hard. Wilson is one of the excellent community leaders. He would rather to be very quiet, even though he does a lot of works. So he's not showing off. So I need to learn to be humble from him, from everybody else. So Celine, so nice. We had a 3-person organization coordinating for this retreat. But Celine and Weihao and Suji did an excellent job contributing a lot, taking the leadership. I so admire you guys. I pay my respect. And pay respect to US Constitution. I pay respect to the movement that we are going to have for the coming months. Okay, that's my short thing.
Yes.
I also like to see if anyone on Zoom may like to share their reflections.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
And
good.
then we can go around and go to the next session and have a chance to reintroduce some of the new people.
Yeah.
But before that, just, I just wanted to share that we are in an environment that media, news, Google, Yahoo, and they even have these cookies. Like if you spend a few minutes looking at a particular news, every time you turn on the internet, the similar things pops up.
Yes.
And if one thing I look at is about crime, somebody got killed, whatever, then my whole next month is, everything. And it's not even current. And they'll tell me something like happened 30 years ago.
Correct.
So we are in an environment that a lot of distraction, a lot of negative news, a lot of things that's just, it getting people's attention, but not productive. And when we talk about contribution, it makes a difference. It just makes people bring up your move. There's a lot of things that are less talked about because people don't want to get out of their comfort zone. People, especially Asian, we're humble, we're not expressive. Sometimes we want to make sure that if we do it, we want to do our best, show. And sometimes we just need to jump in and do what we can. And, bring our friends together, let people around us to see that we are, stakeholders, we're contributors. We're not here just to look around and compare and judge and make. So that I'd like to see if anyone on Zoom would like to speak or anyone else in this room too.
Anyone on Zoom you'd like to share? Or say hello?
Mute yourself.
Just unmute yourself.
And also show on video.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the requirement. Please join us with camera.
I'd love everyone
We
to
didn't forget you.
So we can count you guys in for lunch and dinner.
Yeah, Joshua and Suilin and Herbing and Hongbing and Tai, please, we love to see your face and
So we feel you're here.
That's right.
Hi, Celine.
hi, Suilin.
You in New Jersey or you woke up at 5 in Utah?
Hi.
你講廣州話係咪啊？
係
我都係
廣州話。
廣州啊，我都係。
Okay.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
你可以講廣州話啦。
Yes, yeah. Celine, you right?
識唔識聽啊？
我都可以講。
咁即係我哋好多廣州人喺度啊。
係。
Even the computer detected we're speaking our language.
So let's change it into Cantonese then we also. Go ahead.
Anyone have want to share your response? Why you inspired by the project? Why you come here today?
Okay, I'm gonna say something. So I joined this group because of Margaret. She's the president of the Chinese Railroad Workers Descendants president. So actually my leadership is limited. I'm not the leader, okay, first, but the only thing I can do is promoting how important the Chinese in 156 years ago come to this country and help build a railroad. So so this is a very important for our country now. Without the first continental railroad, our country would not be like this before. Used to take us 6 months from the East Coast to West Coast, but after the railroad built, and our country changed a lot, put it that way. So recently, last 2 weeks ago, we went to Rock Spring. Actually, during the Exclusion Act and Rock Spring 140 years ago, 28 coal miner got killed. So we went there to commemorate their loss. And then we also putting up a statue in where they lost their life. So wherever the group will do, please remember this history, and I can do my best to help. I'm the helper, not the leader. Okay, put it this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wenbin.
You like to share why you joined the project?
Unmute yourself.
Unmute.
I'm mute. Okay. Here is Wenbian Yuan. I'm sorry I'm coming late into this. I just came back from my travel to Europe, and I guess I'm called for introducing myself, I guess.
Yeah, briefly, and why you joined this project? What brought you here?
Okay, I've been in US as a new immigrant from China since about 38 years ago. I'm getting old, just retired last year. And I saw the changes of the immigrants, their progression into in the past 30, 40 years. And I also have immense interest to see how immigrants as an overall of a new group of people, how do they evolve in the past 150, like Chinese and many other nationalities in the past 100 some years. And history is so important to remember, and that'll give us a base for future to get our younger generation or our kids a better situation as we push it forward. So I'm glad that I've been involved into this, and I have authored some articles and also a book called Chinese Milwaukee. Through the process, I realized how much change has been made, and it's not always made by the huge leaders, but it's made by people like sitting here, everyday regular people who contribute a little bit into it. So this is the principle that I always feel important, and I appreciate the leadership of this group in the past many years of getting things together. A lot of effort, but I think this efforts would be very instrumental, fundamental for our future, a betterment of this country. Again, my name is Wenbian Yuan. I organized a lot of civic activities, including founding of several nonprofit organizations, and the latest one was called the Wisconsin Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and I was the first president and as executive director. And I helped the organization to get about $1.5 million grant. And then later on, we all together, through that seed money, we got another $300,000-400,000. So we become stronger of an organization, totally out of nothing, but just a basic concept. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this group, but I have many other things I may be pulling myself out after spending some time with your group. So great to know everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Wenbin. All right, that's a perfect segment to the next part where everyone can take the time to answer these 3 questions. So introduce yourself. We got a chance that everyone be able to actually introduce yourself to the group in a way that actually honor your presence. All right, so there'll be 3 questions that everyone can take some time to reflect on. So you can introduce yourself with your name, your ethnicity, your Asian American ethnicity, where you come from, and if you. Okay, so I have this experience as a facilitator. Oh, sorry, I want to share my. You're right. 1 second, Zoom friends. Everyone seeing the Zoom screen that says what has shaped your leadership, even on the Zoom? Yeah, they see on the Zoom. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So, all right. So we can answer these 3 questions. Oh, yeah, I have an experience of yesterday. All right. I want to invite everyone, challenge you all, okay? Take out the humbleness of our culture, okay? Because every time I say leaders, like the first person come out and say, oh, I'm not a leader. I was like, okay, no, we will spend another 2 hours if everyone do just that, okay? So, all right, so done with that, I'm not leader. So everyone is a leader. Why? In my opinion, that first, being an Asian American or a minority or immigrant, you have to lead yourself in this country, isn't it? Whether it's from views and experience, haven't got the education you need, whether from a Thai American, whether from a Malaysian American, minority, the first person we have to lead is ourselves. So that makes you a leader right there, okay? So forget about I'm not a leader, okay? And then second, every time we share our unique journey, consider we are leading those that behind us that share that journey. Whether we like it or not, we are leading them. We are showing that it's possible to speak up. It's possible to fight for the law. It's possible to start a business. It's possible to be a women leader. It's possible because you step up. So anytime, a moment you step up, you are the de facto leader, right? So Asian American, I know that we've been taught not to claim our place, right? I think this project is about that. Everyone is a leader. Everyone should stand up. Everyone should speak up. So it doesn't matter what our parents told us, right? Don't get trouble or don't stand up. Okay, forget about that, okay? So now in this retreat is to claim where we are, who we are. So what is your biggest joy of your accomplishment? Whether doesn't matter, there's no comparison, right? Because every city, every town needs a leader, all right? So wherever you are, even in your group, what's the biggest joy of leading your life, leading your community, and what is the biggest joy of your contribution as Asian American leader? It doesn't matter that, even sharing story like, I lead my parent who don't speak English in America. That's the leader, right? Isn't you guys have to translate the parent as an early age and stuff like that, that immigrant parent don't speak the language. Every one of us is a leader. So include the field that you represent. Many of us represent many fields, whether it's science, communication, arts, business. Is actually important. Every field needs the leader, right? And your contribution in that area. To me, there's no better field. Every field needs people to stand up. That's why today we have people across different fields of practices and business and science and art. Okay, second question. What was and still is the biggest struggle of you being a leader? All right. So I already named a few, being too humble. Okay, that's a struggle. Not claiming our voice, that's a struggle, right? So what is the biggest struggle you or your community face to take a place in leadership in America? So that you have to think deeper for that because again, you represent everyone that behind you, right? So if you put that into the table here, we can solve together. So today is about bringing our joy and our struggle together. So I believe in these genius minds here, we can solve a lot of problems, right? But if we hide that, hey, you're on your own, okay? So don't take home your problem, right? So state what are the biggest struggle, and then what is your biggest hope for Asian American? I think everyone have a dream, like Martin Luther King. I have a dream, so it starts with that dream, whatever that dream is, right? I have a dream. So today, what is your dream for our country? What is the dream for the future? I think this is a very important three questions. So everyone, you will have. Also, another thing that you will share during your introduction is, Dr. Zhang, you want to share, ask everyone say that last night what you want everyone to share during this part.
Oh, yeah, last night I shared with them an idea, since it would come together, right? Everybody have a chance. Besides, we're talking about the challenges and problems, discrimination, so those, what I call an American moment. American is for everybody to be, open and create equal. We can also reflect on the American moment. I feel, when we come to this country, even though we run into a lot of difficulty, but so always some of those things we run into, we feel so moved by the generosity of Americans, by people who are willing to help you, by people. So that, I think, reflect the true meaning of Americans all about. I call them American moment. So if you can share with your story, come to this country, a story of you feel the touching you, that American moment would be a good conversation. We can help to understand each other and to learn each other. So that's what I shared yesterday with them. So they put in here, so what is your American moment? So I am looking at, okay, now we actually have a question here. But that's what I mean when we conversation last night talking about this. I think everyone can find that moment, that positive moment about America.
Okay, great. So everyone, you have take next 3 to 4 minutes to write these 3 questions, answer to that. Let's take 5 minutes to do that. Don't write an essay, okay? It's not, you wouldn't get punished by, no punished by Mingli, right? And I also write down your American moment. So thank you. We'll take 5 minutes to do that. And then everyone later on, everyone have 3 to 5 minutes to share everything that you want to share, okay? Thank you.
Well, why not right now, we give the opportunity to everyone on Zoom to introduce themselves as well. So,
okay.
Take turn, everyone should have a chance to introduce themselves, and at the same time, we can think about those 3 questions. Anyone on the Zoom that want to introduce yourself?
Just say your name, city you come from, state.
Yeah, do a roll call.
All right, so we'll do a roll call. All right, Hong Bing, you want to share name, where you, city and state you come from, and what have you joined this project?
Okay, sure. So my name is Hong Bing Liu. So I'm in New Orleans, Louisiana. So I'm working in a university doing basic biomedical research. So my experience, I get my bachelor, master in China, and then I moved to Hong Kong to get my PhD, and then come to United States. So Louisiana, basically, New Orleans is pretty much the home of my America home, because I stay here about 20 years. So after I come to United States, actually I joined New Orleans is called New Orleans Chinese Association. I has been for work there for about 20 years. During the most critical, difficult time periods during the pandemic, since 2019 and 2021, I'm as a president of New Orleans Chinese Association. That's why I take the leadership of Chinese communication community. So I just share a little bit why this organization, why this kind of movement is really, really important for Chinese community. So I share some real experience. I take the leadership for organize. So during the I guess out the pandemic, that's kind of anti-Asian hate. That's why I organize. I work together with all the Asian community organization in a great New Orleans area. We hold the first, I guess in the New Orleans history, that's the first one outdoor rally, Asian community rally. So against the Asian hate. So this is a kind of history making. That's a lot of people come and all the newspaper and the radio report, but it's kind of successful. But still, after the meeting, the rally, I realized actually a lot of things we still need to do. So during that rally, actually two state senators connect me, try to join the rally. So but however, later on, so one senator is selected to be a Congress standing our area. So later on, when I contact him or his campaign managers, I realized they're barely to want to connect our Chinese community. Later on, I discussed with them and realized, based on even he was selected to be the congressman, actually our Chinese community actually did not contribute too much to his successful selection. That's why during many gathering Chinese community, I encourage all the Chinese people, you need to go outside to vote, or during the campaigning, you need to try to make the to let your voice heard, or you make some support some candidate actually that will do something good for us. That's why I think that's a really long way for Chinese people to make America, to feel America is really our country. This is one, because later on I find actually few people even go to vote, and then the people even did not support any candidate for during the campaigning. That's why our voice barely heard by America political. That's the four things I want to share. So that's a long way to encourage the Chinese people to be involved in this kind of activity. Another thing is, I also feel in case we can unitify, we can still show the strength. So I share the experience during 2020. I guess it's 2022. There's several legislation actually about the house person land closing. Actually, I guess in is in 20. Let me see. That's in 2023. Actually, Louisiana during the Louisiana regular legislation session, that's three actually a bill target Chinese people. So we have a organization, a nationwide organization for Chinese to try to against the any this kind of bill against the Chinese people. I think normally one person actually in that organization fine actually say next Monday there's a registration hearing in New Orleans, Louisiana. So I was noticed on Thursday. So let me try to organize the Chinese people to stand up to against the bill. And then I just set up a WeChat group. It's really surprisingly in 2 days, the group one already 500 people already totally full. So and then in that registration season, we organize a lot of activity. Basically, let our voice heard by Louisiana legislation all the congressman and senator. So that fighting to me is really as encouraging and also really successful. So to me, in case we can unite it, our Chinese people still can do something really big. So let's I share my some experience. First of all, we need to unite it. Second, we need to encourage our people to fight for our right in the United States. Consider United States is our country. So this is
Great.
long way. Yes. Okay. I just share this two important point for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the work you do. All right, somebody else like to share, introduce your name, a city you come from, and then what you, briefly what you joined this, what had you joined us today in this project. So you wanna go, let me see, we haven't heard from Jack and Yuri, Thais, and Joshua. Like to introduce yourself to the community quickly.
Thank you. Webar, Jack Hanna here. I'm from Western Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh. I'm a retired attorney of 40 years. I'm a third generation Syrian American. I've also been active with Democratic Party politics for 30 years in Pennsylvania, serving as a treasurer for the state party organization and for 5 years and 6 months as the chair. I moved to Portland, Oregon 7 years ago after being active in Pennsylvania politically and became involved there. In Pennsylvania, I organized Arab American communities and Latino was a specialty that I focused on. And then having moved to Portland, Oregon, I became exposed to the Asian American community and was particularly struck by, at that point, the refugee community from Southeast Asia, having being predecessors of violence in their countries and becoming refugees. Same thing with the Syrian community years later. And so I saw the parallels to that. And also, as an Arab American, viewed the what I perceived to be persecution of Arab Americans after 9/11, and have been struck when I was in Portland with the same parallels that exist or are occurring now over the past 7 years with the Chinese American community and the China Initiative, and the similarities were quite striking. And so that's what attracted me to expand my interest in organizing and fighting for communities, including the Asian American and Arab American communities. And that's how I came to join the Asian American Unity Coalition, small nonprofit in 2019. And that's educated me about other communities and inspired me to want to participate in fighting for the rights that are entitled to each and every citizen and person in this country, and hope to be able to continue that effort with this organization, and very proud and appreciative of being a part of the effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack, for joining us. All right, Ty, Joshua, or Jury?
I can
Yuri.
go next. So, hello everybody. My name is Gauri Yadav. I'm from Bartlett, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago, and I am Indian American, a second generation. I just recently graduated with my bachelor's degree in business as well as music. And so, over the past few months, I've had the opportunity to sing and MC for a few different congressmen and senators for their fundraisers and galas in Illinois. And I am a professional singer. I have sang worldwide. I've sang in Vienna, Austria for an opera solo. I've sang the national anthem in a couple of different cities across America. And one of my biggest joys of doing this is while I am a tech consultant by day, by night, I am able to indulge and enjoy my passions and grow into them and show that you don't have to silo yourself into one profession or one thing. And I think that's a very big thing for Asian Americans in general, is to be able to be comfortable in America and enjoying their passions, right? Not just working and trying to make a living being in a new country, but feeling comfortable to do what they want and have the right to do so. So as an Asian American, as an Indian, I've loved being on the spotlight and showing other people that they as well can be. It doesn't always have to be another white person going up there and speaking. And I think there's been a lot of movements in this specifically just in the past year, where more Asian Americans have been on screen, have been on TV, and it's really showed the inclusivity, which I really loved about it. One of my biggest struggles, I'm going to take this more personally rather than on a wider scale, is that I struggle with asking for help. And I feel like a lot of Asian Americans struggle with that as well. I like to do things myself, and I'm a very steadfast person. I know what I can do. But one thing that I've learned from business school is how important it is to ask for help and have those conversations, because you never know who's willing to help support you and give you some advice and lead you to other people that might be able to help solve your problems unless you talk to them. And that's one thing that I've really taken to heart with me in the past few years. And last but not least, one of my hopes is, first of all, I'm super honored to be here. I'm excited to be a part of the Asian American Unity Coalition. One of my hopes, though, is that more people get to be involved and feel like they are a part of a community. There's a lot of people, even in my hometown, where they are the minority and they don't feel like they have a place to talk to. They don't feel like they have a community to reach out to. And hopefully doing work like this can show people that there is community and there are people there where they don't have to do a lot of work to be a part of it, but they can feel like they have a home and they can be comfortable in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. How to pronounce your name correctly?
Gauri.
Gauri. All right. Thank you, Gauri.
I just want to make a comment about Gauri, and she's introduced to us through Stephen, right? Steve is Steve is obviously our core group. He's a very a prominent leader in the Asian American community. I know he is also with you in Chicago. We want to welcome her because she's representing the next generation. Not only that, she's very talented, very involved, devoted to Asian American community. And welcome. We just want to let you know, that's also this whole thing about commemorating the 250th anniversary of a Declaration of Independence is to empower Asian American together. We're part of this country. We're a stakeholders. We're not outsiders. So we're the builder of the future. And of course, like Gauri, you are the future, representing the community. So we're very happy and welcome you to join us. I know later, maybe tomorrow, Stephen is going to join us too. He's he's very busy. He's traveling But Stephen and I, we went a long way. We're working together, you know, both as business person, he's business person, I'm too. But we just want to extend our welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Thank you.
Let me add one more thing, Gory. Indian Americans account for more people than population than the Chinese. And I think you will be able to bring in more into this group because to me, one person has one vote is a fundamental part of the democracy. And we like to see more Indians involved than even Chinese because they have a bigger population than the Chinese. And they've been in this country just as long as Chinese too.
And we would love to hear you sing tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Who else is like to introduce yourself on our Zoom? Thais and Joshua?
I go next. Hi. Good morning. My name is Joshua Ho, the program director for Miami-Dade County's Asian American Advisory Board. Thanks to Celine, I'm here to listen to you. Gauri, I study also music and music business and also singer. I study opera as well at the U. So in Miami-Dade County, we're very fortunate to have the Asian American Advisory Board under the commissioners of Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County is 3 million strong, and the Asians makes about the pure Asians 2.2%. But our board represents all 50 different nations in the continent of Asia. Our accomplishments are encourage our community to be more civically engaged, to promote cultural advancement, and also to promote economic development within our community. But we want to be as one community. Sometimes we go, we kind of differentiate who we are just now with Korean American. I'm Korean American, but we go Korean or Chinese American. We have so many different Americans. And I guess for the hope of our future is to speak American. That's one. So there will be no more need for the Asian American Advisory Board because we're on the same table making decisions. And I think that's some of the struggles too. Sometimes we tend to not to share information with other groups. We tend to, especially in Chamber of Commerce that we have, for Koreans, Chinese, but they don't work together. There's no collective, there's no camaraderie of, you know what, let's work together. It's like my business. If I have a secret, it becomes my business, and I'm not going to tell you. And I think we need to be able to share that. I mean, what are you afraid of? Making others rich. And I think if everyone's rich, then we all are rich. I was educated before in the inner city as a dean of discipline. And the kids that come to my office back in the days are the ones with the referrals. By the time at the end, my success is not my paycheck, it's your success. And I guess overall of this morning is, what is our success of all these meetings? What is the meaning of celebrating 250 years? I've been here for 45 years. I'm doing this for my kids. If my kids go through what I went through, all of this is a waste. We haven't done anything. Gauri is second generation. When you have kids, third generation, and if that is still say, I'm Indian American, then I think that is a problem for us. I think in any other country, if you go to Jamaican, I have a lot of Chinese Jamaican here. When you ask them, who are they? They go, I'm Jamaican. Then but they look Chinese, so okay, you must be, so what's the Asian background? Oh, my parents are or my grandparents from China. Why can we have that? And I think that's a struggle. I'm a county employee. I work for a government. And I look forward to hearing great things. Let's keep it nonpartisan. Let's keep it straightforward of why we need this, not for us, for our next generation, to celebrate our nation, for the opportunities that we have, for this camaraderie of coming together on a Saturday morning with different backgrounds, but at the same time, with one focus, to celebrate our nation, who gave us opportunity, and to go forward for our kids, so that we can all be have a productive American experience and American lives. And I want to say thanks to Celine for this. Soon I have to leave because I have another meeting with the India-U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Corey. They have a meeting, so I have to go there. And there's a celebration of the Hispanic Heritage Month with one of our state representatives. But thank you. And at the same time, go you. We have a game tonight against the Florida Gators. So gotta represent. So I just to let you know, Ty Vaz is our chairwoman for the Asian American Advisory Board and also the president of the Thai American Association. She just texted me that she's driving right now. She can't really talk. But our board members are appointed by commissioner. We have 13 commissioners within our county with a strong mayor. It's been a very busy week because we had to do a budget for county. So on Thursday, we're up to 5 a.m. trying to make sure our numbers are all. But $13 billion is done. We're gonna start with the new year. It's a struggle, but at the same time, coming together, challenges makes us stronger. Asian, hey, someone said it. We work together with our federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, state law enforcement to do a Zoom meeting in 2020 and 2021, in-person meeting in 2022 with FBI, with Homeland Security, with DOJ, state attorney, district attorney's office, the mayor's office, our local sheriff's office, with our FDLE, which is Florida law enforcement, and coming to communicate what are our fears. Let them know what's happening. Let them know how we can work together. If I get a phone call, what do I have to do? First of all, we have to report. We don't report any of our crimes. So I can talk for hours because it's my job as well. Jack, thank you. Corey, I saw your Instagram, soprano. I'm a tenor. One day we can sing a song together. I do national anthems too, sing at churches. So happy to be here, but I gotta leave soon. But Celine, thank you very much. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you.
Where is the Joshua based?
Miami.
Miami. Oh, Miami.
Okay.
And also Bill works for us. So Bill, thank you. He's a
Oh.
great person. And let me tell you, he does great things. He's gonna be a lawyer soon, or going to law school. A great volunteer. But he works too hard. He doesn't get paid nothing, but a great person. I love him. So great job. I know there, but Celine, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
You're on mute. We don't hear anything.
Thank you. Oh, we didn't hear anything. All right.
You start from the other side.
All right. So I will start. Once we see me. Okay. Hello, my name is Wei Hao Lau. I am from San Francisco, California. Originally, I'm from Malaysia. I'm Chinese Malaysian. Also, I came here about 35 years ago. What was the biggest joy and accomplishment and contribution as an Asian American leader? When I first came here, I was a student. Then I actually because I realized that as a gay man from a Muslim country, I'm able to seek asylum in United States because of discriminations in my country, and because being gay in a Muslim country, there's still a penal law to hang and the people. And still, politically, still a lot of discrimination in those countries. And so to me, from that, at 20 years old, I already seek the asylum. And little do I know that my civil rights case and asylum was published in New York University law. And since then, many others have joined the asylum cases and have granted civil rights for the LGBT community from other countries, including Honduras, Mexico City, and all that. So for me, I realized that as soon as I speak up and I'm willing to share, and sometimes being interviewed, I begin to be a leader for the community. So since then, I have joined HIV prevention AIDS movement during the late 90s and 2000. Actually, I was very shocked. One of the highest rate of HIV AIDS from positive to full-blown AIDS, the highest at that time were Asian American. Why is that? Because there's such a taboo talking about sexual health. So I begin to organize and actually reach out using different language and reach out to the Asian community in the San Francisco Bay Area, where actually that impact a lot of devastation in the AIDS epidemic.
Excuse me, can we have someone to set a time limit on
Yes, yes. So make sure there's a
One hope is control the time.
yeah. So
that's
the
so
time.
everyone let's allocate
Yeah,
the time
correct.
limit.
So if
make
we
sure
have
that-
4 minutes for each
put-
person.
put
Yeah,
4 minutes
good
or-
time.
So you have 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
All right,
do a
great.
timekeeping on everyone, please.
Yeah, very good. So then I lead many leadership and courses, training in self-development and also mental health area. So empower many Asian community to actually share some of the deepest challenge, whether it's mental health, divorce, health issue, well-being, to seek mental health support in the Asian American community network. And that's some of the area that I see the greatest need and growth. One of the things that I think the biggest struggle of being a leader is, I think sometimes we have to play many role. One that is out here for many different constituent. Sometimes is also the struggle that within ourselves is that I think one of the things that as a LGBT Asian American leader, I need to build more bridges with the diverse population, because I think embeddedly come from our taboo. Early stage, I have a hard time being more outreach to the Chinese American community. So I think that it's important that stop being the minority within the minority. And I think that's one of the biggest breakthrough. I joined this project is that, hey, my community need me to be on the table to continue build bridges with other community. And my hope is, like many people say here, we are American. We are not the separateness and not the naysayer of a different community. We are not. We're not here to fight for. When we see it's a limited resources, when we can share our wisdom and resources, we become a bigger whole. So thanks and nice meeting everyone. Thanks for the opportunity for me to contribute to this project. All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ginny Chong.
Oh, hold on.
Is it?
Oh. Oh, okay, from your computer.
Get one of the two computer muted and the one.
Oh, that's your computer. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I confused myself. All right, there you go, Jeannie.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ginny Chong. I'm originally from Malaysia, and I came here as a foreign student. So I lived in Texas, and I've been here in the New York since 90s. Well, I always say my life is accidental, accidental in the sense that when I was in Texas, like everybody else, I want to study business or, everybody study engineer. So I came here clueless. So I asked my father, what do I like? So it's interesting. I do not express what I want as a basic human being. So my father, which I do not have intimate relationship, he said, fashion. And then that was the moment I said, oh, okay, I like fashion. In fact, since that on, I did move to New York and pursue my fashion degree. And again, I didn't really pursue what I passion for. Long story short, 2 decades later, in transition to mental health counseling, I recently admitted to graduate degree to pursue mental health counseling. Why this platform is I worked with WayHealth for 5 years during the pandemic. So that's where I discover that connect to people is something I really need. Although I work in the fashion industry for over 20 years, just a regular, hardworking, just getting paycheck to paycheck. I mean, at that very limited view, I thought that is my American dream, but which is, I feel not happy, and I'm not feel myself in many, many moments. So the moment I feel the break, that sense of freedom is when I connect to people. And although I have, I want to acknowledge that I'm able to connect people, and I connected people all over the US, all over the world, and bring this moment to connect with people, even in a broader sense as a American, because there was a gap. I myself, without a green card, I was struggle for many, many years. I did not reach out to anybody. I was under the current. I find my way, survived. And I got my citizenship not long ago. Maybe what? You'll be surprised. I've been here over 3 decades. I got my citizenship a couple of years ago. So the point is connect to the people who do the right thing. Very important. I didn't speak up, although my speak up in a sense that in a struggle way, I find that I went through unnecessary barriers, which I feel the sense of freedom since I got the citizenship when I have a
30 seconds
voice.
left, sorry.
So the point is, I learn about my internal world is a confidence to connect with people. And I'm here in the world of mental health to help people get to the world and speak their mind, which is only the beginning of it. That's my share. Thank you. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
It's a long journey to the city.
It is a long journey.
Everyone.
Wilson.
Yeah. Hello. Everyone, good morning. My name is Wilson. I'm come from New York. I originally come from China, Guangdong. I'm come to New York 35 years. I live in New York 35 years. And I own business is car business. And I actually every year and the 10 years before come to here, every join the community service, helping the community, a newcomer in there, and then why now? Why joining the 250? Given that there's a very interest action, and why not with all American, the Asian community together do one thing. That's very good. I very enjoyed the working together. Thank you.
That's a short, very good.
Yeah.
You still camera here.
I'm making sure. Good morning again, everyone. My name is Louis Liu. Originally, also from Guangzhou, Guangzhou, China. Okay, so came to United States 1989. So more than 35 years ago. And professionally, my proudest moment was between 2002 and 2006. I worked for General Motors, and I went back. So GM sent me back to Shanghai. So I was involved. Well, actually, I was the one of the key aspect where launched the first ever auto finance company in China. So that was my proudest moment as a Chinese American bringing auto finance business into China. But that's professionally. But then after that, and so my proudest moment as an Asian American is 2 years ago. I worked with Xiaoyan, Suji, Huang Qian, and Celine. Together, we organized that commemoration of 80th anniversary of repelling Chinese Exclusion Act. Constant struggle wise is, I think, again, earlier I mentioned that we need to work together to really drive the point that we Asian Americans, we are Americans. Okay, we need to show our strength. We need to show our presence, particularly in the current political environment. And because certain people, they think that you have to be white or you have to be Christian, to be American. We need to join together to fight against that. Okay, so again, it's a great honor and great pleasure to work all of you together on this project. Hand over to you, Suji. Okay.
So I can use this one. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone, and my name is Jisoo, and I'm from Harbin, China. And actually, I'm working for NASA Research Center now as a scientific researcher. Okay, and actually, since maybe a lot of people joined kind of community service through the Chinese school, I'm one of them. I started the community service with Chinese school. And then about 15 years ago, I joined the National Council of Chinese American and worked with the organization for these years. And I served as a board member and the president, and now I'm chair of the board. And while we're working with National Council of Chinese American, we did some kind of the pretty impactful actions. First one is kind of the way initiate and worked with several national level Chinese organizations to the Congress to get the kind of rigorous bills from the senators and the Congress in about I think almost 15 years ago. And then after that, we also initiate the first is kind of inauguration Chinese American conference, national conference in 2016. That's a pretty successful. Now and the UCA is keep working on that kind of a project. And in addition to this, from the National Council of Chinese American, I also worked several years ago, starting working with Xiaoyan and Huang Qian, and 2 years ago with Celine. and working for several kind of the project. It's pretty significant. One is kind of Xiaoyan and I worked for adding the Chinese subtitle to the PBS documentary films. It's kind of Asian American. It's a kind of series film, 5 episodes. And then after that one, we worked together for developing strategic planning for Chinese American for developing in United States. And then 2 years ago, we started kind of 80th anniversary of repeal of the Chinese Exclusion Act together. And now we are working for this one. It's DOI250 together. So I'm very happy to join the team. It's an old friends and new friends, and we are trying to make our goal to be achieved as we expected, and working together very hard. And as a leader, I really enjoy the moment your contribution be recognized by your community, and then when they have some challenges, they can come to you to share their issues and then trying to get your help and then solve the problem. That's the moment I really enjoy. It seems that I have some value for community service. And for the second part is kind of biggest struggle of being a leader. I think maybe we have the experience like when we talk to people, we got a very positive, supportive response. And however, when we go to the stage, to the act stage, and then suddenly you find it's not other people participating. So I think that's quite kind of the challenge and disappointing moment sometimes, quite often. But I think that's why for the future, I think we should establish that kind of the vision from individual to the Asian American, Chinese American, Asian American, and then all American. So we are not divisible part of this country. We are indivisible part of the country. We are Chinese American, but we are American. We are Asian American, we are American. We're all American. We are same family, equal member for this family. But we can do our contribution for this country together. So that's my topic. Okay,
Thank you.
4 minutes, 11 seconds. Control the
Stand up.
Yes, yes. I understand. Okay. When I was a childhood, in my childhood in elementary school, my teachers punishing me by stand up. My model by standing up. So Ming Chen, based in New York, I came to the US in 2002 from my US legal education and then became a lawyer in New York, has since been in New York all the time. And right now we have 10 people sitting at my office in the heart of Manhattan, Grand Central. My biggest contribution, I think, we have established through the collaboration with Wilson and other elite people in New York City. We established the Asian American Attorneys Association, AAAA. Asian American Attorneys Association is a foundation, is a coalition that will incorporate all the Asian American lawyers. And then recently in August, this past August, we handled a very phenomenal case before the county court in Orange County, New York State, setting up a very good example, historical. From there, we can see that we as Asian Americans standing there, we can stand up, we can be outspoken, we can rely on ourselves and others. We don't necessarily have to rely on other ethnic groups to achieve a big outstanding mark. We can do it ourselves. So that's a big achievement and contribution to everybody. Talking about the other things, I think 3 things. The struggle. Last year, we were helping. My office, we have 3 offices. This is I lead the law firm's head office. And then we have another office in Queens. We have a 3rd office in New Jersey. Last year, the Flushing office was completely occupied by the work helping a judge, a Chinese American, voting, electing for a judge in New York court. Her name is Wendy Lee. My office in Flushing was totally occupied by a lot of people every day for several months. And then during that process, we were going out, knocking the doors, door by door, person by person. But when we bumped into Chinese Americans, normally the so-called normal response from them is silent. They don't want to come out to vote. But by comparison, going to African American people's homes, they are very active, zealous about voting. So that is the struggle I have. A lot of struggles, but that might be one of the biggest struggles I have. I think if we want to stand up, if we want to be a host in this country, in this land, we really have to come out to vote, voting for ourselves, voting for other people. And then the third one,
What's your biggest hope?
biggest hope is we just not Asian Americans. I think every ethnic people, we work together toward a common goal, making America great again. We want to thrive USA. We want America to lead a very nice way in the world, having some good values rather than bad values. Okay.
Can I just add
Yeah,
some
yeah,
comments? Actually, the good points mainly just made. So what we are doing is not really just for ourselves. We are for the whole country to advance, to be the best, good place for everyone.
Yeah.
So
And future generation.
quite often people think, if I just fighting for our interest, our right, and against the whole country, it's not good kind of the philosophy and attitude, because you have to combine, get a big vision. What we are doing from our view angle, but it's good for the whole country. Yeah.
Part of the whole.
Right.
We have to work
It's indivisible.
Right.
Part, yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Well,
Welcome our youngest leader among us,
make sure you ring the bell.
Thank you. I wanted to be an attorney too, so I'm gonna copy you and stand up. Hi everyone, my name is
Bad
Bill
attorney.
Hansap. I came to the US in 2013. So my parents moved to South Carolina, to Charleston, South Carolina, and we opened a Thai restaurant there. And that's where I worked as soon as I could, since when I was around 16, up until my second year of college. I was studying online at Florida International University for my first 2 years there, and on the third year, I came to study in person in Miami. So I want to share about my joy of being a leader is learning from older generations and different groups about our history, how everyone got to where they are, how they overcame their great challenges. And next is sharing resources and information to others so that they know that they have a place to go in our community, in our society, to get help and become the better version of themselves. And that's also what I hope to do as events coordinator of the Disabled Student Union at my college, as well as the academics chair of Phi Alpha Delta, the pre-law fraternity at my college too. And next, my struggle as a leader, I'd say there are two main things. First is time management, a very young person thing. I don't really know what I'm doing, how best to use my time. So that's why I always try to stay connected with others who are more experienced. And next, I would say it's about my safety as a transgender person. There's always fear around whether I will be kicked out of a group if I talk about my experience. But even though this is one of my biggest fear, it's also a source of my biggest inspiration, is that from my experience as a trans person, I learned that the barriers that we see between different genders, different religions, different races, it can seem like the biggest thing in the world, but it's still smaller than our shared humanity. So that's what that's connected to my hope for our future, is that we'll build empathy and we'll build trust that will overcome the fear from our differences and misunderstandings. So that's all I got. Thank you guys.
Thank
you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my comment, how to spell your name, to promote yourself?
Bell.
Yeah, bell, so like school bell, church bell, the B-E-L.
Bell.
B-E-L-L, that's your first name?
That's my nickname, yeah.
Oh, Bell, nickname. What's your official name?
So my legal name is Ravi Sarah.
Oh, you spelled too fast. Can you spell that out?
Do you want to spell
It's
it?
a Thai name. Thai name always so long.
I see. Okay. Maybe I'll just call him Bell.
Yeah,
You feel free to call me Bell.
Ravi Shara. Right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Celine.
To follow the leadership and stand up.
Good leadership.
So I'm gonna share probably more about my American moments.
Yeah.
So more, common down to earth kind of situation that inspire. And I don't have a particular order, I'm just randomly. So one is that I went to a meeting for military spouse. And this is, of course, American military, a room full of ladies, maybe 20, 30 people at the time. And there's wives of colonels, husband of commanders, all the way down to, spouse of privates. And before the session, the colonel's wife spoke. And she said, in this room, we do not address person as Mrs. or Mr. whatever, the last name is plus their rank. Because your spouse's rank, they earn it by their work. It's not your rank. In this room, we are equal. We all just spouse at home supporting their work. We have our own identity. We have our own obligations, chores, inspirations. We're individual person. And to me, that was inspiring because I came from a tradition that you got to respect elders. You got to respect, your boss's wife, your teachers, all the seniors and elders, and just maybe they don't earn it. Maybe that's not part of them, but just because they're in that rank, you got to respect them. So that's number one. The ideal of everybody is an individual instead of whatever they're associated with. Second is in my growing up, I was quiet because my parents, my teachers, the adults around me, I was a mischievous child, but they try to control me in a way like, you gotta wait until other people finish talking before you interrupt, otherwise you're not a good child. So that went deep with me. And when I was, just being a student, even adult life, in my work professional environment, I was always just waiting for my turn. Not that I was shy, I was just being respectful. And I was used to just like, I have to even ask, can I talk yet? And one time I had a meeting with 3 people. It was on the phone, a business meeting. And my friend, when I said, can I talk yet? My friend stopped right there and told the other person, yes, she can talk. She didn't have to ask. Don't bully her because she's Asian. Don't bully her because she's a woman. She's a business person. Let her talk. And he told me, you should not ever ask for permission. Just jump in. And of course, I wasn't trying to interrupt or talk over them, but just because I was asking for permission, that kind of, short sell myself. So these are American people telling me to, to be more of myself. And I appreciate that because it didn't happen in the Chinese community. Another one is I live in New Orleans too, and we had hurricanes, we had BP oil spill, some disaster kind of thing. And every time something happens like that, the government and the local charity organizations would have free supplies, MRE food and all that. And in my community, the Chinese people that we knew at the time, and this goes back to, people just keeping it to themselves, not sharing resource, because if they share, they're afraid of people judging them. Also, you get it too. But it was American people who knock on my door and say, hey, you know what? You can get the blue tarp for your roof. You can get an MRE for your house. And to me, that was just, people just being human themselves. Just hopefully 10-15 seconds or so. My greatest joy in the leadership is there's no limit. There's no one tell me what I can do and what I can do. And I had opportunity to just challenge myself, get out of my comfort zone. And everything that I do, I have a chance to get rewarded by more than I expect. Knowing the people connected to the right energy, and through their network, I grow more and more. A few days ago, there was this one person I have supported, through text message and emails and all that. And they told me I was a silent opera singer to them. And that was emotional for me because I don't have to talk a lot, but that means I was making an impact. So thank you.
I'd like to add one more thing. I think I'm very impressed when Madeleine Albright was asked a question about how she came to this country at age 5 and did not speak any English. And how did she make herself into the third in the rank and also very influential Secretary of the State? And she said one word. And the people asked her, what is that one word for a girl to be successful? And she said, interruptions or interrupt. I think that's an important thing. Interrupt. Just speak out. If you're a girl, you interrupt. If you're a man, you should be a gentleman, Listen first. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for interruption. I'm trying to order food for all of us, 10 people. I'm asking generally very quickly. We're going to have lunch at 1 p.m., right? How does everybody feel? Are you, in general, how very, the people hands up, feeling very hungry? Because if we are not feeling that hungry, I don't have to order that much, right? Let's see, how many people feel very hungry? Hungry.
We got pretty good.
Moderate, right? Moderate. Just moderate. Okay, I got it.
Okay, we have lunch at 12:30 instead of 1.
12:30?
Yeah.
I'll try to make it at 12:30.
Okay.
Okay.
I have interruption. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, it's very interesting story. Long time ago, every time I go outside to try to get people's help, I say, excuse me, may I have a question? And then when my son grew up, my son says, Dad, you don't have to say, excuse me, if I have a question. You just say, excuse me, I want to ask some question directly. You don't have to say, may I ask a question? Okay, don't ask that. You just ask a question. So just like it's curious.
Yeah, we need to do away.
You just do whatever you think you need to.
All right, great. Auntie.
Your presentation?
No, just
No, your introduction,
No, I
answering
did
the
already.
3 questions. No,
Oh.
the 3 questions.
Questions, okay.
The biggest contribution of the leader, the struggles and the hopes, and then your American moment.
Okay, it's not a contribution yet, but I'm working on it. See, for the last 10 years, I have been working with a lot of people, including many of here, to promote the history of Chinese Americans, especially to the new immigrants, because let's cut off there. And because also we were working on the campaign to include our history into the high school curriculum, K-12 curriculum. Now it's not aware only, but many people are working on that. So, and for example, I'll give you one example. New York City published a cartoon, very high quality cartoon, in one story, but include everything of Chinese American experience here. So I'm very happy to see that. And my struggle is I see because our people still, we are only
Asian Americans probably 6% of the country. So we still need empowerment, raise our voice, and we're still facing anti-Asian hate. So that's a big challenge. My American experience, that already include my American moment.
What's your
Right?
hope for your biggest hope?
My biggest hope is empowerment of Asian Americans. And
Okay.
our political awakening, our people are like hardworking or family oriented, that's true. But on the other side, we need to have more representation in political arena.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah, I just try to focus on two things. One is the leadership as a challenge, and second one is American moment. I know for the why we joined 250, we probably don't have to, because we're all part of it, right? The biggest challenge in leadership, as I reflect on my career, especially in civic engagement, is that when we work together, I work with many nonprofit organizations, Asian Americans, Chinese Americans. The challenge is when we come together before we do things and we focus too much on who is the lead, who is the organization bigger, right? We're fighting who's bigger, who's have a strength and who is better than kind of ranking ourselves, right? And then to me, it's more like I use the metaphor, more like we're playing chess. Before we even start a game, we have to say who is the queen, who is the king, who is the knight, who is which, rather than focus on what we want to do. Is that something worth doing? So that's definitely one challenge. I think. So my proudest moment is when later I work with many people around the table here, is that can we change that? Can we have a new way of looking at it? Instead of playing chess, can we play Go? Everybody know Go, right? That it's also a type of game, but it's goals. Every piece are equal, no matter black and white. But we find the hole, we find the place where we all go out there, try to solve that problem. So instead of fighting for who is bigger, who is stronger, whatever, but let's say we're all equal and do that. And we use that. My proud moment was when we used that strategy last time, try to commemorate the 80th anniversary of repealing of the Chinese Exclusion Act. So we have multiple organizations take table, every organization have one vote, and we're all equal, and let's work on these things. And we succeeded dramatically. We not only we have the meeting hosted inside the Capitol Hill, we also in the end, and also of course White House sent the people to present at the conference, and we have all the Asian Americans representative at the meeting. And after that, President Biden issued a statement right on December 17th, the day that's repealed by Roosevelt back in 80 years ago. And both House and the Congress passed resolutions commemorating the 80th anniversary. So we never really achieved such a thing like everybody was in, right? And after that, we produced a book that all volunteered together, and we published that book in May of this year. And recently, I just report to everybody, I talked to the Library of Congress. Now the book's being accepted by Library of Congress, it'll be the register. So not only we have a community memory, we now have a national memory, for Asian American. We're going to do a similar thing for American 250. Once we've done that, we'll compile all those contributions, documenting what we could be part of that. So that's I talk about both the proud moment, but also the challenge we're facing. The American moment, I just want to give you one. This is my personal story. And in 2007, I was invited by the Secretary of Health at the time, to serve as a national advisor to
30 seconds left. Sorry.
Okay, to an organization called NIDA, National Institute of Drug Addiction. What struck me is I went there, and at the time there's 6 of us to be on that committee, and then for that year they rotated altogether 18. What's interesting when I look at after that, then the NIH actually have an article about the new elected, the national advisory to this. when I look at picture, I got this moment because I look at picture. There were 7 of us, right? We were the director is a Russian immigrant. Okay, I was the only Asian American immigrant, but then I have an African American, and we have a Caucasian, a white man, and a lady. And we have a Hispanic. That's the picture, and we were together decide how to distribute at least $1 billion each year for grant fundings, everything through our committee. That moment, I know this is America. This is America. Doesn't matter. First generation, second generation will come here from all over the world. We're together solving American problem. So that's my moment, American moment. I realized that's what Americans all about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Point of order. Thank you. Just want to add on what Xiaoyan just said, that actually, so at the event where we celebrate 2 years ago, we celebrate the 80th anniversary of repealing Chinese Exclusion Act. On December 17, President Biden issued the White House statement to commemorate that moment, historical moment. So in fact, in Congress, both the House and the Senate, so there are about 26 House of Representatives and about a dozen of senators. They proposed a resolution, but never passed. So I just want to make a correction.
Oh, they didn't pass. I
No, it did not pass. So yeah, there was about 40 members of Congress. They co-sponsored that resolution. So I just want to be accurate. But also as a side note, that no Republicans, member of Congress, support that resolution. So that's another struggle for all of us as Asian Americans. In fact, the Chinese Exclusion Act, even though it started in 1882 targeting Chinese alone, but then actually eventually it was expanded to exclude all people from Asian countries. Okay,
wow.
so not just Chinese, but also all Asian people.
Wow.
Okay, and even though in 1943 when that exclusion act was repealed by Congress, but actually according to at the time of the formula, the national origin formula, the Chinese people each year the quota was only 105 visas allocated to Chinese people worldwide. So imagine, so still only 105 Chinese person will be able to get a visa to come into the country, right? And that's the same, pretty much similar for all Asian people as well. So that is a struggle for us. Even today, 2 years ago, only about 40 members of Congress, they support that resolutions. No Republicans join and support that. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's the challenge we all face right now.
Yeah. All right. So thanks for introduce yourself and share your journey and your leadership.
For the people online, right? You want them to...
Oh yeah, sure.
And an interruption from them.
Anyone online want to add to your sharing? Could be your American moment, could be anything you didn't share along that 3 question. Was your contribution, your struggles, and your hopes. Anyone like to add to your share? From the Zoom?
I guess I can be the volunteer for that.
Great.
I think the biggest joy is that by participating in the civic activities, there's a personal benefit out of that too. That is, when I just came, I came out of, as people know, Cultural Revolution period in China, where we didn't have much schooling at all, and very few people speak English. So I came here with a big struggle speaking English. And then I was a technical person, and I did the engineering work, and then started my own business. But I think the real part that got me out of my shell is participating in a lot of civic activities, including a lot of board members. I participated in a National Association of Minority Contractors board activities for over 25 years as a board member, and many other board member positions. And through the years, I guess I realized that the true benefit is that I become a better communicator, and that will enable me to build better relations with people around me, with my my employees and my colleagues and my clients. And also another benefit I didn't realize is that my in-law is not a Chinese speaker, and I have built a good relation with my in-law and his family members. So my in-law parents, and just overall makes me a happier person rather than just the benefit of making more money, you know. And I think that's one of the biggest joys is to be involved into civic activities and realize there's inherent value not only just to your society and the community, but to yourself. You know? And the key challenge is how to make yourself to crawl out of your own shell, you know, which is not easy thing. You know, even now, I'm retired. You know, I still feel nervous whenever I talk to people that I have to break the ice or I have to say something awkward. You know, but the more you practice, the better you become. You know, so that's the key. And then you of course you find immense joy from it. You know, so I'm trying to share that with everybody here who may be questioning, why am I here? You know, why do I do this? But there's benefit, even if you're an older person, you know. And I hope, what is the hope? I hope that there will be more nonprofit organizations as a grassroots. You can start your own, and it's not that hard to start. But once you have a good mission, you're going to galvanize people, and you don't have to be the owner, and you can pass it down to others. And I did that several times over in my lifetime. And many of them grew very strong. And many forgot my name, although I was one of the initiators, which is perfectly fine with me. You know, that almost is that's your baby. They grow up and they don't recognize your parent. So you did anything, and that's quite okay with me. They don't have to say, you know, my dad told me anything. And
30 seconds.
yeah. Okay. All right. So another side is Chinese society is fundamentally non-self-governing, not from the people, by the people, for the people. They're hierarchical. They're from top down. And then this society, because of the religion, because of the tradition, culture, it's bottom up. So just be yourself, share the society, have your ownership of your own organizations, and just start your own. So I encourage everybody to start your own business. No, not only your own business, but your nonprofit. That's my word. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to add to your introduction, your American moments, or your contribution? Hope. Yeah, Jet.
I just want to add first, my hope is that all of our efforts promote coalition building and unifying the common experiences and working on the common challenges to solve them for all Asian Americans and all people that are a part of this country, so that we unify and promote the common interests that are the American values that I think we all share, number one. And number two, as a third generation Arab American, I thought of myself as a young person of the majority community. And as I've come to be older, I recognize or more self-identify that I come from a minority group, and so I view America differently now, not from a majority perspective, but as a minority one. And the inspirations that I have gotten in the stories and the experiences that other Asian Americans have shared with me and that I have heard inspires me to think of America in a new way that's reinventing itself and making it stronger, becoming more multidimensional and more multicultural, and yet still America. And so it's a new America that I think we are promoting that's going to make it even greater than it's been in the past, and happy to be a part of that effort going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else before we take a break? Thais, can you?
Say something. This is the moment to take advantage if you didn't have enough 4 minutes.
I think I asked you something. I don't.
Wilson.
I wanted to say that a lot of us, no matter we come from Asia, Europe, Africa, Central America, a lot of the background have levels, society hierarchies.
Yeah.
And even in school, you know, at my age, I only play with people my age. If they're like, you know, 2 inches taller than me or 1 grade taller, we're not friends. And we don't want to bring that here because it hinders collaboration, it hinders communication. If I worry about that, I wouldn't be here on this table with all of you guys and on Zoom with them, you know, because, you know, I have met people, everyone I know them by first name. And then by knowing them, I find out, oh, okay, so you're whatever position that you do. And Thai, she hasn't spoke yet, but, you know, she's a highly respected person in our community. And, but she washes dishes at the temple for volunteering. And she told me one time she felt strange. Somebody actually went there and took a camera and took picture of her. And there, that person was just feeling like, wow, you're such a high position, you know, why do you do this? And Joshua, our kids play together, and his son helped, you know, teach my girls how to play Monopoly. He was staying up to 3 in the morning playing with them. And Louis, he's a perfectionist, control freak on the website and video. When I worked with him on our last event, he made me change the editing for like 56 times. We didn't have time.
Duty as a child.
Okay, the only reason we stopped because he had to go and get on a train. So after he left, I have like 30 minutes. Every time I go on a trip, it's like fire drill. I got 5 minutes to pack everything and run out of the house. But, you know, I wasn't blaming on him because that's what made, you know, me being able to produce what I was producing. And when in the back of our, you know, tradition and society, we have school, some have church, some have their, you know, tight-knit community, and that's how they raise, brought up. But in here, we have a lot of freedom, and sometimes we take that for granted. You know, we need to go back and, you know, just do things ethically, with the sustainability. And when you meet the good energy, when you meet leaders, when you meet, you know, good, empowering people, team up with them, be associated with them, because that's the influence we can get. We are free to associate with whoever we want to associate here.
True. 5 minutes.
Use. Yeah.
5 minutes now.
But Louis, whenever he works on project, he doesn't sleep for days and days and days. And last time someone told me he went to the event with nose bleeding, and I was like, okay, I cannot blame you for being hard because you're harder on yourself than on me.
Awesome.
It was a great teamwork, though. Yeah.
Wilson, you want to add to your 3 minutes? You know, you can speak in Chinese. We can translate for you for some of, you know, your experience or things like that. So
Okay.
you didn't share enough what you do actually for the community and things like that. We would like to hear that. So you can speak in Chinese. I can help translate.
大家好刚才呢，我现在用那个国语跟大家介绍一下我是 Wilson 王伟林我来自中国广东的 然后呢，我来到美国已经35年了，一直在美国做工居住我的主业呢是做汽车相关业务的，汽车保险维修买卖都一直在做这20-30年了。
Okay, hold, translate.
Hi, I'm going to be the translator for
Thank you.
Wilson. He based in New York. He came here 35 years ago. His primary profession is in the automobile business, buying, selling, and also in the repair.
我一直都有参与着纽约社区亚裔社区的一系列的活动相关呢就是帮助一下刚移民过来的啦，或者在社区有需要帮助的人我们都组织了好多的活动去宣传或者去帮助社区的老人或者那个弱势群体一般人呢。
Okay, I always been involved in the community services and assist people to have access to the resources and also outreach for the event to invite people participate and have access, not especially for the people like seniors and elderlies.
近几年呢，有几个大的维权活动或者那个抗议活动还有我们那个比如说86届的那个移民所好多的活动，我们传媒公司都有大致去报道、去宣传或者推动，或者去组织很多社区的人出来抗议那个收的，就是那个收容所，站在贫民区那边的我们华人区的，现在呢都是已经把它抗议下来了就都是社区很大的力量，见证了我们纽约华人社区的再一次团结的象征。
So the recent big event, including the protest on 86th Street, 86街是在 Brooklyn.
对，在 Brooklyn.
Okay, but 86th Street is in Brooklyn, New York. Is one of the community center. They gather people from among the Asian regarding the migrant shelter in the neighborhood. And through the community effort, they did successfully remove the shelter from the neighborhood.
好像这样维权抗议的事情呢，现在我们纽约的华人呢，现在越来越团结，这个是我一个经历过、看到过，然后现在感觉到比较开心的事情，因为我们中国人亚裔中国人也好，我们 community 的 people 也好，终于可以为同一个目标站在一起了。
From this event, I feel and witness the unity of Chinese, that we can make things happen and make him very proud.
至于怎么样令到我们新移民来到了美国，怎么样融入这个主流社会，也不要忘记我们亚裔的根，我们在传承这一方面做了很多功夫。比如说我们每年的庆祝活动传统的中华传统的活动呢，比如说庆祝春节中秋龙舟节我们都好多做参与一起推动这个中国的文化将来了，我们也会利用这个250的活动，把全美国的亚裔群体再连接起来，再做一个更加有意义的事情。谢谢大家。
And also, as an immigrant, we do not forget our traditions and beliefs, and we promote our tradition through like Chinese Spring Festival and celebrate our cultures.
Yeah.
And passed on.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Thank you everyone for really generously share yourself. We'll take 5 minutes breaks. We'll come back to talk about we have a presentation on briefly on Chinese American contribution history, and then we'll delve into what's the challenges of cross-cultural collaboration. All right, thank you. All right, take 5 minutes from Basel.
It's this is and they put her introduce herself.
Okay, hi Zilda, welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
大家坐下来吧，可以吧？介绍他们都没过来听。我们都在这儿了。We're all here.
Hey.
小妍知道吗
Hello, good morning. I'm Zeta Song James.
Can you share your camera?
Hi.
Hi,
You
hi.
only see me. I only see the black. I don't see anybody's face except you. So I thought it's protocol. So everybody covered themselves. So I did it myself. Hi. Hi, Jack. Okay. My name is Zeta Song James, located in Las Vegas. Actually, it's Henderson, Nevada. Many of the people in this group call me Shui Wen, which is my pen name. I have served in United Chinese Americans in the board. Now, currently, I'm sitting in the board of Nevada Chinese American Association.
Just presentation.
Oh, sorry.
I guess people talking. Okay, that's all about that. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Zilta, do you want to share a few more? We muted the background here for you.
What else you want to say? What else you want to know? You want me to start over again? I can't hear you.
Okay, so what's your start your name again, and then your proud moment, and also your struggles as an Asian American leader.
Oh, my struggle. Okay, I start over again. I'm Zeta Song James. Most people know me in this group. My pen name Shui Wen. My background, I'm engineer, retired engineer plus scientist. I'm retired, but currently living in Henderson, which near Las Vegas, Nevada. My struggle based on my community. Many people in the community are still not fully adopted the position as America. As you know, we have pretty big Chinese community here, so they have pretty nice comfort zone for many people. Don't have to learn English, don't have to reach out, and you can eat, talk, get a service all in your Chinese circle. It's good, give the newcomers the comfort zone, get help. It's bad for people to reach out to be a part of the bigger society. So that make our community actually work. My current effort is try to be a bridge, try to helping the Chinese speaking, only speaking Chinese of this group to reach out, try to interact and working with others. The other issue probably many of us face is political, in recent years, especially political conflict and inside of our communities. We see the scar there too. And as a organization, we Chinese American, Las Vegas Chinese American organization, we're trying to be non-political, but this is not avoidable. It's really heartbroken to see the people like that. The friends not talking to each other anymore, including some of my personal friends, because you vote for different person. And how to, we are facing the same issue, same problem, and from the outside, the same pressure. So how we, I think the two things we need to do, and my personal struggling on, one is let people get out of our comfort zone and making forward step to be a American, to be a part of America. Secondly is how we helping our community. We don't do the identical politics, that kind of thing, but we want to helping our community understand our role, our position, and try to do as many things together as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. All
Yeah.
right. So yeah. All right. So you wouldn't. Oh no. You
Kathy,
get
you can call me.
Kathy.
Wait, you need to make Suji a co-host. So
Okay.
he can share the screen.
All right.
Yeah, now I
Suji.
cannot share.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Suji, make co-host. Confirm. All right. Cool. Suji, you can.
Number 3, top 3, make him a co-host so he can share the screen.
Yes, he is a co-host now.
There's. There.
Is he co-host? So you go to Zoom, there's a button, share screen.
Yeah, already there. It's good.
Oh, hold on. Let's see.
Choose what to
Do
share.
you know how to make him a co-host?
He already a co-host.
Oh, you got co-host, okay. Share. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
You're so good.
That's why I need a young
That's
professional.
why we need young people. All
Okay,
right.
you
You can use
sleepy.
this.
Yep.
Use this one?
They can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to, in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to pack 240 years of Chinese Americans here. Okay, this is my, I will divide my presentation in 4 sections. Number 1, the old China trade. Number 2, the Chinese exclusion. Later on that will go to entire Asian community. Number 3, mining railroad. Number 4, road to equality. Okay, now I'm going to go to part 1. The old China trade. When did the first Chinese arrive at United States? The answer is 2 years after American independence. A declaration, not the independence, yes. The year is 1785, which makes, I think it's 240 years to this year. So they arrived on a merchant ship and they landed in Baltimore, Maryland. It's not far from here. Okay, what I see here on the left, you see 3 Chinese names. These are it's not, they put their name on the list of arrivals. Yes, you see their name, Ya Quan, Ya Cheng, Ya Guan. Okay, that was on and the reason is because America after independence, they can't do business with Britain because they don't let British ship come in, and the British doesn't want to deal with them anymore. Everybody is very angry, right? They just had a war. So Americans have to go to China to buy tea, to do business. That was very, very important for this newborn country, be doing business in Canton. That's why many places in New England is called Canton. It's because you fall in love in Canton. They brought so much money. So everybody says Canton, Canton. Okay. So then with these ships, you see other Chinese come in. For example, the missionary go overseas, they brought students to come here to learn about Christianity. So they expect these people go back to teach Christianity to Asian people, including Malaysian people. This school, okay. So you see here, in this historical society still keep the diary of their Chinese students who attended school in 1823-25. People say they're from Chinese, but they were from Malaysia because American ships stopped there. And some Americans live there. They have some Chinese servants. They brought them here to learn Christianity so they can go back to teach Chinese people. Okay. And in the 1834, they brought a woman here from Canton to be like an actress to show Chinese culture. Because British people were doing the same thing so some British people want to do the same business in New York. So they were charging ticket. You want to see Chinese, how Chinese live, just how they dress, okay, come here, pay 5 cents. And you see, and then another ship here is doing same thing. They want to show how Chinese people live. And later, there are more actors coming. Other people want to do same business, bring Chinese, show off and charge ticket, simple. And after the first Opium War, there's a Chinese man he at home in Canton, he and his brother, they have their tea trees.
Mhm.
They sell teas to American people. So they know there's good opportunity in America. So the brother decided to do one thing. The brother, one of them come to America to sell tea, open tea store. Another brother ship tea to him. They're so successful.
Yeah.
And they have large chain stores. And he dressed like with Chinese clothes and come to a town and say, talk to American, can you be my business partner? You stay here, I ship tea to you, and you charge this much money, and we split money. Okay, this is, and he become American citizen. Okay, later, then also on ship come some American captain adopted Chinese boy there in Canton. So these people come here, live in Connecticut. Then when the Civil War break out, they join the army. So they found like probably 60 plus Chinese people fighting on both sides. So these are, I have some examples here. This person and the national park use him as on the flyer, and the other people too. The promise is you're a foreigner, but if you come, you join army, we will give you citizenship. But with Chinese, after some people, they still say, are you really? Okay, let's do this and that. They still give them a little bit hard time. But some people did become American citizen through military service. Okay, but why? Okay, and on these merchandise, these are some merchandise kept in this area, the catalog from the Harvard Business School. That's a porcelain. That porcelain set belonged to George Washington. And that means that his people ordered dish from Canton for him. And these are silk samples. So the people can buy, you see different color, different quality. And these are the cotton something. And one thing you notice, there's opium, very important. Opium is the most profitable. And when American people went to there, they didn't think opium. But when they see the British merchant was making a lot of money with opium, they did the same thing. So a lot of money is because a lot of profits they made are from opium. And that money were invested in the American Industrial Revolution. The first textile mill, all the three partners, they were all China trade merchants.
So they sell the opium to
No,
China?
here's the thing.
No.
In the British world, doing that long time. And what they did, they make Indian people cultivate opium and the process there. You see my screen on the left corner? That's a warehouse in Patna, a city in India. They make Indian people cultivate opium and process the warehouse, dry it and make a ball. Then they, along the Indian River, they ship to China. They can't go into China because the import didn't allow them to do opium. So they have a warehouse. They use island called Linting. And Linting Island, and because China import didn't have fast ship, American because they have very good ship. So they place there and they call Chinese to come in with small boats and roll this opium into China to like smuggling. You can come into any port, any place, wherever you can find. Right? They pay them money. That's smuggling. That's okay. That's a British opium warehouse. In the beginning, they don't allow American business to get opium from a British warehouse. So American people have to go to Turkey to buy lower quality opium to ship to China. But after the first Opium War, American and British become allies against China. So British allow American merchants to buy this opium from their factory in India and then smuggle it to China. That would be easier. The whole people who made a profit on it. Oh, sorry. This is it. Let me have to go back. How do I go back? What? I don't know which key I press. See, you see that on the bottom. That was when you go to Columbia University, you see Memorial Library. That is iconic. It's a like very iconic one. Right? Okay, who donated? That's from his family. That's an opium dealer, largest one of the largest one. His son become Columbia University president and the mayor of New York. That's a very important family in New York. All their money are from China opium trade. And President Franklin Roosevelt, that's his maternal grandfather. He is another largest opium dealer in China. Their family, his mom grew up in Hong Kong. They live in a mansion on the hill because they were doing opium. Okay. Oh, you see, this is from a library, a museum in Massachusetts. They have a lot of statistics, how much opium they ship to, they smuggle to China. And this anti-opium flyer in China, a good family, and then because the son started to make smoke opium, then they start to lose everything. The wife have to go work, and finally he died. Okay. Then there is a Chinese scholar, is an American person were doing study about Chinese customs. What they buy, how much they ship in the catalog, how much they pay for each everything. And he said, okay, now largely forgotten in the West, the importation of opium that Western nations forced upon China was, according to the American China expert, John King Fairbank, the most continued and systematic international crime of modern times. Harvard has a Fairbank Center that was named after him. He's the #1 China scholar, and Harvard has a center for him. Okay, now come to number 2. Because of this relationship, people know there are a lot of people, American people know there are a lot of laborers in China. So that's why, as another reason, they brought Chinese to the West Coast to build the railroad. Okay, and this picture is in the Visitor Center, Utah. It says, we build the railroad that builds the America. That means Chinese build railroad, not only Chinese, but Chinese part of it. And America build, and a railroad build America. That's a fair comment. Okay, mining. I'll give you one example to tell you how Chinese were treated during mining. Okay, one day a Chinese man was killed and robbed because somebody wanted to rob out of his tool to mine the gold, right? Okay, and his cousin went to court to say, okay, my brother was working there and he come out and shot my brother because he wanted to take away his tool to mine. Okay, he was guilty in the lower court. Then this lawyer appealed, say no, because according to American law, any colored person cannot bring any testimony against a white person. So the murder was set out free right away. So that means Chinese people have no right to say, even though he's murdered, but if you're colored, you can't bring a testimony against any white person, even though he did it. So he killed Chinese for free.
That's in California.
That's in California. And then also we have somebody also, but we have person who stand up. Very good, very, we should be very proud of him. Remember, that was 80, that was 200, that was 160 years ago. He stand up against the governor. The governor was like saying bad things, okay, we don't want Chinese, something. And he wrote a paper, he wrote an article going against, his name is Norman Asing, he's a businessman, he become an American citizen. And he said, I'm a Chinaman, I'm a Republican, I love this freedom system. But what you said is against American Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. All right, let's talk about so we have people who can stand up 160 years ago. We should be proud of him. So, okay, let's talk about railroad.
No, can I ask you, at that time, they saw the 卖猪仔是从 from China, they sell the labor to the San Francisco gold rush, and then they go to railroad, right?
Yeah, the first people come in for the gold rush. Then they see Chinese people working so hard. And also they're short of labor. Also the company need labor, so to build railroad. So that's why they hire Chinese little by little. Then, okay, this map this is a railroad map in the United States in 1870. That was the railroad, the Transcontinental Railroad was just built. You can see that was the only railroad on the west side of Mississippi, okay? Now then you see the effect, the consequence of this railroad 20 years from this day. You see another map. You have 3 major roads come from west side to the east side, and you see many railroads were built. So people from East Coast and the European immigrants can find a job or opportunity on the west side by being farmer or something. So this is the importance of this railroad. And without Chinese, these people, Stanford said already, without Chinese, this railroad will never be built. But that's exactly, it will be built. I think the plan was 14 years, but because they brought Chinese, it was completed in 7 years. So American progress is put ahead by Chinese. Then the Chinese exclusion, then it extended to all Asians, Korean, Japanese, everybody. Okay, for example, let me, for example, when I talk about all Asian, recently one street in San Francisco was renamed after a person from India. He was a rich man, India, aristocracy, India, and he has money to open stores in San Francisco. Then what happened is first become a US citizen. Then somebody said, no, citizenship is only for Caucasian people. So if you're not, we have to take it away. But what happens is not, but once if you're not American citizen, you can't own property. He already owned property, a store and his house. So what he can do? So, okay, then he committed suicide. So this street was named after his name. I forgot his name. It's kind of hard to pronounce his name, but I will give you his name. So that was that was white supremacy time. What happened to Chinese?
Indian, right? Started with the
He's Indian.
Oh.
Indian aristocracy, yeah. Or labor, because labor unions take Chinese labor as scapegoats. Then politicians incite this hatred toward Chinese to win the votes. These are 2 cartoons to describe the situation. And that was in presidential of 1880. So both parties are handing out Chinese in order to win the votes. That's both parties' candidates. One is Republican, one is Democrat. You can see on the plaque. So they use this strategy to win the votes. It is still here today. Okay, and they are pretty, and the other on the right side, they are pretty safe here. You see all the candidates, all the political candidates, all they don't agree with each other, but they agree on one issue against Asian, against immigration. Okay, then because of this law, a lot of violent Chinese, there was a violent driven out of Chinese for 20 years. It lasted 20 years. You can have dated 1870 here, a lynching of 18 Chinese in Los Angeles. 1885, Rock Spring, 28 Chinese were shot dead and burned alive. I just came back from the commemoration. This year, the past September 2nd was the 150 years anniversary. So you see on the right corner, that was the Rock Spring Massacre. Now they built a Chinese statue to commemorate this date. I went to there and I see like 9 people from Los Angeles went to there too. I will show you the picture. And this is what they said. A preacher, a reverend, a pastor in Brooklyn. He said, we clapped them, we burned their homes and killed their people, yet they still do not convert to our religion. We want to show them heaven, so we have to send them there with explosives. That means they use all the means to kill Chinese.
Which year was it?
That's 85 Rock Spring. You see on the left corner, on the right corner, that was New is my favorite book.
Oh,
On
yeah.
the, yes, Stranger, you know him? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got interview on the.
Yes, yes, exactly. Okay. And part four, what's this journey to equality already? Okay. 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 After Chinese exclusion, let's say the party, the repeal of Chinese exclusion. We use a Pearl Bog. Pearl Bog because Pearl Bog went to her house, went to organize a committee of citizens for the repeal of Chinese Exclusion Act. And this is she went to Congress for the hearing, and these are Chinese people there to thank for him. And he was Nobel Prize writer. That's okay. Then okay, but Pearl Bog said the repeal of the in 1943 was a small victory. Why? Because the difference is now you can let a Chinese here to become an American citizen, number one. Number two, every year from zero before, when you have Chinese exclusion, no Chinese can come in. And because of the repeals, only they give you 105 Chinese can come into the country. The very, very small number. So what is the actually complete repeal of Chinese exclusion is the civil rights movement in the 1960s. 64 Civil Rights Act, Martin Luther King. The next year, the Immigration Act of 1965 eliminate the quota system on the Asian people. That's why so many Asian people are able to come in. Now, besides that, it also give us the equal opportunity in school admission, in housing, and employment. Very important. So this is the Brown versus Board of Education, because before that, you see these two Chinese family, their kids couldn't go to public school, and elementary school. They're denied because they are not Caucasians. And now come back to this is the civil rights movement still going on. On the top one, that's Rock Spring. And that was last, now we are September 2nd, which is 2 weeks ago. I was in Rock Spring. At the upper corner, I was pointing to Assay Street, Rock Spring Massacre. Why we were looking for Assay Street? That was old Chinatown. They burned down the old Chinatown, and all the dirt are dark. I will show you. Then the railroad company, they need to produce coal because the train run on coal. So they build new Chinatown. So this was in between this street. So they named street as Assay Street. Assay was a labor contractor, was the leader of all the 600 Chinese there. So he speak English. So that's why they named this with his name. So this is so people can find where is old Chinatown.
But that's also where the massacre happened.
Exactly. Okay, you see the left corner, that's a archaeology site. And we see the dark layer where they burned down all the Chinese houses, and they found the jawbone of a pig. So they know this is Chinese house. On the side, they have a Chinese pen where they raise pig and hens. And that's a statue they revealed on September 2nd. And on the lower right corner, you see the bricks. That's for many people donated. Our organization donated one, and I personally donated one, and they placed there to commemorate this massacre. And this is the anti-Asian hate during the pandemic, right? And this is a protest in San Francisco, Chinatown. And this, you see their banner become a collection in the American History Museum in DC. And you see the bottom, this was during the pandemic, a lot of small town that was burned down in the Chinese exclusion era apologized. This is example of a small town in California called Antioch. They drove all the Chinese out. They give a date. Okay, certain day, if you don't go, we're going to chase you out and burn all your house down. Then why they burn your house down? Because you cannot come back. You have nowhere to live. And the city and mayor issued apology. And also 2 years ago, our group hold a conference in DC to commemorate the repeal of the Chinese exclusion in 1943.
I want to make people aware that of the Asian hate. So our organization, we are connected with the Chicago, that man that killed, like shot 5-6 times, just the Chinese man getting food. So his case gonna be up on the court on the sentence of the person killing him will be on October 20th. Like our organization, so there is a Chinese older man get like 5-6 shots just when he's go out and get newspaper in Chicago. His name is yeah, how to say
Okay.
谢焕生啊。
Okay.
So-
Okay, 谢焕生.
谢焕生.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, his case gonna be up at the court for the guy who killed him for sentencing. Is on October 20th, coming next month.
Okay, well, we'll connect you with some people in.
Yeah, they need more
in-
support to show
Yeah.
up to make sure
Okay.
that person gets sentenced. You know.
Hey, this is our last slide. Talking about contributions, the people we know, we have a lot of scientists, everything, a lot of contributions. But here, because we're talking about this America 250, I want to emphasize is our another contribution is our Asian American persistent fight for equality, advancing the nation's ideal that all men are created equal. Okay, that's the end. Thank you. Thank you.
Introduction or addition. Can I just speak to the screen?
screen.
Let's speak to it. Thank you, Kathy, for the wonderful presentation. Just want to add, give everybody a more context about the 1964 Nationality and Immigration Act, 1965. Sorry, 1965. So here's the data point. In 1965, that year, more than 90% of our immigration visa was granted to people from European country, primarily the Northern Europe and the Western Europe. That's it. So that's why you can see how important that 1965 Nationality and Immigration Act that is. Without that legislation, that's a landmark legislation pushed by President Johnson and supported by both parties at the time, Republicans and Democrats. And in fact, if we count the percentage vote, more Republicans voted for that immigration reform, because there at that time there are still some Southern Democrats. They were actually conservative, all right. Without that landmark immigration reform, I can say none of us would be here.
Yeah.
Okay. 99% of Chinese Asian Americans living here today in America would not even be allowed to. You know, basically, our parents or grandparents would not be allowed here. So, and so
because
that's why
the quota is still 102.
Yeah, because the from the 1921 nationality quota at that time, that formula primarily favor
European,
and particularly Northern and Western Europe, not even Southern Europe. If you are Italian, no, you don't. Yeah, or the like for the Balkans, Serbian, Slavic, no, you couldn't even come. So that's the data point.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at the time. We have a lunch break. Yeah.
Let's have a lunch break.
Oh.
Can we state about today's schedule because there was a mistake when we set up Zoom. It actually sent out to be 9 a.m. Pacific time for some people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
对
it's
我
really
是水文啊，我就是看到那个 Pacific Time，所以我就 Pacific Time 参加进来。这个我还send 了一个 email 说 Thank you so much, be considerate 因为这个是这个不错。
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. The time zone mistake.
那个
So
不过我还是有个，我希望有一个 schedule，因为你们去吃 lunch 了，我们不会说在这儿坐着就等着。如果假如有个时间，还是会好一点儿，我们可以也安排的更合理一点儿哈。我就
okay,
很
yeah.
奇怪，
Yeah, so we will resume in half an hour. I will resend a date and resend a schedule out to people you guys participating from online. Okay. So
Okay.
we'll take half an hour break from 12:50 to 1:20. Right. Okay.
我还有一个希望，
Oh,
我
one.
希望
All
大
right. All right.
May I?
By 1:30. Come back at 1:30 Eastern time.
你们
40
现在几
minutes.
点啊
1:30 Eastern time.
Okay.
And I'll
我还
repose
有
the schedule.
我还有一个建议，你们
好
可不可以请你们各位都就是请至少是在网上的各位都露一下脸。我以为我是露了一下，然后大家都是黑的。我想大家在网上认识一下，没什么不好的，对不对？
Agree, yeah.
好
Now
好
lunch break?
lunch break. Yeah. 好，谢谢。好，
对
我们会在等一下。
1点半哈，你们时间1点半是吗？
That's why people were off.
Oh, okay. All right. 好 in 1:30 come back Eastern time. Thanks.
Now start on the hand. Right. So we lack introduction of the Asian American culture.
Okay, someone take some note either on computer and writing so we can keep that.
But do you,
Can someone help?
you have a maybe zone, AI zone?
Summary.
It does. It was turned on, so it will have. Yeah. That's it. All right, cool. Where else have been told and not been told? You can chime in either way. We've been told too much. Chinese food.
Certainly in some of the movies and
Movie,
yeah,
Hollywood movie.
but certainly not enough. And there might be still some certain degree of stereotype, right?
Yeah.
On Asian Americans,
Where else? What are some of the journey been told and not been told? Let
Bruce Lee, Lee Xiaolong.
Bruce Lee, those icons. Okay.
Martial arts.
Yep. All right.
And I think in the textbook, you mentioned railroad building.
Railroad all the way back. Yeah. Gold Rush, San Francisco. Yeah. So all the cliche one. Okay, let's now talk about where the Asian American journey have not been told. Not in college or school, I have to go to Asian American study to actually study real some of the story that Sui Wen shared today. I actually only got one course in San Francisco State University, where they had to combine also with all the other Asian American. That couldn't go so detailed and stuff like that. So but at least there is ethnic department that have those study, but it never in anywhere else. So that's a big challenge for next generation to even know any of the story. So I think that's a big part. Education, we have to push some education to actually include our history being included. Yeah. Where else? Where do you think is the gap?
Okay.
Oh, Shui Wen, yeah, go ahead.
我想讲一个经历啊，
In English?
Can you hear it? Okay, I'll tell some experience. And 2.5 weeks ago, I went to a small town in northern Nevada, Collin. Very small town, probably have 1,000 people outside. And the reason for me to went to there, I don't know if you heard the Collin 13. So what happened is in well, let's back to the origin. This town was actually built by the railroad. Before the Continental Railroad was built, there's nothing there and just some ranches. And then the railroad workers, mostly Chinese, build that and stay there and even become maintenance people. So they've been there a long time. So town recognized the Chinese, one of they call the ancestors of the town. And in 1996, a guy, now there's only one Chinese family there. And in 1996, a guy just want to do some work in his backyard to find some fragment, the piece of the, looks like a wood coffins. And there's a long story. They sent that to the State Museum University, and finally they identified these are the coffins of the Chinese coffin. And then they also find the remains, they sent it to identify, and finally they recognize there's 13 people's remain, and they belong to those people, the Chinese workers built and maintained the railroad. And since then, there's more than 20 years work for the townspeople bring those remains back to bury that. So the road lighters, they are sent to the university and have turned down, and then so the red lighters to the congressman and the senator, and then town people put a lot of effort together, led by the two ladies. One is a Chinese American restaurant owner. The other is a lady who was at the time early 2010, and she was the council person. So finally, this 13 people returned to the home. They call the home as Colin. That's in July 2018. So this is not only a Chinese people's effort. I know Xiaolin's organization contributed a lot, and the San Francisco area, there are Chinese organizations that contributed. A lot of people be a part of this pushing, but most importantly, this is a town's effort. This is the entire town, the only one Chinese family living there. So I think we can learn a lot from this. The story was told because everybody recognized this, the contribution and the early Chinese people, and recognize that this is our town's heritage. It's not only these people's heritage. And there's a movie, Going Home, a documentary. I think that I recommend it if you haven't never watched that. So I think this our story was not told. Yes, I have been advocating to put the Chinese history and the contribution into the start from the K-12 schools. But on the other hand, from this thing I learned is we got to be a representative of Asians, of Chinese Americans, Asian Americans. We have to be a person to tell the story, get our voice, reach out to the community, and reach out to our neighbors, and reach out to the local, like Margaret Johnson, who is this council person who leads this entire thing, reach out to a person like that. So that's how we really get our voice heard, get our story told. Thank you. Lower my hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where's Wei Hao? Wei Hao.
All right. Thank you.
Back to you, Wei Hao.
Oh, thank you. All right. What are the other gaps of Asian American journey or story haven't been told?
I think that's what Kathy and Susie, you guys are working on the K-12 curriculum, right?
Yeah,
actually.
let me see. Still. So still double.
Did you go ahead, talk it.
Yeah, just like Sylvain mentioned, this is only one of the samples. Actually, we have a lot of things missing for the kind of education system talking about Chinese American, Asian American history. That's why a lot of people working on the project to promote more comprehensive inclusion of the Asian Chinese American history in the United States, because we believe our history is indivisible part for the American history. So we should have more contents in the educational textbooks talking about Asian American history. We made a lot of contributions, not only the intercontinental railroad. We have a lot of contributions for many things, like World War II. Japanese got treated quite bad, but their army, Japanese formed army fighting for the American in Europe field, right?
Yeah.
And then we have Philippine people fighting for the American in the Philippines, fighting Japanese. And then we have a lot of histories not mentioned for this kind of system by now.
Where they now mentioned in the school, is it on K-12 to middle school and high school?
Yeah, we are talking about K-12. educational textbooks.
Mm.
So not a lot of the, not a lot. We need very comprehensive
Yeah, they just have.
education about this Chinese.
So what will be the next, what's the next goal of those committee to push?
Actually, this relatively complicated situation because different states have different ways to approach our goal.
Mm.
Some states allow you to pass the laws. Some states you don't have to pass the law, but you have to go to the Department of Education and to change their educational plan. So it's all different. It's but we're trying to work together to promote more for different states to find the way, find the right way approach our goals.
Okay, what can this committee or people help you guys in pushing that more forward in other states? What would you guys need?
Actually, we have some very successful experience from different states, and then our idea is trying to form kind of information center if your state is going to initiate this type of effort, and we can talk, we can provide kind of the samples for you to follow to fit your state situation.
Okay.
We have several different types of experience. Yeah, successful.
And for that, how you guys think that American 250 can help you guys advance the project?
Actually, I think it's very closely associated because we talked about that one. So Asian American history and Chinese American history is a part of the American history. So this 250 years of American history is very important for Asian American and Chinese American also. So that's why we should participate more and then using our effort to contribute to the 250 and using the 250 to promote our effort for the inclusion of the textbooks.
Cool.
Yeah. Participation is very critical.
All right,
We
cool.
talked about it.
How about at the law side? What is missing in the law side?
Well, we are just following suit. We have to follow the standards here. We are missing a lot of judges.
Judges.
In the judicial system. As everybody knows, America government consists of 3 branches: judicial, legislation, and administration.
Yeah.
Among the 3 branches, maybe few Chinese people, Chinese American are in the administration, but very few and even fewer Chinese Americans or Asian Americans. Well, let's say this way, Chinese Americans in judicial system, very few or even fewer. But talking about the Asian Americans, that's a different story, a little bit relatively more, but still compared to other ethnics, we are missing people. In the legislation, well, we have some state senators, congressmen, state assemblymen, assemblywomen. Yes, we have some.
On the state level, but not on the Congress.
State level is called a state senator.
Correct.
Or assemblywoman, assemblyman. So in the state level, we do have some. So among the 3 branches, the judicial system lacks the most Asian Americans.
And because we only have one Supreme Court judge that ever is Asian American, the Sotomayor.
She's Latinas, no?
No, she's
No.
not
She's Latino.
So we don't even have. We don't have none.
Like Dr. Xiaoyan says, don't look down upon African Americans. They are minority, but in the Supreme Court.
Correct. They have exactly.
Not just one African American justice.
Yeah.
It's nice. So we should look at the other ethnic people's advantages and merits, learn from them. But again, in the legal side, we need a lot of more judges, legislators, and right. Otherwise, we don't have our voice. We make the rules. Legislation make the rules, and administration is for the enforcement of the rules. Judicial body is for the interpretation of the rules. finally, eventually, if you have any dispute, it is subject to the court, which is the judicial system, to explain, to interpret whether you are right or you are wrong. Judicial system has the final say.
Yes.
Really encourage our next generation. Kathy, you encourage your next generation, Xiaoyan, and me also have the obligation, burden to encourage our next generation children to learn, to go to law school like you want to do. Go to law school, be a lawyer, be a politician, be a judicial body person. Don't simply just look at money. Right? Asian Americans, they, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to make more money. No, money in US is not the only thing. A lot of times in theory, we say, oh, money is not the only thing, but it is true. In America, money is not the only thing. When you have your voice in the public area, in legislation, the court, administration, then you can set the rule. You can let the people follow your leadership. You can change the society as a whole. You don't just follow. You make $1 million, you can make 10 million. You still follow the other, you listen to the other instruction, you are not going to make it forever. So making money is not just one thing. So I encourage people, if you have more money, contribute your money. If you don't want to be the leader, political leader, judicial leader, you contribute your money. You can do some volunteer.
Yes, yes. Yeah, good. So, awesome. Yeah.
To mention that Wilson contributed his money for our lunch today.
Oh, thank you.
So delicious. It was so delicious.
So we
Even more delicious.
下次去滨州等小妍博士
1 second.
用点钱。
Thank.
He
Okay.
paid for the lunch, but he needs a reimbursed.
Yes. Thank you.
Could I
Yes,
say something?
yeah.
Now, could it be that the Chinese culture is non-confrontational, want to keep it back to themselves and do not want to speak up? Because when I teach, I tell the students, I said, I know all of you are very smart. All of you are, in fact, not only smart, but you're very proud. And you are, but you're not showing it. You're not showing it. So in the American way of dealing things, especially when you go out to work, don't think that, oh, I know it, I'm keeping it to myself. But you have to present it in such a way that you own this, rather than giving the information to somebody else and let somebody else present it. They get the credit, but you don't, right? You don't. So I think that's like a family, a culture that we have to teach our kids, that be proud of what you have and all the knowledge, and share it, because they don't share it. So in, like, for instance, in class, you know, I said, could somebody explain, you know, what I've just said? How do you, how do you resonate to it? You understand it? Nobody will speak up, but yet I know they know, but they don't want to share it.
Too
So
shy.
this is something that we really have to tell them, that in order to become a leader, in order, you really need to shine and be able to speak up and own it. And even if you fail or you make a mistake, that's okay. We all learn from our mistakes.
Yes.
Correct. So this is something
That's
that
what
we
I want.
have to encourage the younger generation.
To follow up, that's why when I speak, I try to be standing up. I don't want to sit in my chair talking. I want to stand up. That's a token, that's a signature that I want to be.
I know, I
Yes.
understand. No, I
But very
understand
few
more.
of you very few of you are like that. In fact, when I ask the students and I take the survey, I says, how many of you, of course, they're still young, want a job that you are very passionate and you really like it, or would you would you prefer to have a job and you don't really like, but really pay you well? Guess what? The answer is everybody raised, I want a higher paying job. I don't care about the passion. Everybody, money is the most important thing to them. This is something that we have to change, like he said, money is not the most important thing. Right?
Yeah, you may tell us a little bit about yourself. Everybody introduced, so they get to know a little bit.
Oh, okay, so, one thing about myself is that I'm a Christian, and I was a Christian since I was 18. And so my whole thought is that I want to, I want to do well. I want to be able to help other people, and that's my joy. Like giving advice when some people don't even ask for my advice, but I like to do that. And so now as as a teacher, especially in college, I don't really have any of the capacity of like being an advisor, but all the students approach me and I says, you know what? Why don't you go to like the counselors or the advisors in school? No, I don't want them. I want to be able to speak with you because you can relate. So then that personal relationship is very important because you are really telling them that you care about them and you want them to do well, right? So then that's how they could, trust you. And instead of, going to somebody else who may be a professional, but they just don't have that personal connection. So, that's my pride and joy. And even now, as I get older, I pray, I said, Lord Jesus Christ, use me. And so that I'm a shining star to you and to bring more people to Christ.
Sorry, what's your name?
May.
May,
May,
okay.
May. Oh, yeah, you were the cousin of,
My cousin,
Just, you have good memory, May. Just
Okay, that brought.
She's a cousin of one of the girls. I don't think she's.
Okay, good. That brought me another question that, okay, now we see Chinese, a lot of separation. How, like, so you talk about faith and Christian. I noticed there are a lot of Chinese Christian, but are they participating in the political system, the advocacy and stuff like that? So that's also missing, right? They are huge, right? They are like, if they all go vote, then it will be a different case, right? It all like, so how are we gonna get some of the faith people come over? Let's do some of this work. How to get the legal over to the church and talk at the church, right? So well, it counts number. Hey, Christian will have 1 million people, Chinese go vote, or the Asian all can go vote, right? At the temple, how come that's such a separate? How can we break through some of those silos?
Oh, sorry, another interruption. I want to add some data point for Ming. What you just mentioned about our representation of Asian Americans in the judicial and congressional legislative, right? So here's a data point. Asian American accounts for about 6.5% of the US population, but in federal judges, Asian American only account between 3 and 4%.
Now then, maybe 0 point something.
Yeah.
No, not that much.
No, well, it's not that low. I'm talking about federal judge.
I know.
But also, if you look at Congress, both the House and the Senate, it's also less than 4%. Asian American. I'm talking about Asian.
Okay.
I'm talking about Asian American.
Okay.
Not just Chinese American. So Asian American in both the federal judge and also in Congress only represents, only account for between 3 and 4%, but Asian American we account for 6.3%. So we are certainly underrepresented, in these two key areas, power, power structures.
Yeah, no, definitely that's important.
So we definitely, when you want
how
to
many
encourage more young people
in a political,
to get involved,
I think if you talk about the state level and the local level, the number should be even lower.
Even lower, right?
Even lower.
Okay, can I interject? So for instance, like in Chinatown, all those family associations, they try not to be political. They try not to be involved. So that in a way, it is kind of bad because people go over there and then those are the places that you really need to instill in value to them, telling them, explaining to them what the opposite all these candidates are standing for, rather than just say, okay, whoever's gonna give me benefit, that's the person I'm gonna vote. I don't care about anything else.
Yep.
That's something that we need to instill and to teach them. I want to be more involved. I don't know how to get it in. I don't know how to be get in touch with them. Okay, the associations do not want to be involved. So then who do I reach out to? The Republican, a Democrat, who? And then most important is that you need to register to vote as a registered person, otherwise you cannot vote. So, all those state, lip services, okay, I'll vote for you, I'll endorse you, blah, 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 means nothing if you do not register. Right, absolutely means nothing. Lip service. So how do we go about to get ourselves to be more involved?
And thank you for me. I also another interjection. 2020, I've been working for United States Census Bureau since 2019.
Oh, what, census?
Yeah, census. So during the 2020 census, I was one of the coordinator responsible for Asian communities.
Mhm.
So in fact, New York State lost one congressional seat because the population count in 2020 was shot by 89%. If the state New York counted another 89%, then New York State would retain the 27 congressional seat. But instead, they reduced down to 26. And particularly in Chinatown, it was certainly undercounted. So that shows you talk about voter registration, but even before that, we need to count more people. We need to make sure everybody counts in Asian community.
That's when you're saying they need to be in the census. They need to fill out the census form.
So we also want to make sure that when you receive the census questionnaire, you want to make sure you participate.
Yes.
And because during 2020, Trump administration, they tried to insert the question about citizenship, which then was rejected by the court. Many civil rights organizations, they filed lawsuit against such question, and fortunately we won. So that was rejected by the court. But that actually created a lot of confusion among the immigration and immigrant community. That's not just for Asian American, it also targeted for Latino community as well, etc. But that shows you that we need to make sure everybody's accounted in the census and then go register.
Okay, so my question is, that undercount, is it purposely or deliberately?
Well,
that they don't want to reveal?
Well, that question is it's a very targeted with a purpose of kind of intimidated. They don't want the immigrants to be counted.
Yeah, because maybe is it a lot of immigrant think that if they fill out the form, they will be targeted by immigration law.
According to the Constitution requires mandates once every 10 years. We need to count every person,
right.
regardless of a legal status.
Correct.
So even though if you are undocumented, you still should be counted. And that question is to target those people. They don't want those people to be counted. That's the reason behind it, for that question.
To scare them away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I would like to just add that the Trump administration this past week has appointed someone new to head up the census and is being urged to have a new census before 2030, which is illegal, in order not to include any foreign nationals. And I was also a part of the 2020 census effort. And the way that it was administrated, in my opinion, was to dampen and suppress the count of people of color. And I think that that's going to be even more of an effort that's going to occur with this upcoming 2030 census.
When is that? 2030?
Yes,
30.
it's every 10 years. Yeah, there will be a legal fight again. Jack.
Oh, you need the battery?
Oh yeah.
So the censors people, we're gonna have to argue. So there's a thing called law of attraction. And if you see on the screen here, what we are reading is what we're missing. We focus on the gap. And the more we focus, that gap expand because that's our focus area.
Mm.
And a lot of conversation are great. And what we may have unintentionally neglect is that when we talk about Asian Americans, we talk about people that look Asian American. That look like they found, you know, in Asian countries directly, first or second generation, or even the ones that have been here for a very long time. But what we didn't count is the people that have married with other culture, the people who have been adopted. And you know, earlier we talked about Asian American from Latin American country. A few of us, even though I came from China, my background was somewhere in the Southeast Asia. And we separate ourselves, keep talking Asian American by thinking of that person with an Asian look. But we didn't think about the, you know, the African American, the Black people who may have been, you know, their great parents could have been one of the Chinese railroad workers who moved to the South and settled after that work was done. And many other situations. But if you think of them, you think of them as American more than they're Asian American. But they have Asian blood, they have Asian influence. And if you count them, maybe in those people, they're not lacking of any of this that we're listing. So if we switch our focus, this is not where we have gap, but count the other Asian American, we have it, and focus on what we have, and it's gonna expand.
Yeah. Basically looking at where we can increase I think one thing I brought up before is that we do have large group of people where we have the forces, but it's not connected. Just now I say we have a lot of Christian churches, Chinese Christian churches, we are not connected with them. What are the places we are not connected? We actually have resources, but we have not connect. You know, a lot of Asian in education or Filipino in nurse association, you know, that's large group, but we have not capitalized because I think it's because we only see law is law and then, you know, business is business. The Asian culture very inward focused. That's why created so many gaps in between that people can actually capitalize and mobilize better. So I think that's something that we need to break through more. How about from the business side, you know, business community, like Wilson, is that the business side? I know there's tons of Asians, like chambers of commerce, right? And what are their participation in as a whole? Do they want to join the big Asian American DOI250, or they're like, oh no, we're good, we're Chinatown, are we okay, or we Vietnamese town, we okay, you know?
A lot of people I see the BOI 250, right? Nobody knows what's there. I mean, oh, that's what's there. How to do that? Yeah, even a question mark for us. And very important, right now I mentioned for Celine, our website design, want to detail it. That's the main point. And after that, I will have a promotion, have a meeting, have a advertising and put on the website, and you want to look at my website. Yeah, a website show you everything. And the agreement, what's the situation, and then the people look at the website, oh, okay, you guys do like that, oh, I want to join it, sign in. And every different location, different state, and then do by himself. Yeah, and then up to next year, July 4th to the 6th, and join together and go to the Washington or away the location. That's main point.
what are the way what are the way that the website can be even more speaking to them, right? Because currently I don't think our website could speak to, you know, the business people or the
Even use our local team at promotion for the event. You have a website, easy promotion, and I take the video, take the advertising, and I put on my website and send the link for anybody. I don't want every people. Usually my mouth talking, oh, blah, 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 blah. 10 people, I talk to 10,
Yes.
10 come. Even I combine promote marketing, that's easy.
Do you see this website, which is a great first website? Is there anything that need to make it more clear to the different group?
Yeah, different location, New York State.
Yeah.
Well, I think he talked to me during lunch. I think it's a good idea. What he really tried to say is,
Yep.
this is a national website, right? But
Yeah.
And Celine is working with them, try to make it every state can
Have
connect
a
to it
own-
and have their state. Oh. And then they contribute content to it, how to talk to it.
Oh,
Not
okay.
we are doing that. We don't know. We're talking, but they know how to talk. to it,
Correct. Yes,
right?
yes.
So I think that's the essence of idea. I know that's a great idea, actually.
Local
That's
tab.
very good idea.
Yeah,
And
to make it
all the
localized and fit into
information we
different
need.
community. That's
Correct.
really- So that's why we cannot solve all the problem at this level. Let every
The leader
state come
of-
in to build there. And then another related to that idea is somehow, I mean, we can tomorrow when we discuss about detail what we can do, maybe that's maybe a better place to discuss. You're not talking about high level.
Correct.
The other idea is whether we can build some kind of Asian American media alliance. You know, everybody, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be a formal TV station or social media, any other place. As long as you care about this community, we somehow can link them so they can share information and cross communicate. Because today, not too many people actually get their news from the main WC.
Yeah.
It's other channels we need to learn. This
Social media,
I
yeah.
think these are some very specific strategy steps we can discuss tomorrow and how to actually do that. And they have a lot of good ideas, you know. to
Yeah,
say,
very good, good,
how
good.
do
Yeah,
we
yeah.
do this?
Good. How about for the younger generation? Like how you guys get the news, how in the social media, how you guys share, and what is the gap you see? Even they know about this, like he said, he don't know. He go to business or DOI. What is that? You know, how about in the young people?
Here's what I learned from another leadership summit in the summer. Younger people are using on social media and podcasts as well. And there are other sources that are losing popularity, might be TV and paper sources. So that's another thing that I think is difficult. People scroll very quickly when they read online. So it's gotta be something that really makes them curious or gets their attention and keeps it for a bit longer than what they're used to.
The new way for word of mouth for a different type of generation is playing Roblox.
Roblox.
Discord, Snapchat, they're
Oh.
playing games, but they're talking a lot. They're spreading out a lot of message while they're playing games. And people can have different education level, background. And if you put them together in the playground, like all the kids, they'll be so shy, they don't know who to play with, they play on their own. But the minute they start talking about what's on the game, they all become best friends. On and on and on, and then they will start talking about everything else. And this is not just kids. I mean, I see adults playing, online games and talking all the time. And that's the word of mouth. Spreads very quick.
I think another thing that is kind of like the word of mouth is pop culture and how we can relate that. We can frame messages not as political,
Yes.
but on something fun or something funny that they can talk about.
Yeah, definitely. I did talk to one younger Asian American leader. Say that I said, do you want to come to a DOI conference? oh, you know, those sit down and boring one, I'm not going. But but if you have like using art and music to express our voice, yes, I'll be leading it. I was like, oh, okay, I'll come back to you after this retreat. So yeah, we have to think of
to that idea. We just talk about what if this time for this event, right? We find some platform somewhere, YouTubers, Instagram, the social
yes,
media,
influencer.
whatever, they have a lot of, and in young people. And we can maybe organize, from people like your age, other, those organized conversations. Just let them talk. It's what is DOI? Why we want to do that? Whatever, let's talk, and then we can our people can join and just talk.
Yeah.
What is your why we want to do this? Who knows? But our point is that's how we do need to make it relevant to
the
next
younger
generation
yeah,
to see
correct.
why that's important. The idea of we do this really pave the way for future generation, right? And if we can help the Asian Americans to elevate their position, that when the tide rise, the rising tide carries all boats, right?
yeah,
That's the whole
correct.
idea. So they can at least understand why that even relevant to me. One thing though, when I talk to some young people, maybe they ask, I notice when I share with them, I say, actually, as a minority community, the real way to really become mainstream is through a contribution and leadership. So I encourage them all exercise, be assertive, lead. This is you can do it. Don't be humble, hold up. They just talk about this, and they actually listen. They said, yeah. I said, well, why? Because in their mind, Asian American is anti-Asian hate, so we go to fight, and then there's discrimination. To them, that's all we do, and then have their parents take them to Chinese schools or take them to spring festivals or watch the line dance. So to them, that's like Asian American will do. But no, we are, especially when we're talking about look at how AI lead in all the Asian American leading in AI industry. Show them all the numbers. They realize their power. This go to Silicon Valley. The last time I was visiting Meta, used to be Facebook, right? I walked in. That is the one corporation I noticed. You go to their cafeteria, there's whole wall of all Asian food. Of the population working there, all Asian.
Asian, yeah.
So you never say a corporate. They have mostly everybody get pen and walk through the assembly line and just see fried chickens and pizza, whatever those things, right? This is like you can see everything, like Nanjiang Xiaolongbao there. I mean, there was dim sum, there was anything, but they want to please. This is the population change, and because more than 50% people there are Asians, it's everybody you walk into. It's very. But anyway, the point is to engage young people. How do we engage them? We have to understand their way of communication and be part of that. Dialogue, share and talk, listen to their questions, let them ask. Have conversation, have a debate. Say why we think they may think it's not important. Okay, let's say why you think it's not important. Why we think it's important. Where are our gap? What's the so anyway. But I thought that was an excellent idea. This time we should.
Yeah.
Anyone want to raise their hands?
Oh yeah. And, anyone on Zoom you'd like to contribute to this conversation?
Who's George?
Oh yeah,
George from California.
yeah.
My friend from California.
So I
Hi.
know some. Yeah, I know some YouTube influencer. Perhaps we can connect with them. And I like the idea of having this local website, and perhaps not just local, but also different type of websites that to address different audiences. So we might have some young people. So the theme of those websites will be geared towards certain audiences. So yeah, we can do that as well. yeah. But I think one of the thing is how do we get the word out, right? So because I think among ourselves we hear a lot about this DOI, but if I go outside and talk to anybody, you know, a lot of people they're not aware about this. So we have to get our word out. So yeah, any means will be fine. Yeah.
Thank you, George. I like that idea for having different landing pages, different look of the website. Because it definitely brings traffic from different directions. And for just to sugarcoat what I said earlier, not everyone who play game are the people who just have nothing to do, waste their time, you know, spend money online. There are corporations who encourage their employees to play game for simulation. Even military, because it's like the command center. They wear headphones, they have 5 screens in front of them, they're talking on the phone, talking on the speaker, you know, trying to press different buttons. That's simulation for them to be, you know, management. And people use that for relaxation sometimes too. So yeah, I just want to sugarcoat that a little bit because for me to tell people, hey, you don't play games, do your homework, it's not that kind of
Yeah, changing the in the new trend of education or engagement. I hear a lot that. How about how come we keep doing the Chinese New Year festival? Can we have like history festival or something else? Like, hey, I'm tired of looking at your lion dance 50 times. Okay, you know, like.
You actually, we have what you just said, we discussed at the lunch, right? We're saying this time, how can we make this time different than the last time?
Yeah.
There's a couple of things we just talking about to follow your conversation there. One is the 80th anniversary, obviously, is focused on Chinese student review. So it's about participation of small Chinese Americans, right? Others pay attention, but mostly that. And then this time we want to make it, of course, all Asian Americans, and we're going to reach out to the mainstream American 250, right? Connect with all the celebration together. So be part of that. Second thing is, last time we just focused on one national event, you know, around that time. And this time is different. This time, the first objective we have, if you look at our initiative, is empower all locals, all the different join this celebration to, you know, 250 as American, as a stakeholder. Now, a couple of concerns I already have when I promote that, it's always a good idea, but then they say, then what we do, and we were already very busy. Then we realize maybe one strategy, again, just put on paper, I look this class is, no, you don't have to do anything more. Just back to your, instead of line dance, instead of Spring Festival, instead of Zhongqiu, you're right, or the, you know, the Mooncake Festival. Turn those connect to American, turn out to be proud America, turn out to be, we're making contribution, we're making leadership. Right, every day, the Asian American organization, they're doing something in May, right? That's Asian Americans Heritage, Asian American Pacific Island Heritage Month. Make that, you have to do that anyway. You don't have to do, just make that connected to American 250. Make it, do it not just as a minority say or celebrating my own place, no, as we're part of America. So just change the angle, you don't have to do a whole lot. And once I had that, they actually happy. So okay, actually that helped them to elevate what they do anyway. You don't have to put too much additional effort to it. And the only angle I would say for them, maybe if they ask us, we say, okay, maybe you want to focus on not just Chinese or not just in Filipinos, do it together. You know, Asian American together as Americans. And then you can reach out to mainstream to say, we want to invite you to come here too, or we join you part. So that way it's not extra burden, but actually elevating what you're already doing, give a purpose, give a platform, and make it assertive. You are American. You know, we get our message out, Asian Americans. Well,
Can I interject? When I go and see these lion dance, I was pleasantly surprised that the guy underneath the dragon is not
Not Chinese.
Yes. We don't have young boys and girls. Don't step up. Why don't they partake in this most celebrated
Sure.
annual event? But it's all like mainly like black people. So so you know what we could have done? We could have emphasized that. You see, look, other ethnic groups are stepping up to join us. So sort of like I don't know how we would tweak it so that sort of like to sell it to everybody.
We're
To
all
promote it,
Americans.
that we're
Yeah.
infusing all the cultures in. Oh, and along with that, in Chinatown a couple of years ago, I think it was in the summer. So we have our Chinese parade. Forgot what the parade was, but then lo and behold, this band of Hispanics. I don't know where they're from, South America, but they had beautiful, beautiful country. My immediate reaction was, why are they there? But then after they went in, I said, wow, they should be here because otherwise we have no opportunity, no chance of really getting to see and embrace
That's what
their
you did.
culture. So the wonderful idea. So, for us Chinese, whatever event, Irish parade, we should join, whatever parade, Columbus parade, to the Spanish parade, we should really join. The other people, see us,
So based on what
to
you
the
said,
culture,
actually, I just want to mention,
elevate it.
Wilson, they did that's last just of May, this past. They're already- right, you invited all the other people come to dance, all kinds of, the point is, this is America.
Yeah.
It's a mix of all cultures. So idea is to the people who are afraid, some Caucasian people, which I think they're thinking wrong, but they're afraid that this country changing color, this country, they familiar with already disappearing, right? So they're fearful. The point for them is no, American culture is made of a collective wisdom of all cultures, all civilization. This is a good thing. This is how Americans should be. This is what shows how strong American being strong is not between they only clinch to Christian, white, dominant culture. But American strength is the Constitution and the power, the balance of a power system can integrate all different organizations, all different civilizations.
people, so more
Right.
people.
And the collective wisdom of all civilizations surpasses that of any single one. If everybody agree on that, Americans strong, Americans more beautiful, Americans come together. I think those are the kind of tone and information we should give to everybody want to participate to DOI. You're not just participate in activity, you empower yourself, you enlighten yourself.
Yeah.
You make yourself truly America. This is what Americans are all about. So I think that may be something, let's imagine next year, we don't have to have a 50 state because not every state have sufficient Asian population. Even just 10, 15, whatever those Asian Americans more concentrate, they come out to join to, DOI250, they do something, we collect their information. That is a success by itself. And then we have a national event, everybody can come to join, right? But also have a state. I imagine after July next year, once we finish our national event, how much information we will have. We collected all from different states, we'll have a tons of information time. That's where we organize our editorial committee. Everybody are invited, we volunteer to do this. And we compile the commemoration album. We want to publish a book. And we want to register a book at the Library of Congress. We want to make a history to say, Asian Americans, part of America. We are Americans. I think that way is so, even with, that's the best way to communicate it to especially Caucasian Americans, they're afraid they're losing it. You're not losing it. We're all gaining. We're all moving forward. This is how we make America, the leader of the world, the best country of the world.
Good. So I start to hear like it's a stronger team of focus on what's good if we work together, what's good we join culture, what's good versus in the past Asian American, but what's lack we fight for what not enough, and that sense I think have been old now. We need to start retiring that. Hey, rather than fighting for not, we are fighting like really what's good, what for. What can join.
Actually, that's a lesson I feel we can learn from African Americans.
Mm.
You know, I reading Martin Luther King Jr. many times. Something always stick to me. I feel so inspired is that if compared to African Americans, yes, we suffer. There's the Chinese, but we never been slave for 350
Correct.
years. I mean, it's no comparison. But at that time, when Martin Luther come out, obviously many African, Black Americans say, let's fight. Let's all
Yeah.
our own army, whatever. Because
Nearly
it number
March.
so long, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But what Martin Luther instead, he's not, like back to your point, not keep complaining how he been mistreated, okay? But he go back to say, but this country is founded on the right principle.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in his speech,
I have a dream.
I have dream. He's saying that, when America was founded, right? The founding father
All children.
stated, right? All men are created equal.
Mm-hmm.
Great idea for humanity, right? The only thing is, so that's good. He go back to what Americans are good about, and then saying the only problem is we got a check, but we have a check. When we go to the bank, it says insufficient fund. So we get short change. We never, so today we organize civil rights movement, we just come back to redeem the check. So smart, but so true. See, when he said that, even the Caucasians have nothing to say. But to say now it's time to redeem. We should always would have that, but they never did. And then he has a very powerful thing. I remember he said that we don't believe the Bank of Justice can ever bankrupt. So as long as this side has justice, you have to redeem this check. So I think just by doing that, how much political wisdom in the way he did this.
Mm-hmm.
So in the end, many Caucasians even cash against this and say this is terrible, this is chaos, this is all whatever. Realize no, we should redeem the check for them.
Yeah, so focus on what's good,
Right.
what everyone can benefit rather than
We want to find
keep fighting.
from this boundary. Pull it out.
Could you explain what do you mean by redeem the check? I didn't get that.
Oh, if you read if you read that, there is a specific quote, I have to find it, but the point is even the founding father had all this promise, the great promise for all human beings, all men created equal, but to the colored people, it is not a redeemable check. It's like you give a blank check. When I go to the bank says insufficient fund, you cannot cash it.
So they failed the promise.
Right, they didn't. So now I'm not trying to overthrow the government. I'm not trying to change America. I'm just saying redeem the check. You already had that.
Give me
200
my
years ago. That was so powerful. So you read that the message he wrote, it was so smart, so powerful. And then even made the white Americans thinking, yes, what can we say? It's hundreds of years, and even things Lincoln released, liberate the slaves. Still today, we're still as a colored people, it's uncashable check. But today we just want to say redeem this check. Give us what you already promised hundreds of years ago. What a smart way to say that. That paragraph, of course, in the conclusion, everybody remember, I want to project, when my grandchildren, they're judged by the content of their character, not by color or skin. Right? That one everybody remember. But this, before that, the preparation to it.
I have a question.
So
So if it is non-redeemable check,
no,
So-
what he used is when we go to it.
I understand.
They say
So-
insufficient funds.
So what is that check in reality for?
He used that as a
like-
metaphor by saying that all men are created equal, but we're
Yes.
never given that right.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, use a metaphor, right? So like
They're shortchanged. In the
Right.
beginning, the country promised
I
everybody,
understand.
but they worked so hard.
Uh-huh.
America has an industrial
they-
revolution, but
they
they reached
now
the
redeem
blacks, the
the-
cotton fields,
It's-
but they are still
Okay.
there. That's
Right.
what I mean.
It's a metaphor. He's very smart. He's a good politician. He used a very common language. Everybody understands. You know,
Yes.
you
this
give me a
concept.
check, it's blank, and then they
Yes.
didn't. So I didn't get it. Everybody else get it. I didn't get it.
That
Right.
is racial injustice.
You made
Right.
your
Still
promise,
there.
Social
but you never
justice.
make it.
Right.
Yes.
You didn't. Now I'm just
You
going
own
to
us.
redeem. Yeah.
You
You
promise.
you just realize your promise. I didn't want to overthrow you. You said to yourself, you never did.
Right.
What smart way to do it, right? Then not do it in a peaceful way. Social disobedience, right? Not pricing, not violent. So that's why Martin Luther King today, we have Martin Luther King Day.
Yes.
Remember him because he prevent a civil war back in the
Yes.
60s. Yes. That's a great
Civilized way.
right.
We have to achieve a civilized way.
Right. We achieved that without. So I think that's something we really can learn from African Americans.
Yes.
Anyway.
So, we noticed Jack and Shaylin put something in the
Okay.
chat. When they give them
Yeah. Jack, do you guys want to share?
Thank you very much. It just a newspaper article I read yesterday from the Washington Post on the topic of the census and the new administrator that the Trump administration has appointed that explains more in detail the conversation and and statement that I made earlier. I just wanted to share it with you all to substantiate the concerns, at least that I have, about the census going forward and as an example. So thank you. But it's a worrying matter to me. The Constitution requires the count of every person in every state, and this is an attempt, in my opinion, to control the count of the census in a way that's beneficial politically and contrary to what our laws state and what is fair. So just for us to be aware going forward. Thank you.
Okay, just follow. I got this quote here. It's actually, I'm not as eloquent, but I will read this to you. This is important because we're commemorating the Declaration of Independence. This is what Martin Luther King says. He said, when articles of our republic wrote the magnificent word of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note. I use a check. It's a promissory note, right? It's the same a promissory note to which every American was to fall here. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men, and as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It is obviously that today that American has defaulted on this promissory note, defaulted on check. Okay, so that's the idea. This is very good, and insofar as their citizens of a color are concerned, including all the color people. And instead of honoring this sacred obligation, American has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. Very smart writing. You see, but this is the next sentence even more powerful. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. Can never bankrupt. Bank of Justice. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great value of opportunities for this nation. And so we will come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice.
Xiaoyan, could you share that in the chat? That's a beautiful quote.
That's why we want to commemorate Declaration of Independence. The same thing.
Yeah, same idea.
It's from the I Have a Dream speech by MLK. Yeah, it's in that speech.
Can we play that?
I think
We don't have time.
no. All right, so other comment, let's see, Zilder, Sui Wen exhibits moving screen. No, I don't think.
What is the website
Website
address?
address.
Can you put?
You had it up, right? Safari? You copy paste?
Our website. Okay.
Yeah, but put the address, website address on the chat.
Nope. This one.
Okay, I apologize for writing that. I didn't have my right glasses on. So what I meant is I heard other people talking about incorporating the history, Chinese history and the contribution and the Asian history contribution into our festival celebrations. And Xiaoyan mentioned that early May is our Asian American Pacific Islander and the Hawaii Heritage Month. So I think that two things, all we can do is not too difficult. The first is make an exhibit. I know that Shalin had talk about this several times, and I know Sulin's organization have very good exhibit about the early Chinese building the railroad, and especially for the in each of those states from California, Nevada, Utah, and so all those states specified described in the exhibit. So I think this is a very good thing because even very limited information now incorporated into the K-12 study about Asian American history, and this coming into the first. The Transcontinental Railroad is the subject. Everybody, the minimum heard about it. So that's one thing. The other thing is recently there are quite a few Asian and Chinese American documentary producers come out of quite influential movies. So we can do the screening, and that attracted the people. It doesn't matter the color, not limited into a Asian community. We done twice in Nevada, and we got different people, as long as they're interested in the movies and in the histories. So I saw that these are the way to reaching out to the people, but not need a very big effort. Of course, we need organizing that. If these kind of thing are, we can recommend certain documentaries and share with this American 250 relevant to the main subject. They'll make some waves, make people see that. You can do it in the one state, one city, but if you're 10 cities do that in the same month, we can reach out to the bigger group. So that's just some comments. Apologize for my writings because I had some eye problem recently, still doing the process to fix it.
Okay, thank you. George also contribute an idea or question. Somehow still feel we are trying to solve problem using what we can do. Has another tried to even have this thought? If reaching out to people like Michelle Yeoh, Alex Wang, Jensen Huang, Priscilla Chan.
Yeah, those are definitely we should outreach to them.
Yeah, because they are influential in the different
They can
field.
still,
Yeah,
they can ordinary chair to us. They don't have time, but at least they can lend their support.
correct. Yeah.
Yes, good idea. But how do you approach them?
Well, he worked at Silicon Valley. He had connection, has some connection. Yeah, I think.
The person who brought up the idea most likely has.
Exactly. We just need to, hinge them a little bit.
This actually, I think tomorrow, when we go to details, one of the tags obviously outreach. That would
Yeah,
fit right
outreach.
in, yeah, the
Correct.
idea would
Yeah.
fit right in.
All right, very good. Okay, so all right, so we're closing this session. Very good, good discussion. We have kind of collected themes of the different thing we talk about, which is good. Can go into the ingredient tomorrow as we come up with strategies and stuff like that. So because it come from this rich interaction conversation, right? So okay, so we're gonna take a break. In the next segment, we will have the intergenerational leadership conversation. As you can see, young people can bring a lot of new voice and new contribution. So we will have a specific activity to encourage a space of respect and honor of different voice, so that they one of the things I learned that for different generation to speak up is they have a space that they own. They own the respect. When they speak, they're not interrupted, question, judge. Either way, whether the younger judging the older, we do that too. Okay, the older judging the young, we do the same. So that has been that kind of tug of war. So in the next exercise, we were going to break through some of that, and young people, younger generation, be able to have their space, and then elder generation have their space. So learning the respect of listening, I think, will be a breakthrough. So then we can then model that behavior out in the world, out at home, out at family and all that, so that I think that a lot of time opportunity are there in our everyday life. We miss them because we operate the same way, right? We dismiss, people would dismiss, but they have something to say, but they don't have a space to say it, right? So that will be the exercise. So we'll take a break. Let's take a 5-minute break again. So come back at 3:05. Okay, about 8 minutes.
Take those cheese out.
Oh yeah, take it out. Whatever people can drink. Yeah. I forgot. Yeah, that too bad. Let's do it.
The table is what everybody has outside.
So we are also talk about dinner tonight. Where we're gonna go?
So yeah, we are first we will go to Chinatown to do
Chinatown.
a gallery.
That's where the
We sit at the Thing China. Then we can go to dinner after that. So if you guys have suggestion, let us know.
Wilson. Take a group picture before you.
Okay, yeah.
Right now, I was thinking 5 minutes.
You just announced the Asian American 的 journey 的一些 history 的 association 或者被，你可以跟他说，但你自己家可以去看。
在哪儿呢？
I have this.
任何些对，你们去的也行，对。这个
你看搞活动就这就
没错，
这样画，就往这地图上画，小人并出地图，
就在那里，
我在这儿，我在这儿参观。
另外一些提供一些历史东西呢是比较娱乐性的，不提示的。
哦，可以有人帮我们那大，那就不需要这个。
哪个相机是华为呢？
华为相机最好。
我没有。
那个有没有17啊？
来，那个张老师，
你的相机？
咱们站哪儿？
站那边吗？
坐那儿怎么样？还是在这儿？
站在前面好吧？
站在前面，
不站这边放了。
要一个 DOI 的一个 DOI。
对呀，就到那儿吧，然后等把那个 DOI 那屏上把 DOI 打到屏幕上。
调出来。
对，
要把那个 website
把我们的网站打
要把
出来，
网上打出来，
完了就整页，让那个整页整个 screen 都。
那个 landing
今
page。
天那个 retreat 的这个 welcome screen。
Well, maybe we should do two then, the website and
Take advantage of the big TV.
yes,
Oh, good. This is one.
yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, okay,
And then the website.
yeah, good idea.
Oh.
我们在
那个谁明丽呢？
明丽，
明丽。
Jean is still
明丽，咱们
they are in restroom.
等他一下吧。
对，有些人可以坐的，这样子都挡住 TV 了。
对对
对对，那
两排来，
坐一排吧，坐一排，
坐吗？
坐一排，
坐
坐一排。
或者可以半圆，不一定说。
半圆那
对，
个。
咱那边也可以做。
留着电视吧。
对对。
啊，这就站的时候就给挡了。
对，那我们就两边，
站两边，站两边，
对吧？
呀，来看看。
陈律师。
If someone sleep, wouldn't drop.
So we're not blocking the screen. We
Yeah.
leave the screen up.
Wait for
Can we get everybody?
陈律师，我打电话给他，拿我的电话。
对，在这儿了。
不，那边。
前面够小。
对，你还不挡什么？你还挡不了什么？
不小。但是不要随便。
我坐这有人可以吗？Maybe can I sit?
都站着好像好一点。
站着别人挡过来。
都站着好一点。
站着。
这样好。
能 cover 能进来都在里面。
完了不能拿到那边去，要不然那个挡住。对。
Well, actually sitting would be okay too.
这明丽还站在这来。
哎，
过来照相。
过去。
过手。
哎，正好这个明丽，这个明丽，
等你。
Where's Jenny?
Restroom.
哦，他们两个。
还有陈律师。
对一下，有两。
大家都是。
我缺两个人。
他们站那边就可以。
对。
我们现在在罚站。
来，还有谁？
谢谢 Aris。
来。
One more person。
照一下。都照，可以，好。
中间。
不用。
还有谁啊
？Jenny。
Jenny。
哦。
先
你有他电话吗？
先来一张。
还有一个人，
要不换一个换我们那个 website，
换 website，
put a website on。
哦 DO yeah。
Yeah, you Luis, you say yeah.
I thought you going。
我去吧，你去。
不要你。I thought you were going. I said yes, that's good idea.
你碰那个那个开关，你撞完全
按这个开关了。
乖。
Wait. All the time. Wait. Without you is not a picture.
You want to be here or there or?
I'm not going to be in the middle.
陈律师，过来，陈律师。
你们再分一边来一边。
All guys.
Oh my god.
好的。
Yes。
大家就好了。
嘿，
行，审开了。
影响。
Sorry。能叫得齐吗？
可以，
或者你在门口那边照过来，
可以。
可以啊。
1, 2, 3。
再偏你的左边一点，往你左边走一点。
对对对。
这样的话，我们这一排的男士的就有层次了，免得我们都并成一排了。
对对对对，
脸都并成身子。
再往左走一点。
那你去门口那个
我们
位置照过来。
这样 OK， 这样好一点。
啊，门口那个位置。对。
哎，这样两边的角度就，屏幕斜一点不怕。
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
刚才
拍背景
等一下还有那个
I'll see you tomorrow. Yes.
还有背景，还背景。
Okay, one more. Okay.
换背景了，来。
换背景。
哦，现在技术不用以前拉背景拉半个小时拉不完的。
看这个。
谢谢。
好 ，see you there tomorrow.
Good job. Good job.
OK。
那还是一圈有不少台湾的咱们这个人，哥们儿都有。你这随时提供准确数据。
那里有8分。
Where do you get that, the US Constitution?
No, it's right here. It's Ming Li's, Dr. Ming Li's.
Oh, it's from here.
I think he bought online.
Oh, he bought it, oh,
Yeah,
it's
bought it
not that the
online,
government,
yeah.
oh, okay.
That's a real plant, no?
So.
Looks
like real plants. I see real water in there.
How'd you tell it's almost perfect? In the middle, have to
climb to the table.
have to climb to the table. It is real water. It is real. You forgot all the chips.
A bit more involved with. The politics,
Then you second them.
I don't know where you go, how do you go about it?
Will you hear some people running, some Chinese Asian Americans running? You can join their volunteer team. Where do you live? You live in downtown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's easy to.
Anybody
get
want
together.
snacks?
Yeah,
No, we're fine.
Just cheese and
Yeah.
crackers. Cheese and crackers.
就是说，你觉得还有必要搞一个 gathering 吗？还是说大家做自己的活动就行了？还是说还需要上次那样的活动，大家在每个核心的？你觉得必要吗？
全国至少目前来说，咱们那个，咱不是3个，
咱们现在是基本上 local 就个人。
我觉得联邦中有好多地方有一定的高度，所以才能走向地区向。你要光找老土人可以进去，但是不会进来，那有什么意思吧？所以还应该有一个高的。
不是，就你说，就是你。
Welcome, welcome.
就是大家。
Thank you all that joining us. We'll start in a few minutes for our intergenerational conversation. Thanks, Jared, for joining us.
Hi, Wei Hao. Pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
这次像这个
Welcome.
好的嘛，但是要
有没有 resource？ 有没有一个？
我跟你说，你要找到好 resource 根本不缺。而且
要找到好的主题，你一定要找到好。
关键就是咱们这题目很好。你看，我现在已经跟几个我给你举个例子，我刚举个，明天我再跟大家 report。我刚最近参2回。 我在那个EC 刚开那会，他叫那个 AUC 哈 Asian American Unity Coalition 那个 summit，那 summit 上呢有一个 keynote speaker，有两个，你知道那谁吧？
就那谁搞明尼苏达那人叫什么？
就是 SK
对
都，
对对 SK 都，
也加上他们那个对 SK 都那个，你知道有一个叫3D Chop，你知道吗？
我知道，
陆伟人哈
对，对
他是一个 keynote speaker，然后跟他
我看我看在抗日战争的活动上，
不是他也去，但是在这块上他也就做，他是 keynote
这个咱们那个是
就是他给钱做的这事。
不是他给我是说这个DU咱们225这事儿，
感兴的不得了，现在就是跟我说什么时候你出个8届，我说我给你找出8届。
3D 超肯出钱啊，那就好。
他没说具体出钱，但是就是说
3D 超
你告诉我，他说我是支持。他专门往旁边跟我说半天，他就跟我说
那个3D 照在这个会上，我就跟他说，
但这个3D 照这不是对我来说 impressive，因为我知道他早就认识我，像我们一般干人是他有那种他都会支持。然后另外一个 keynote speaker 是一个印度人，OK， 因为咱们现在不想把印度人，那印度人呢，他有一个公司上市公司叫 22 Century。
Which one we were playing? Your song?
一个新的吧，印度。
Tomorrow, right?
像上次他的地方是6亿吧，但还在
点讲的，
我说这故事，他在那做完那 keynote speech，我在那都讲那个，都讲他故事，讲下来以后，我会跟你讲呢，你当时我说我现在呢有另外一件事，我让你说参与微信，我就跟你讲一讲，大概讲没有，大概讲。
No, that's the whole point. I want them to come back. Oh.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. So then the one people are.
就有别人就愿意参与。
都是往国际里，
而这个事儿，光说
every month
周什么
ongoing basis
5月份搞什么。
the survey of more than 100 surveys.
就是让我说
Surveys in healthcare, education, poverty,
这些人才会进，所以现在你都是写本书嘛，你光写个周文。
Okay. All right, let's begin to take a seat.
Everybody relax and have some snack and then, you know, not like movement, act to do.
We do have people online already, so.
咱们还得请这些3位教授来讲嘛。他们不来了，这高你请不动啊，这才能请动。就是说我是在对吧？这个高度是要有，但开我们是去了就是说
不是咱们特别喜欢非得要这个高度，但这个确实是希望的高。
这就是为什么我们写这个是3个事儿。第一件事全国各地搞，第2件事搞一部全国大，第3件事搞一本书。你跟人一讲的，大家都听明白了，你知道吗？
And actually, some of them, I know, it's so many. I'm talking about Chinese now. So, you know, I have a great about that. And
你看我
also,
就是在这个。
somebody was doing election.
Hey, do we have everyone back? What do you want to create?
Yeah.
我讲完之后，下面
To really have a
Once we sit down, we pass, you know, create the application.
你千万别忘，因为我们在干一件这种事儿，这是一个
号召力和影响力都会。
Let's get back to the session. Have a seat, everybody. Thank you.
道理是吧？这有一种感染力啊。
All right.
Okay, Tanya can join Zoom. Did you forward to her yet?
Yes. She has not gone on.
Oh, she said she just texted me like 15 minutes ago.
Asked her, she got the link and everything. I sent her already.
Email or by
WhatsApp.
way how was that?
是一朋友跟我说，但是要不去剪接，习不了去。
Okay, we about to start the sessions.
你肯定拿这去跟他说，然后呢，我觉得像这个的话，可能就是我们在美国建国100年，我们是一个一个万岁，到200年我们是一个，或者现在你要做一个 stakeholder， 到美国人才能听。 才能听懂，这边他们有这个高度可以听得懂。你呢就侧面跟中国，你说你。
Okay, Ginny, create this.
You know, we talk about a lot of action to take. There's a lot of serious subject. Pass around some snacks, so you know, more like a leisure. You know, we can still talk about serious action to take.
Oh.
There's a place over there that crackers and cheese. Everybody help yourself. Coffee, tea, water.
Okay, welcome to the sessions. I like to welcome people that join online. And you guys can introduce yourself. If you have not, like Jared, oh, someone coming in. All right, welcome. All right, welcome, Jared and
We have a new
George.
nice.
Please introduce yourself, say your name, your where your city or states, and where you your ethnicities, Asian ethnicity, and what have you joined this be here today for DOI250? Jared?
Hi everyone, my name is Jarrett. I'm from San
ahead.
Francisco, California. Currently zooming
Sorry,
in
we
from
just muted. Say that again. I just muted you just now. All right, start again.
Wow. My name is Jarrett. I'm from San Francisco, California, in the Bay Area, just like Wei Hao. I'm zooming in right now from upstate New York in Ithaca, from my college campus, and I'm very excited to be here today. I'm half Chinese, half white. That's my ethnicity.
Thank you.
Half Chinese, half what?
And what you studying right now, and where you going to school?
I'm at Cornell University studying applied economics and management at the Tyson School.
Awesome. From Cornell.
Cornell, that's actually
Yeah, right now he's in
right
East
now,
Coast.
born
Yeah,
here in
correct. He's born in
Ithaca. Ithaca, yeah.
All right. George, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is George. I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area as well, and yeah. So well, I was born in Hong Kong, so I'm Chinese. What else? What I do for a living? Right now, I'm doing a startup company right now. I'm the co-founder of a startup company in stealth mode, and yeah. So I'm glad to be here. So I have been engaged with the Wei Hao, that nonprofit organization. So I'm really glad that we're having an event today, and I hope to see what I can contribute today inside this event. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. All right, cool.
Suggest anyone turn on their camera? If it's okay, so we know you're here.
So Sui Wen and Hong Bing, you guys can turn on your camera.
And Suji as well.
All right. Okay. Cool.
And Wenbin also still on.
And Zilda and Jack. Thank you. All right. Cool. And I want to. So today we're going to talk about what is general condition of the intergenerational gap. Challenges or whatnot. I want to bring up another young leader, Bell, want to co-present with me. Yeah, of intergenerational. So let's brought up. Okay, let's talk about or start talking about like how different generations see identity differently, and then we'll talk about some of the challenges. All right, so I want to see that. So in older generation, or the generation the younger folk are born into, where the identity is shaped like this: a big family, a circle like the family, and the cell is like little here. My circle used to be that big, and Jeannie say, "Oh no, it's way smaller." That when we talk about ourselves, it's the very last. The family first, the society first, the culture first, then
Tanya is here.
okay, Tanya is here. Welcome. So that's the identity did someone? Okay, good. Thank you. What was that for you? Is that true in family relationship when talk about yourself is a very
Definitely, that's true. My parents grew up in poverty, so they really want to make things better for their parents and their children. So that's what I see as well. They put their family first, and they put their own health and what they want last.
Yeah. So that's one type of identity. So why that happened is that because there were the last generation go through war, poverty, migration, and culture shock. So which we very understood. All of you are part of that. The journey that you come through are through this and the challenges of it. And then what created your hope is that what important to the last generation is survival, like comfort and family prosperity. That's why there's a focus of family, which is good. We appreciate, because now you've given us a lot of like material well-being, safe home, a lot of food. Yeah, what you want to say a little bit about that? that what they have given us, what the parents have given the generation.
My parents have given me the space to not worry about the same things that they worried about. They used to worry about where they're going to get food and how they're going to afford their education. But I never had to think about it for once in my life.
Yeah, which is good, thanks to the last generation. However, our generation experience the thing that sometimes the elder may not see or understand when it's internal. When we go to school, we may meet a few Asian children, or we may feel we're being bullied, and we get home when we talk about our being bullied. Oh, you causing trouble, Wei Hao. Oh, you too much. You troublemaker. You know, and so sometimes I feel that whatever I say is not valid enough in my talking my experience. Is that true about you?
Yes, I'd say that because our personal needs are taken care of, it's easier to notice and think about other aspects of life, like social safety and things beyond the physical needs, like having someone to listen to you and understand you. That is something that can come after, like, after you have enough food and you have a safe place to live.
Correct. So yeah, so we have a joke last night that wow, our generation we have enough food, but we now have too much food. Now we have diabetes issues. But the older generation still operating from it's not enough. We have to create more. Have more food, right? So the concept of life has shifted, but the tradition has not. Oh, Wei Hao, come home, eat. You know, not Wei Hao, how are you? Like, right? So that's the gap, right? So the younger generation, we care about personal and world vision. We care about our emotional well-being. Emotion, what is that? You have enough food, it's okay, you know, like, so those are not enough. Feeling are not important, you know. So, but to us, it's important because we go to school, we get bullied, and then we don't know what happened, right? So, is that some of your experience that not being some of these things are not being shared by the older generation? What we like to do also, we like to challenge limitation. We like to go, you know, travel in Africa or do things that, you know, that break the tradition. And also because after we have the food and housing all taken care of, we actually looking for meanings and purpose. We don't want to just make money, right? We don't. That's why, you know, we want to come up. The generation will come up with things that are meaningful and impactful, or sometimes lofty, like save the world. Even though we don't know how to do it, but we want to do it. Is that true for your experience?
Right, I think that's true. And we're able to have these big dreams is because we don't have to worry about the things that our parents did. So that's why we get to care about emotional well-being. But it can be hard to communicate that with our parents' generation because we come from different worlds, and we may have some assumptions about the other that we don't really say out loud. So it stays conflicted.
Yeah, correct. Hey, how about Jared and you guys like to share your experience
Yeah.
online?
So I guess I'm third generation American. My mom was born here and it was my grandparents who immigrated here. But I did grow up a lot around my grandparents, which is probably the only reason I can speak Chinese. But I would say that they definitely have um, their presence has impacted my worldview. Like without having been in their presence, I probably wouldn't have understand the mindset of survival and just constant grinding. But I think I've taken that into my life now. Like I worked really hard, even being from a very relatively privileged upbringing, even being in third generation. And I think it is a slippery slope. Like once you go down the generations, you kind of lose that mindset of working hard. So I do think that's still important to keep, even if you're in a relatively privileged position.
Okay, working hard is still good values. What? How about George and Tanya?
Well, for me, each generation's the quality of life is getting better and better, right? So I remember in my dad's generations, there was war in China. He tried to escape from that war and went to Hong Kong, right? So that conversation about survival is very obvious. But then when it came to my generations, it's all about how schools, how do you get it, how do you be successful, right? And then the conversation is more about well, I don't have to worry about starving. But now is how to get a better life, right? So such that I can, I can pass it on to my kids, other stuff, right? And now I think for my kids, probably the conversation is about something else. So each generation's their own conversation is so different. Yeah, that's what I experienced. Yeah.
Thank you. Tanya and Celine and Jeannie, whoever feel like there's a generation gap, you can contribute in this session. Even at time growing up, you want to do something different or something, not follow the path or be a rebel, that is actually no in the Asian culture. And so what were the challenges?
Well, I can share a little bit.
You want to turn on your camera if you can, Tanya?
No, I'm at home and I can.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, just I can share a little bit because I'm a school teacher. I know a lot of parents. My experience is I don't think there's big gap, the generation gap nowadays. I think including myself, my parents, and also I'm teaching middle high school. Their parents, I think there's not big gap like parents only focus on like um material supports, financial support. I think more and more young parents generation, this generation, they know, they learn, and they are aware of the needs of emotional support, communication, and all other stuff for their kids. So that's my point. Yeah, I didn't see that big gap, generation gap. Yeah.
But let me ask you, the parents that you're pointing to are mostly in what age right now?
Huh?
What age are the parents that in general the children you teaches, the age of the parent?
Well, both. I have been teaching for almost 10 years in San Francisco Bay Area, private school, and half of the students are from Asian family, Chinese or India. Yeah. Yeah. I think.
So is their parents in the like age 30 years old and around, or 30, mid 30, or they're in their 50s right now? When you say there's no gap, just want to make sure people understand no gap. I believe that, in the today's America, people in their 30 are start to more in breaking the generational gap more, because they say, oh, there's mental health of my child, that is the well-being, that beside giving them toys and material or good school, they actually start to come to seek help. Especially some of them come to me and say, how do I talk to my son? How do I, get into their world while they are in the TV game all day? How I do that. So parents have a lot of struggle to be in that world, the difference of the two worlds, right?
It could be, but I think more and more parents realize that, especially parents are, they're immigrated to here, this country. I want to see when we're talking about the difficulty parents between parents and the kids. Uh, because I don't think it's only Asian parents. It's everyone. It's everyone, including white, black, Chinese. I don't think like especially something special for Asian. Well, I understand for like 30 years ago because or 50 years ago, many Asian country they don't even have enough food. So that time and that time could be, and there's the phenomenon and the problems like you talk here, you share here. But now I didn't see that much the gap between parents and their kids, or especially like Asian. I don't feel like that. I see like my students, I mean, I don't, I mean, as a school teacher, I don't even think about that. Oh, you're from Asia, your parents are Asian or white or black. All are same. That's my point.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, awesome to see all American as
Can I ask
children.
a question?
Ask which city?
Yeah.
So the question is for Jared. Hey, Jared.
Hello.
So question to you and also to Bell, all the young people here. What do you think the best way we can get more young people like you involved in community service? Or to participate, what we are doing here, the DOI250 initiative, Or the other way to face the question is what makes you want to join this initiative in the first place? You can answer, from different angle.
I think for like high school students, you could probably um, advertise it through teachers, through school, through posters, and through social media. If you have certain connections with like people at the school, a lot of them are interested in starting like a advocacy group or like a Chinese student association. So being able to market these kinds of things through the Chinese Student Association could be one opportunity. Um, so yeah, I think it just really comes down to outreach in the schools.
Okay. Well,
I see what Jared's talking about with outreach. Sometimes it's just about people knowing where to go to find us. Another issue I see at my university is that the Asian Student Union, they like to do social events to have food and play games, but they don't want the advocacy aspect because they're afraid to make waves and speak up about really serious issues. So they will only stick to entertainment.
And why are they afraid to get into the serious issue?
I'd say the reason they are afraid could be because that's part of the Asian culture is to just put up with what you don't like and just be grateful for what you already have, which is good to do in some situations, but to do it all the time is not sustainable in terms of more social equity for everyone.
so to follow on Jerry, your answer about the outreach, then how do we formulate the message when we do the outreach on campus?
Hmm.
Also to Bill, then what kind of what message then we can convince your Asian student body or union overcome that reluctance to get involved? Jared.
I think this might be a little bit controversial, but I think for a lot of people in my generation, and this is also coming from like a Bay Area perspective, a Cornell perspective, but a lot of Asian Americans are very happy with the current positioning of like acceptance of Asian Americans, Asian American status. Like all our CSAs, or Student Association for Chinese People, focus on entertainment, and it's because we're very content, we're very proud, and I think it's a really good thing of the things that we're able to share, the like the superficial things like boba and movie nights, but also like the just the deeper connections with our group internally. I think it was different in the past. Like if I asked my mom about how she expressed like appreciation for Asian culture, she said, and she grew up in San Francisco, which is a relatively liberal city, that she wouldn't go to the streets and speak Chinese, that she wouldn't be proud. She'd be ashamed if she was with her mom and was out, and she was, I don't know, coughing or speaking in a strange dialect, or showing traditionally immigrant behaviors. I think that's a generational shift kind of thing. Like those that generation had more of a need to be angry about their situation or even be ashamed, versus in our generation, it's way more. We have a lot of pride in what we have a lot of modern culture about being Asian. You have AVGs, AVBs, raves, SoCal raves. It's just so much culture in the public eye, in the mainstream, that empowers Asian people. And I think that makes us like in somewhat complacent in some ways, but also like that's what makes us focus on the entertainment aspects.
I have something to add to that, but I want to let George speak since he has his hand raised.
Josh, you want to share with?
Yeah, well, okay, thank you. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious as well for the younger generations. Like, it seems like your perspective of your identity as an Asian is a little bit different from, for example, from my generation. I'm the first generation of immigrants here, right? So I would feel like there's a identity that I may be I was born in Hong Kong, so there's a cultural wise I'm not quite 100% fit in, right? But then for newer generations, especially those who were born over here, you feel like, oh, Americans, why should so you feel like this is kind of like a mingle together. You don't feel like there's a very clear separations, right? So it occurs to me like that. Is that true?
I think so. Like there is that kind of like
Yeah.
strong identification with being American, but there's also a very strong identification with being Asian American. And so we're a lot of Asian Americans, and we're very proud to be Asian American. And it feels like we all have the same current experience, so there's not a lot of tension or issues in that way.
Yeah. So given there's a different perspective in terms of your identities, right? So definitely that is kind of like different from mine. And how do we approach this, right? So it seems like the DOI for me is, I'm taking a stand for the Asian Americans, right? So in your from your generation perspective, so that there's a pride there for being an Asian Americans, and then what is that stand? So I just want to be clear about what is that stand about, um, how to represent, how do you want to represent that Asian Americans, that communities? So that's what I'm kind of curious.
How do you represent Asian American community?
Yeah, and what is the stand what is the stand that you want, or what kind of difference that you want to make for the Asian American community? So for me, it's kind of like everybody's, we want to have a voice in different like in leadership roles in the societies, right? So and that could be that is my stand, but I'm not sure like in your generations, what is your stand for that communities? What kind of difference that you think that you want to make for that communities? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I can speak on my entire generation, but based on my observations, um, I feel like we come from a place of generally not a scarcity mindset, so we don't think of ourselves as like one group that has like a common goal. We need Asian American youth in certain spaces. Like we think of ourselves as more individuals who will pursue the leadership roles within our own mind frames. So like I think there's less of a distinction between like being Asian and being another race. Like it's just more about the individual's desires to go pursue something. But then of course like systemically there is the problem of like lack of Asian representation in mini spaces. But I think that's like slowly changing as well. I think if you come to a university like Cornell and you're trying to study finance, you're trying to get into investment banking, you'll notice that at this point, almost 80%, I would say around 60 to 70% of our investment banking clubs are Asian American based. So you have Asian Americans in fields that previously weren't overtaken by Asian Americans. If you come to any high achieving space, it's going to be filled with Asian Americans. So I think that's going to be the main, just like the driver of like why we don't feel like we're from like a scarcity mindset. Like we see ourselves in these high achieving spaces already.
I guess the question we have is that now we are merging DOI, merging two generation, right? So we have a generation that see that just now we talked about we don't even have one ever Supreme Court judge that's Asian American. That has an impact trickle down in all our law and Congress and all that. If we do not continue to have Asian representation up in the ladder of government, and right, so that's the past generation are seeing that those are important now. Equally, so younger generation, I can see that coming from a more positive perspective, not lack. How to merge that two, one from their experience of lacking represent, the other experience is actually polarity word experience where it's about individual be able to achieve for everyone. So how to that can come together in this project, do you guys see? Whether it's from the lack, the lack we need to fight versus, hey, we are great, we need to be greater. To have a bigger, strong voice in America as American.
So I don't know what the answer would be, but I do agree with the observation that there's a generation that with a scarcity mindset, and then another generation that doesn't see that, like they grew up with representation around them. So I am kind of in the middle because growing up in South Carolina and then coming to South Florida, there are not many Asian people. Like I'm often the only one or one of just a few people and who are Asian in a room. So I'd say that first step would be just what we are doing now, coming together to talk about our experiences and observation. And think that there's nothing wrong with the lighthearted or things that are not serious, like boba or entertainment. I think that is actually the more accessible way to share Asian cultures and with the larger groups of people in the US.
Well, totally. If we put each boba drink go out that have a DOI, we can already market a lot, right? So that's a positive way of like pushing our agenda through the positive, aspect of Asian community that already
We
popular.
have to reach out to the boba store.
Hey, Xiaoyan, new boba store alliances.
Yeah. Well, you're actually like one of the few who are like in the area where that many Chinese or Asians are in. Usually people come to New York, to California, San Francisco, like the bigger cities where there is a large Asian population. So my question to you is that, did you feel isolated? Did you feel bullied? Did you feel anybody look down on you? What was your experience like in a in a very white society?
I gotcha. It's really interesting because when we think of bullying, we often think of more violent and obvious things like saying something mean to you or hitting you. But bullying can also look like exclusion, like just not talking to you or not working with you.
Isolating you,
Right,
ignoring you.
because you just look different and
Yeah.
they don't mean to exclude you, but your difference can make them uncomfortable. So that's where entertainment and lighthearted things come in. I think people have become more comfortable with Asian cultures and just through exposure with things that make them happy, like music and movies. That actually reminds me that I think we can get inspiration from groups that we may not expect or think about. As I want to share the story about this organization, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. So a few decades ago, drunk driving was not an issue that Americans care about. So people don't care that they're drunk and they would drive anyway. And the laws were different too. The legal alcohol limit was a lot different. So you could be very, very drunk and still drive, and that was fine. So a lot of people are dying from drunk driving accidents, and no one was doing anything about it. So the people who started Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, MADD, they started by just connecting with other people who want to start this organization. Some of the things they did was they reached out to sitcom, I think, creators, and they asked them to introduce the concept of designated drivers, where you have one person in the group who doesn't drink and who drives everyone home. So I thought it was interesting that this was not a thing before they did that. And it's so they had the characters in the show like go out to drink and then have a designated driver. And that's one way that they introduce the idea of this taking it seriously and safe driving without like being direct about it, which I think direct communication is sometimes make the listener feel like, oh, this person thinks they know better than me. So I think that's
So through art and sitcom and entertainment can be actually sending message that is important. That's new way of communicating that the new younger generation would be more accepting or inviting or welcoming or part of their culture. So like Celine said, playing the games and doing different ways that they engage. Like I say, I asked one young people, want to come to a DOI conference, sitting with rows of people and talk. It's like, no. I was like, how would you want to do it? Oh yeah, you want me to create a manga or a manga like an event or comic or like art and music and festival and spread DOI, I'll do it. I was like, cool. I'll propose that to the group and come back. So I think shifting the way we see activism, shifting the way we think, I think that's what they're talking to us about. Like get to social media, make it be fun, make it be influencer, make it be, then still send important messages. I think is a new way of using their asset to create change. Well, because they are very powerful, they can reach billion and thousand in half an hour. We still one and one, right? So that's what the Republican have learned, right? Donald Trump, they have learned that his son helped him to spread his message. That's why it's so fast. It overtakes us, right? Because they start using what the young people use. So we need to learn that, okay, how can we break this gap? So awesome. All right, great. So thanks for my younger generation representative and sharing your voices and stuff like that. Now I turn to the table to the elder generation. Well, doesn't mean you're elder with wisdom. And what do you see? What are your challenges to communicate or connect with the younger generation? What do you see is your own challenges? I was like, okay, you can ask this question, you can say what it's like for you so that we understand your world. Could be your struggle, how to whatever that is for with your children or with your community. What is your challenge between the generational gap?
Well, a lot of us are not born, talking about the elder generation, a lot of us are not born in the US. when we came to the US, immigrating to the US, we have our second generation born here. When they grow up locally. And then we have different experiences. Our generation, second generation, doesn't know too much about our grown up in the home country before. So when we talk to the children about our past experiences, we said, who cares, right? That's a general attitude from them. Well, that's your thing, your stuff, your problem, your issue. Why do you talk to me? That's one thing, very natural to be received from the second generation. Second thing is certainly in many families, if the elder generation immigrated to the US, there is a language barrier between the children and the parents. So when that language arises, then it is hard to communicate in Chinese or any other Malaysian language to their children fluently. And then the parents are feeling challenges talking to their children in English as well. So none of the languages is too good for a better understanding. So when there is a lack of a better communication, then there isn't any connection, real connection between two generations. So language barrier is also one thing. The culture-wise, the locally grown-up generation, they accept everything for granted from here. But we look at both countries, in our home country so-called, and then here. We pretty much know a wider spectrum about the culture, but they don't necessarily have any interest in learning about our original home country's culture. So that is another thing.
Yeah, correct. That's a difference between
Yeah.
language and stuff.
I wholeheartedly agree with what he said. So all I'm going to add is that, so now as a second generation, I'm an immigrant, so like our children now, they're very, very comfortable. They don't experience any of the hardships that we have. So they may hear it from us, but they don't actually experience. So that's why they're very, very comfortable in their way. And that, well, they could be self-reliant. They don't need anybody to help them with the English, with the work, with school and with the work. They're very comfortable. So therefore, they could be more self-centered. Therefore, they could be not thinking, oh, I should, go outside of my box and thinking what I could do to help. They don't think that way. So that's why when to answer that, Tanya says that she doesn't see the difference between her students. Perhaps that's what I wanna. Perhaps the students' parents are already American born.
Correct.
They already speak the English, so there is no conflict. No conflict with whatever it is. But those who are like, who have been here, who have born there, and they come over here and they struggle, then that's when they have the problem. So now, how can we get the younger people to volunteer, to take a stand on what I could do to help push to a different level to elevate my our Chinese culture? That's the thing that we need to have them help us think what would be comfortable for them so that they could do it. Yeah, like you said, interesting.
Well, I think interestingly, I see that the situation happened. One feel very challenges come as immigrant. One feel very comfortable, but I also want to point to the responsibility. Like Wing Li say, because the Asian have focused on money, getting them to the good school and providing all the material and stuff like that. You created a young folk, they are comfortable. Who created them? Who give them all these things, not taught them that is civil right, that is all these other things that essential to your living, right? They taught to go get good grade, go get good work for Apple, get more share for the company, get all that. They are doing that. They are doing exactly what we told them. Now you ask them, huh? Come go out and boycott? No. That's uncomfortable. That's challenging. No. We need to keep climbing the Google ladder. We need to keep going to my next thing. Yeah, they stressed about that. I want to tell you, when I coached them, they stressed about that more than, I don't know, who like the voting for America. They stressed about how can I keep my job at Google because my mom won't be very happy about it if I don't. Okay, they stressed about that. Who created that? And how are you gonna solve that right now?
And the Chinese phrase of 几给苦几给,
Yeah.
those people who
至少能钱学。
that means you take care of yourself. You just worry about yourself. Don't worry about anybody. So that's why the younger folks do not volunteer. They do not volunteer. And when they do volunteer, okay, what is it? Their heart and soul is not in it. What is it? They want the service credit. And how do I know about that? Because when I go to was it I forgot slip. When I go to a place where they needed all those math students, oh gosh, on 26th Street. What is that? The math it slipped my mind. You know, it's all about math. So all these Stuyvesant High School kids come over, right? Okay, they're supposed to be volunteering, but they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. So as a result, after a couple of times, they don't want them back. And then in another place I volunteer, and all those Asian students come. And then what was their complaint to people who were there? They don't listen to us. They just do whatever they want to do and they get the service credit. So that's the Chinese student. So I'm just letting that out. That's what I hear, that, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
their heart and soul is not really into it, but it's alternative, a motive that they're there for. So, but you know what? The Black people. Okay, so Black people, I have to give them the credit. They are really, really good. Their heart and soul is really very, very kind, very, very nice. I'm talking about the young and old. I'm not talking about those who are crazy, but the young, they are really very good. So me now as a senior going up and down the subway staircase, they offer to help me constantly, help me bring things up and down. When I offer them, things, they refuse. No, that's okay. But the Chinese would never, I wouldn't even ask because I know they're not gonna do it. But they offer me.
Hey, foundation.
And that's our children. That's our children.
Exactly. I feel
What's the
safe.
problem here? Okay. All right. George, have a hand.
George.
Shuiwen also had her hand.
Oh, Shuiwen have a hand. Okay, please join us.
Or somebody else?
I can hear you. George, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So for me, a while ago, you brought up that conversations about keeping the job, right? Just so that seems to me that is kind of my generation conversations, right? I'm keeping my job. I try to be successful, but I think there's something about the newer generations. There's something that actually they would get some sort of fulfillment if they get accepted or acknowledged, right? Because all these, Facebook likes, right, is somewhat like that, right? It's like they just want people to see what they're doing, and so they're probably coming from a different. If they want to get involved in the communities, so they want. I don't know. I'm just making assumptions that they want to be seen and acknowledged and accepted, right? So I'm not sure whether it could be their expressions of their community service that really feel like they got accepted or something. Maybe we can hear from some of the younger generations what it occurs to them, as a community service, what attracts them, and what kind of fulfillment that they would get back if they are involved in the community service, right? Yeah.
Shuiwen.
Okay. I kind of second George on that, because I'm not saying the younger generation doesn't want to do the community service, but they're not interested in the community service. I'm older generation, first generation, may not be the one I want to them do. So I gave you an example, and like in my community, and we have a young generation. College students, they're very devoted for the environmental issues. And these
Mm.
issues on my generation is not a top of the list. It's just an example. I think we have to, I say we means my generation have to maybe looking in the broader spectrum and what kind of as they see that what is needed on the society, what they can make the contribution different from what we think, what I thought. So this is one of the observation I have. Secondly is we're talking this very, very interesting subject, and then the generation gap for me seems they always they think themselves as individuals. Their achievement is individual achievement. And my generation come from the country where there's no I as we, as a group, very individualism actually was considered a negative in the traditional Chinese culture. So what I really see the difference is the progress of the people or our younger generation better involved and involved in the society, the country they were born, they're grown up with. It's not completely, I don't see it as a negative, matter of fact, I really don't. And the first generation, and some of them mentioned that we are probably you mentioned, you repeated, somebody say that we worry about why there's no our population percentage and why there's no Asian a person in the Supreme Court. But I ask why do we need to ask the question why we need that? We don't think we can be representative by the very best, not by the people just like my color, just like my race. Why we need to worry about it? I think the next generation, younger generation, they would worry much less on it. So should we think that is a positive, is a progress? Like Tanya said, she doesn't see the too much gap there. I will see this really. Maybe my generation should reconsider our standing. Is it a progress? And then my very last comment is thank you for this young people, young generation have this conversation. Very much appreciate. And the other side, I heard somebody say, if you form the New York City, you form San Francisco, you form Bay Area, and compare that with the community, with the young generation, grow up in Finland, in Atlanta, or even these big cities, but it's just in the heartland of America. They will be different. I am pretty sure. I second on that. But because when you're living in whatever the environment you're living in, really pretty much make your view to have very significant influence in the view. If you have a comfortable Chinese community, you probably more stereotyped the Chinese, like a whole older generation told what we learned, what we grown up with longer. But if you living in a community, you are the only, not say you're only one, you're a few people like you, you have more opportunity interact with the others. Your experience are different. And for both older generation and younger generation, will have a different react to the issue we're discussing right now. I don't know if that's right, but that's just my observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good. Thanks for two groups sharing your perspective, and which is all valid and value, and to be able to hear different voices and different experience. let me point to that because of the change of identity. So we started from here, right? So this is the family unit and the self is small. And I say to the new, I can say this is my generation where it become more like this. I remember my mom used to say to me, at a young age, and I said that, Mom, I need to do something to help someone. No, help yourself first. No. I say I have two hands. I have one hand can help myself, and the other hand can help somebody else. Right? All right. You know. So then I care about all these things like community, mental health, all these things, emotional well-being is all like go on over her head and stuff like that. I thought, okay, why is this so difficult? And then I see that, oh, I start to constitute myself differently. I start to constitute that not family is not important. Family is not just this picture to me. Family is a picture like this. You know, family is inside, and then have my community, and then have my people I work with, the society, and I also have a big self, like myself, my individual self, what I care about in the world. I care about the world that everyone have be able to express themselves freely, whether they have like been bullied or challenges, they have mental health, they divorced, they gay, they whatever. I'm like the open space. You can be anyone with me. And that's my lofty goal. And I used to think, oh my God, I can't reach this lofty goal. This is too hard. Like come from this family who I don't have a voice, and to reaching, I feel like every step of the way I had to constitute myself as the new circle. I said, okay, let me reach out to people like me who are Asian, and then who are not just Asian, then gay Asian. Then let me from gay Asian reach out to other people who are gay. Or let me go reach out to more people who care about mental well-being, being bullied, being this invisible, being invisible doesn't mean just color, could be many things. I started to discover there are people invisible because they have a disability. You know, they have a gender identity that is different. They have a married identity that's different, whether divorced, single mother, all of that. They start coming out and talk to me. And I was like, wow, okay, now I can serve even a more bigger spectrum, because it's not just the race card. It starts to have humanity that touch every single person. Whether I talk about is your sexual life that you don't want to talk about. I'll talk about your mental health life that you don't want, your environment don't want to talk about. I talk about your money life that you want to, like, I say these are the essential human thing that everyone needs. And perhaps go from there can touch everyone from different level. And that's where I start to see my advocacy. I need to go from the small to the big and come back. So because the identity actually, but sometimes I also feel like I feel guilty that sometimes, oh well, I didn't spend a lot of time with my family, right? They are in Malaysia. And what is my family? Am I guilty? I spent 25 years of my life with most of you guys. How do I reconcile that in myself? It's a challenge. Like end of this year, I'm going back to Malaysia. I'm going to spend more time with my mother who have Alzheimer's, but she only could see me every 3 years, you know? And that's a dilemma to face as an individual who on an individual voice also is a family member who has family responsibility. I think that's a dilemma that I face. I'm not sure you guys face, you know, because there is, are you called you help the family, or you go out there, or you go out there, you help the family. That's the dilemma I think could be uniquely to Asian, because family are big for us. But now you're going to take half the time to go out into the world and do something big. You will have to give up some of this or balance the two. So what you guys see that as?
How about Celine? You're also the young generation here.
Yes.
Share as a sandwich generation.
Sandwich. Yeah, we are more the sandwich.
And right, you're all at the same time. So my parents, they're still nagging. It's just a habit that start from me, and once they figure out I'm not gonna listen to them anyway, then they're gonna do it on the grandchildren. Weather is too cold, wear a jacket.
Yeah,
Don't,
yeah.
don't go through that part of the neighborhood because the dog's gonna come out and bite you. You know, when you run around the house, don't run upstairs because you're gonna fall down. I know they, you know, had good intention, but cold weather hasn't happened. It's not that cold. The dog hasn't bite anybody. Don't tell my kid it's gonna bite you. They run up and down the stair for, you know, every day, and they jump 2 or 3 stairs at a time. They never fell. Why are my parents keep telling them, you're gonna fall, you're gonna fall, you're gonna fall? And that drills into their mind. And same thing I say, May, your name? May, yeah. Earlier you said how Chinese or Asian, they kind of quiet and not as expressive or outgoing in the classrooms and you know, business or even community settings. We were, you know, it's the same thing. Don't speak up, you're gonna get in trouble.
Don't brag, don't speak up because you're brag.
Right, if you haven't thought of the right thing to say, don't embarrass yourself.
That's a big one.
Discouraging, you know, in the unconscious mind, it drills in.
Mhm.
And we become protective, we become cautious. And I ignore my parents, you know, I just find a way to not let it get in my head. But I sometimes find myself doing the same thing to my kids.
Protect.
And, you know, I'm coming to this retreat, and I was asking my 20-year-old, because my husband was out of town the whole entire last week, and I was just taking care of everything in the house. And I asked, I didn't know if you were coming back this weekend or not, so I asked my 20-year-old, I said, can you just be home over the weekend? Because, you know, he's 20, he's qualified as an adult. You know, they're not gonna say, oh, I left 2 9-year-old and 14 at home, you know, they're 16 and 18 above. I don't care what you do, but just be at home. And he said, no. I said, why? You know, he was arguing with me. Well, not arguing, but in a way negotiating. So I told him, okay, I'm, you know, coming to a retreat. And I didn't tell him I was mainly on the managing side of it. He just thought that I was a participant. And then he told me, guess what? This weekend, he's hosting a retreat. And he's competing with me. So he's a chair of his fraternity club in college.
Mm.
And I was just listening earlier, some of the student cultural groups, student unions, majority of the cultural group, the participants are more likely international students or students who are just interested in culture. That's why they join.
Mm.
So a number of them, you know, they have different concerns, getting used to the area, integration. Are they going to be able to stay, get their job visa? You know, how are they missing their family? The lifestyle is better or worse in their home country, and here is different. So they're going through a lot of personal things. They're not as involved as something they feel a little bit heavy. They just want, you know, a place where they can hang out and feel familiar. And to me, when the time I came at 92, my family, we come with 2 suitcases. We go to thrift store to get like $2 jeans. We pick up furniture from the street where people will like put out. But people today, a lot of them, they came off the airplane. The first thing is to check out their new house. The first thing is to pick up their
Buy things.
Luxury car. Tesla. They pick up their Tesla.
They care what we still care is different.
Yeah.
But a few weeks weeks ago, I had an event and I was volunteering. We brought 300 hot dogs to an event, but it's no open flame. So in order to make it cook and nobody get food poisoning and all that, I cooked them at night, overnight, boil them in water, put them in a foil pan, wrap them, and then bring to the event like that, like traditional way. And yesterday, when I was rushing to come up to my plane, my son came home with 400 hot dogs. And I was asking him, so what are you doing? He's like, he had an event, for this retreat over the weekend. And I asked him, so how are you going to prepare it? He said, oh, we got a grill. We're going to set it up over there. And I just felt like I'm so outdated. So, but I said that to say, when we found people who are mature, they in the right mindset, it doesn't matter what generation, what age, what background resources they have, just trust them, let them be. We don't need to be protective, we don't need to nag them, if we let them be, just give them the space, give them the freedom to perform, they're gonna do well. We don't need to worry, are they not volunteering? Like Sherwin said, they're volunteering for something they like to do.
Yep.
Not necessarily in dance and setting up.
Yeah, they are. Great. So I appreciate both generation contributing your experience, your unique experience, and your voice. And let's now summarize in the next 10 minutes. Like, what did we learn? How could we bring together all empowered in this DOI project? How could we empower the different generations? What did we learn just now?
So may I take a minute?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Hey, you learn not to us.
Actually, I agree with the people mentioned the generation gaps, but actually, I think so-called generation gaps is really based on experience, your life experience. If your parents is immigrant parents and then grow up here parents, it's a totally different
Correct.
relationship. Right? Even though they still have gaps because everything is at once so quickly. And I think since we have different experience, especially when you're not growing up from here, right? You didn't go through the old education system from kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school. And this is very important life experience. They learn a lot, experience a lot. When they grow up, all this still affect their thinking and the way of doing things. But we don't have any experience, we don't have any knowledge they learn from this period of time. When we talk and communicate, a lot of topics they know, but we don't know. So that's a lot of communication gaps. But I think communication is very important. Even though we have gaps, you have to keep communicating, right? So by my experience, like I talk with my daughter when she is growing up, and we keep talking. But at first period of time, we talk and she didn't listen, right? Just like your old parents, they have their own life. They don't care about what we're talking about because they say you don't know this, you don't know that. But we still keep talking from what we learned from our life experience, right? But gradually we just say, we talk, we tell you, but we don't force you to follow our instruction otherwise. You do whatever you do by your decision, but we keep talking to you about what we are thinking, okay? And I find it actually, even though they're not listening by that time, somehow they will realize the value, the advice you give them when they grow up. Okay, keep communicating. Like we give a lot of advice. So you should do this. You should do this. No, I have my plan, and then this is better for your development, whatever. And they say, I have my plan. I have my life. And then after they grow up and they graduate from college, and then they suddenly change her attitude to communicate with us. Because I realized a lot of things that we talked to her is useful and valuable for her career development. So my parents keep communicating with kids based on your experience and give the advice, but you cannot force them to follow your advice and guidance. And they will realize what is useful for their career development. And that's a pretty good experience. And my daughter is doing very well because we planned for her when she applied for college and didn't license class. After college graduation, we have advice, and she didn't follow our advice. And then after 3 years of working, and then she decided to go back to the way we talked to her and graduate back to the kind of the working career. She feels very happy now for her life. So even though they don't listen to you by that time, your suggestion, if it's the right suggestion, still works for their career and life experience. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Great, communicate.
You cannot force them to accept everything you talk to them, but your advice will work.
All right, great. What else? What did you learn?
Yes, I'll interject. Just add on what Suji just said that I have a son and daughter. I would definitely communicate with them. On my communication with them, I will focus on. I will ask them first what they think, how they feel, and then I will ask the question like why. Tell me why you think this way, or then once I get better understanding what they want or they're thinking, then I will point out, have you thought about option B or another alternative? You know, what about the other thing? You know, do you think you have gathered enough information yet? So I will focus on the how and why rather than what I think you should do. So not the what. So I want to like help them to encourage them to think more for themselves, to gather more information, so then they have fully understanding what the question, what the problem they face, and how to gather more information, then they can make a more informed decision.
Yeah.
Rather than just I think, oh, here's what I think.
Correct. Communicate, including asking what they feel.
I think, explore the alternative and gather information for themselves to make sure that they feel that they are making their decision on their own.
Yeah.
But I'm just helping them to kind of guide them through the process. You know, not necessarily what I wanted, but I want to make sure they reach the decision that they will have the confidence that they fully understand the consequence and the prospect. You know, how likely they will succeed, or how likely they will fail, and what will be the worst scenario, things like that. You know.
Yes. And also for the immigrant parents, you really need to spend the time to learn a lot of things you should learn to understand your kids' situation. Reading books, reading histories, and then communicate with school teachers, the counselors, so you can understand his life culture over there. And then you can communicate just like Bruce mentioned. You can communicate with them, and then you can give your advice. You cannot just based on your own experience give the advice. You have to learn their situation and give the advice.
All right, great. So what are some of the highlight we learned from this session? Anyone like to share whether George? Summarizing this session, and you take away, what do you each take away from learning?
Yeah, I kind of realized like a lot of us, we are the identity that we have, we probably holding it very rigid, right? And sometimes, and I don't know whether it's the gap that get introduced because each generations we're holding our identity very rigid, or maybe there's some adaptability needs to be introduced, so such that perhaps the kids. So there's somewhere that we meet, right? If we can adapt to the next generation, and then the next generation can adapt to us. So somewhere, perhaps there's somewhere both generations can meet somewhere, right? And that's one part. The other part that go back to the previous conversations, that I really feel like the younger generation can be, in terms of the DOI projects, right? Or they can be the ambassador. So because they can actually reach out to different communities in the entire American societies. But then for our current generations, we tend to be more consolidating within the Asian communities. So perhaps there's two different way to participate in the DOI projects. That's how I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, because that could be true, right? If the young generation, they don't just focus on the Asian, they go out and get their Latino friend, their African American friend, their white friend. They have more faster than us, right? Because they have, like they say, they start to have the colorblind thing, right? They say, hey, I don't see my other friend is Asian or white. They say, hey, I see my friend as friend. So they actually can quickly enroll more diverse population than us focus on our Asian. We're still doing that. So
But actually, if we looking at a different level, a different generation have their different issues to deal with. But if you look at deeper, at higher level, maybe we're actually working on all towards same thing. For example, we all want, yes, we emphasize Asian Americans were indiscriminate. We have this baggage history, whatever, and then we try to become part of it. But so we are focused more on things directly to us. For example, like my daughter, when I talk to her about this, she's kind of okay. You're doing this, but they feel that's your generation thing.
Correct. Your generation thing.
They didn't say it, but I can feel that. On the other hand, what she does, and she's doing something that I again learning from them. It's very interesting. She's an artist, right? She's in Hollywood and an actress, so she has a lot of people follow her, on Instagram, whatever, and she has all her friends mostly artists, either a singer or in the entertainment industry. And she's now focused on something which I never thought about, but seems important to her. But back to your point, now I think about that, actually, that is maybe reaching the colorblind. That is reach to solving my generation problem. Now, let me tell you what she told me that I learned. She said she found after COVID, especially, the isolation among her generation. She's probably Gen Z. Everybody's on their social media every day, and they don't really talk to each other. And that's a big problem also among the artists. Other artists creative, but they only focus on themselves. And COVID almost like legitimized that, because everybody now just after COVID just living on their phone, right? So she said she created a concept. She said she created an event called, give a name, actually a brand name called Secret Garden. I said, what the Secret Garden do, right? So she said what she does is she actually leveraging her connections. She said she feels she's good at linking people together because she can talk to them. They like to talk to her. So she invite all the artists that don't talk to each other. They're individual, but they talk to her. So she got them together and she arranged in a particular location in Los Angeles. They visit Los Angeles. And she has good friends that in the restaurant business, in entertainment, in a different place. So they organized places, and she's the one that she said, she feels she's actually the producer. What do you mean by producer? She designed the table, laid out the flowers, and invite people, comic singers or whatever. Right? All the people are strangers. Nobody knows. They all know her, but they don't know each other, right? They put them together for an event. But she said after that, she got such a positive feedback for everybody. Said now they through that dinner, through that event, they all get to know each other. They have a chance to interact. At first I didn't quite know why that's so significant, but later when she shared with me the feedback she got, it's actually turned out to be very important to this generation. They've been so isolated, have this pressure, that stress. And then even in Los Angeles, the local paper, she sent me an article, they actually feature this whole idea about whatever she's doing. Then I realized there's something that, even though she's doing something different than what I'm doing, but she learned. She also wants to help other people to make connections for her generation to solving their mental health isolation problems. So then I thinking actually, back to your comments, this is a colorful. I don't care whether they have a black, Asian, whatever, but we're doing something good to help the society, to solving some Gen Z's problem, which I'm not so familiar with, but now I learned. And then turned out to be actually pretty unique because she did that in Los Angeles. She's done it quite a few times. And then this being spread on social media. And the other day, she all of a sudden say, okay, she said, now I'm in New York. I said, why all of a sudden you come to New York? She said, New York actually have an artist club called Inkwell. I don't know if you know, it's about writers and artists. It's pretty actually in New York, a lot of people, among the greater community, well known. It's actually not too far from here. There's a building for this club. They actually own the building, and then they get artists together. So this organization club all of a sudden reached out to my daughter, told her, I said, Chelsea, you come over. We want you to produce the event for us because we read about you doing in California, in Los Angeles, and gave her a budget. She later said, here's a budget. You come here, you produce it. She's very happy. She said, she did this for basically nonprofit. She doesn't really create an organization, just get people together. She doesn't want to do that. Now she came over and had a budget, and they did it. And New York, the local paper has another article about what she did, and she also invited a social media kind of Mongol, a lady that's really well respected. She got her, two ladies together as hosts. They invited couple of hundreds artists all go to this club. They did this one thing. Again, got a lot of feedback. She feel very gratified. But the point is, that's this generation. I mean, I never thought about that. What is that? But then she feel very gratified. Then I think underlying actually, she learned something from us about, do something good for society, helping her generation move forward, right? Even though it's not particularly anti-Asian hate, whatever, but it's doing something. I'm thinking that actually by doing this, actually helping Asian Americans actually really become part of the mainstream. This is a mainstream challenge for her generation. So I have to take back some of my earthing, why they don't understand what we're doing, but probably just a different generation. But we gave them the seed, gave them a way to think about, not just yourself, but helping others, helping society. And if they can do that, if many young people don't do this, can find social problem, try to solve that in their own way. It's a good thing, right? That will actually lift whole society. So anyway, I just want to, when you talk about this, I thought that could be, we're in the end of actually all achieving same goal.
Correct.
If you think about many, especially Asian American next generation have a little bit influence in the followers. If they keep doing this, this is a good thing. That's changing the image of Asian American, not just for ourselves.
Yeah, that's it.
We are part of this bigger society.
Yeah,
and the underlying value is the same thing, right? It's only create equal. We're all part of this, and we have and doing something good. Like back to your picture about not just yourself, not just your family, but your community and your world. I mean, and the bigger. But they might be doing that in the different
There's expression.
Right? Yeah. It's no right or wrong, but that's their generation.
They have their own way.
Right. They have their own way to do it, and actually feel very proud of doing that. But anyway, so that's kind of my comment. Listening to all the stories is great. Make you change your perspective of.
I think perhaps we can, instead of asking it to do something, like give them that, hey, if you would do something good for the society, how would you frame this DOI 250 like being, how would you frame it? Maybe they frame it a very different way than we start, like how we started. I said, oh, maybe I want to call up all my artist friend or call up all my, if they reach all the artists, somebody reach all the designers, or somebody reach all the scientists or whatever, the writer. Hey, they can spread words way fast across all the different colors line, right? They can give it to the
bring positive energy, right? They still help society move forward.
Correct.
I mean, that's still it's still doing that.
Oh, you should be so proud of her. I am so proud of her.
I understand what she's doing. I mean, they take a job once.
She's really a game
Like
changer,
just,
you know that,
each
right?
year only few jobs, but to them that's enough. They have enough to live.
It's the other way around.
Well,
She is proud of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan finally understood what she's doing. Dad, I'm a game changer.
I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, I feel, I mean, she at least had that conscience, to be
Right.
a positive force.
That's, as a parents, if we do community service, even though your kids didn't pay attention by that time, intentionally or not intentionally, you have some influence to their attitude to work in the community. They will try to find a way to do something.
Well, I think that's a word that came out a few times. I just want to point to called the game changer. Right? Yeah, so hey, they can create it. We can together create it in so many different ways. It doesn't have to be this way and that way. It's just hey, it's a game that be the game changer. Each generation gonna have a very different game that we can play newly so that we can. Because one thing I think is inevitable, whether we say it or not, whether your daughter say it or not, we walk around, we are naturally Asian American. Well, our name is Asian American. Even I don't say that, this thing is led by Asian American. Hey, just the fact that I wrote my name there, people really know this is something created by the Asian community, right? So a lot of times doesn't have the big banner, like all that. It's actually, hey, who I am walking around, I'm already represent who I am for the world. Right? So the Asian doesn't have to be big banner, but hey, if my game changer is everyone have a voice, that include Asian, right? With my game is everyone have a seat at the table. Well, whatever the table is, everyone is on the seat, and perhaps we can invite them to have a more, hey, come here and have a game changer conversation. How would you want to express this solve this social problem together? And let's do it. You could celebrate 250, you can whatever way create, right? So I think even our website, we need to kind of morph a little bit, right? We start to see the website, hey, we don't tell them, tell your story, do an event. They still be like being told what to do, right? But say, hey, be a game changer and come to the table, create your brilliant idea. You want a comic event? Yay, we will find money to support that.
Actually, in that sense, 250 really is just an occasion. It's a historical moment we can leverage. But really, what we want to do is much beyond just 250. So we can
Correct.
leverage that everybody know that's 250. It's like birthday or something, right? You can use it. But our goal is, as you said, is to push the whole humanity forward and leveraging what's good about this country.
Yeah,
And
true.
The spirit that in this Declaration of Independence, open and created equal, we're all part of government, we have self-government. I think that's the spirit. So that can, in the long run, and it is one event, but after that, they can actually help all of us moving forward and really make America the best place in the world.
All right, thank you. I see a few people joining us. Abdullah, Carmen, you guys like to contribute anything to intergeneration conversations, things like that.
Wow, na ngeen def tax yéen a ngi ci jàmm maa ngi rafetlu seen toogaay ci li ngeen ma invité. Ou bien voulez-vous que je parle en français si cela vous convient le plus? You see, I did it purposely. What I just did, I said to you in my native tongue, which is Wolof. It is a West African dialect. I greet you, said that thank you for inviting me to this gathering, and I'm very honored and privileged. Now, I knew that none of you knew what I was talking about. Then I switched to French. I said, do you want me to speak in French instead of speaking my native language? I can see in your eyes that everybody's saying, what is wrong with this guy? But as soon as I start speaking in English, you reacted. You see, the whole purpose, I believe, for this gathering is how do we accept and enjoy being uncomfortable, being vulnerable. When I was speaking in my native language and in French, you were confused, but you did not understand me. Now you look at the way I'm dressed. First, it's different. You start wondering, who is this guy? Where is he from? What is his background? This is what I believe this interaction is all about. I wanted to be there. Unfortunately, I lost my cousin last week here in Michigan. And I'm here with the family, helping them going through the grieving process. But I wanted to be there physically because the people that are organizing this, Celine, Wehao, Diane, Dr. Diane, I've been interacting with them. They have came to our meetings, and I was very impressed how they came in and just fit in. This is mostly African-American communities, mayor, local elective. But when they come to our gathering, they fit in and they feel comfortable. That's why I wanted to be among you guys to learn more about the Asian American, which I understand is very diverse. We also understand the intergenerational. It is very, but at the end of the day, it all boils down to what I believe is cultural intelligence. Now, if we are culturally intelligent, we can fit in any setting, we can communicate, enter with any generation. It is true that nowadays we are challenged to deal with almost 5 generations at the same time, which is very new. It is a major shift. And as Wei-Hao San said it earlier, the game changer. You always hear this thing saying that let's pivot, but how do you pivot? And I think this whole awakening course from Wei-Hao, that's where I see the benefit of allowing people first to be vulnerable, but being vulnerable is also trusting yourself and trusting others. You don't know me, and you allowed me to come to your meeting, to speak, but there is a question. What he's saying, what is his point? Is he going to be adding any value to our retreat? You are giving me just a few minutes to then evaluate what I'm doing. But at the end of the day, how can we trust each other? Doesn't matter which culture you are in. I am an American citizen. We have that in common. I'm from Senegal, from West Africa, but I'm a US citizen. We are all US citizens. We have that thing in common. We are also part of the global world, that we have that in common. But how can we overlook our differences, my languages that I just spoke, that it doesn't kick me out of your group, and see what do we have in common? Wenhao, thank you, Celine, for allowing me to say a few words, but I came here to really to listen and to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to see you.
Powerful words.
Yes. Carmen, you have something to contribute. Thanks for joining us. Maybe not. She's oh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I'm a little sick. So I'm actually heading to pick up my medication before the pharmacy closes. But yeah, I mean, I think, was it Abdullah? Whatever he just said. I mean, I feel like I was invited here to, you know, pretty much like listen in and contribute and see how I could help out in terms of just, you know, any future projects regarding bridging any of the generational gaps. I feel like I've worked in so many different communities, and when Weihao shared about how this is, you know, like now we're doing something where we want to involve more of like a national kind of a bridge and a connection to everybody. You know, I feel like that's a really good opportunity because I've known different leaders from different parts of the world, but we've never actually really come together to try to do something, right? So I feel like this is you know, it's a great opportunity. It's an honor to also be a part of this, to be able to contribute wherever I can. So I'm just like interested in learning, like if people have different ideas or different projects that they're working on, then that would be great to, you know, just be able to contribute to that as well.
Awesome. Yeah. You want to say a little bit of your background, your ethnicity, your Asian background, and also the field you can bring a contribution into the project?
Yeah, so I'm actually of Chinese. I was born in Oakland, California. So I'm Chinese American. My parents are immigrants from China, Hong Kong, and I've traveled to different parts of Asia and really got a chance to really see, I guess, just like how everybody culturally, like their upbringings, how they live, and what I enjoy doing. Like right now, my focus is on how to effectively communicate and bridge different communities together, and with the focus of creating like an Asian mental health network. So I think in terms of like my passions and inspiration actually comes from holistic healing. So anything to do with mental, emotional, physical, spiritual health as a whole, and being able to bridge that and bring it into why it's important, you know, with human connection and relate that together. Right? So a lot of my projects are actually through like film, and right now I'm also creating like a TV show that focuses on creating meaningful connections and the gap between different communities. I think the intergenerational gap between the older Asian generations and the younger ones is that's always been a challenge, just because I have immigrant parents who obviously we don't speak the same language. I mean, we speak Chinese, obviously, right? I'm not as fluent, but I can, you know, have a conversation with my parents. But the language barrier is really just a cultural upbringing barrier, right? It's like, how can we both understand each other and find a way to empathize with how we grew up, and just, you know, creating environments where like all generations feel open to share and feel safe enough to share the things that they've gone through and experienced, so that we can somehow, you know, just like create deeper, meaningful connections with each other.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful. So yeah, thank you for your contribution. And yeah, definitely the area that younger generation care about mental health, well-being, how to have their generation where emotion and mental well-being was not even present in Asian family, but she has a passion in like, hey, actually a lot of non-scientific proven East Asian healing method, like Reiki, acupuncture, or those things can heal a lot of emotions and trauma that the American society have not yet embraced, but there are already scientific proof that those things can now be in hospital. Like she volunteers a Reiki volunteer practitioner using Reiki to help the surgery people to feel easier during their surgery. And Reiki is a Japanese holistic healing practice, but now being adopted in hospital. So, you know, it's kind of like really bridging the gap on what healing is, what already can be utilized by the society to make everyone better, by be able to connect Eastern and Western more. So yeah, you know, like we say, younger generation, they have a a breakthrough idea, and we give them the resources and empowerment, they can actually move faster. Like your daughter, like people like Carmen, they can actually take that idea for better world and break all those things that we still think that all Asians should come together. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe, you know, should work with hospitals, should work with, you know, holistic clinic, you know, don't do your yoga over there, do your yoga over at the hospital. So I think that is kind of the breakthrough, the silo conversation the younger activists can bring to the table. So thank you all. We are closing this session. Thank you so much, everybody, for, you know, really, this is, like everyone say here, this is a national movement, and everyone present is the importance, because no one can reach out to the people that you touch us but you know, all of us. So it's gonna take everyone, whether same culture, different culture, same generation, different generation, same background, different background. We all are Americans, so we shall be proud, and we shall. Today, I'm very proud. Everyone that I invited, you guys take the time to be here. Everyone that, you know, whether you join from a different time zone, you have to wake up early. You have to, you know, be driving, be meet up the day. There's something important that brought you here. So I'm very appreciative. Yes, Celine, come home.
I want to propose that we close the session with another round of what is your American moment, as we discussed earlier, because some of the people joined later may not had a chance to talk about it. And
Great.
that was for a lot of times we compare and notice, you know, the imperfect situations, but what makes us feel American are what makes us proud, what makes us feel like we fit in with our stakeholders. We can step in and step up to, you know, be a part of the community.
Yeah.
And I wanted to share because Dr. Ming come in and he said about me, Xiaoyan, when we go to their events, we fit in. And I wanted to thank him for much earlier inviting me to his group on Zoom. And it was a huge number of officials, commissioners, mayors, ambassadors, you know, people that I would think if it was in my tradition, I would never look at them, but look down and bow and respect. There was no way I sat at the same table, eyes to eyes, and have a conversation with them. That was just culture difference. And when I got on the Zoom, and it was so interesting, the first time they go through a roll call, and everyone who was on the roll,
show
it
them,
was,
you know, what diamond painting even is and how it's done.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, it was honorary and their name and where they're from. And by the time it was my name, they said honorary Celine, honorable Celine. And I look all the way through the list. Who is Celine? Who has the same name as me? Because nobody ever called me honorable. But that's how I felt, you know, they let me fit in. So
beautiful. That's the American moment that come from honorable by another culture. So beautiful. So yeah, so Celine invitation is that everyone that's present, you get a moment to share about what we call your own American moment. that moment that you felt that, hey, I'm proud of being a more American, being in America, give me that opportunity that's unique to myself. And that is unique, is true to unique to each of us. So everyone get to take a minute to share that moment, that what makes you being proud of being an American.
I'll go ahead and start because I'm in a bit of a rush right now, but I would say my American moment was probably um, helping the San Francisco Chinese New Year parade take place. It's always been a very important part of my family to put together the Chinese New Year parade in San Francisco, and being able to volunteer at that every single year and help out my uncle who plans it really brings me a lot of pride. Thank you, Wei Hao, for inviting me here today. It was really nice talking to all of you.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, next person like to go.
Go that way on the Zoom.
All right, go with George.
Okay, so my American moment is pretty much like every single time when I interact with an American, it's like the simple hello or how easy to strike a conversation with someone in here versus other cultures. It actually give me this sensation of like, oh, it's kind of like a open arms welcome, and there's a generosity there, and yeah, that's my American moment. So yeah.
Thank you, George. Jack.
I'm going to repeat the one that I mentioned previously, which is I'm a third generation Syrian Arab American, and I had a very traditional sense of what America was about, having been taught that throughout my education, and then discovering my Arab heritage 25 years ago, and then being exposed to others, Latino and the Asian American community. It's redefined my sense of what America is about, and I've derived an inspiration because of the way that the new immigrants speak about the ideal of America. It's slightly different. It's the same, but it's even more aspirational for me to hear it from someone that has come from a different country here, or gone through, or their parents have gone through trauma from where they lived previously. So it's renewed, reinvigorated, and given me inspiration about what it is to be an American and what America is about. So that's my American moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Siu-Ling. You need to unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I think my American moment is helping volunteering. My first time volunteering is 2002 during the Winter Olympics, which is held in Salt Lake City. And you know, we can meet a lot of people from all over the world and helping them and serve them during the game. So I'm really proud that I can speak English and Chinese. I have a badge was holding that I can speak Chinese. and then later on, I just doing all my volunteer work, especially every year during the Asian festival, which I think is the
not so many Asian festival in the country. I mean, which we have all different ethnicities grouped together from Philippines, with people from Vietnam, Japan, China, and we all work together and holding a festival. So I think that's how we're gonna share our culture and our unity, and working in the country. Okay, I'm really bad at speaking. Sorry.
No, thank you. It's all good.
Add something.
Yeah.
She's a community leader in the Salt Lake City, but also beyond that, the next state is Wyoming, which doesn't have many Chinese there. But there are Chinese historical sites there that they really need to work with Chinese community to translate something. Xiaolian was one of them, to help the archaeology to translate. So, and she also drive Chinese people to Wyoming to visit, to get tour, to see the Chinese historical sites, to keep up, to preserve our history.
Why would there be a Chinese historical site over there?
Okay, because, historically, when the railroad was built, the people ran on coal. They have very good coal mine. Chinese people, after that, Chinese people are chased out. They burned down your Zhang's house. So, but now archaeology worked on the Chinese history, but
Yes.
nobody, they want Chinese people to know it. But they have the closest city is Salt Lake City. So Xiaolian was driving people there, Chinese people, to go to Wyoming, so people can know, oh, okay, this is where the Chinese used to be.
I didn't know that, yeah.
Otherwise,
You can connect to the Singapore people too.
Singapore. Okay.
Yes.
If you need translator, the contact us.
Okay.
We might able to
Oh,
connect
okay, yeah.
people.
Hong Bing, you want to share your American moment? If not, go to Sui Wen. We'll come back to Hong Bing.
My American moment actually is after September 11. And I was working in Washington, D.C. area. So I was at the shock as a probably more shocked than the people only see on the TV because I actually see the smoke. And then my husband is working in downtown. So in that day and after, I stayed on the long line to donate my blood. So I think at that moment is you can see this crowd because I see the how the people standing together without what color, what your skin, what your male, female, what your gender, your whatever you are, you stay alive for that's truly my American moment.
Yes, in the challenge moment of challenge, everyone come together. Thank you.
Yeah.
Abdullah.
Yes, I don't know who come up with this question. That's a very difficult and very important. As I said earlier, we need to be vulnerable and to open up. That's how we grow and we uncover. I think that my American moment perhaps will be a combination of two events. I went back home some time ago, and coming back, I traveled through Charles de Gaulle, Paris. And when we are at the airport, because many African students, they go to school in Paris, I worked with a group of students. When we were going through immigration, they were in front of me. And as soon they showed their paper, the immigrant officer started yelling at them, treating them, being very rude to them. And when they showed their passport, they will take the passport, put it on their face, looking at if it's the same person. And it's like you were really examining, and I was just behind the student, and I was so furious the way that they've been treated. And when my turn came, I gave him my US passport. The first thing, they just smiled at me, called me sir. Mais oui, monsieur. Comment allez-vous? Starting talking to me like I was someone important. And I said, what's the difference between these guys and me? They're African, I'm African. And because he saw my name, he knew that I can speak French. He started, treating me with decency, with respect. I just watched him, didn't move. Let him speak for a long time. And I said to him, I don't speak French. And then, oh, sorry. My English. Oh, how long? Oh, he just started struggling. I said, you know what? I even don't like your country. I'm not going to be here long. Just transiting. Just put my stamp and let me go. He stamped my passport. Then I took my flight. I arrived in JFK at immigration. To my surprise, this was a white guy, middle-aged. When I arrived as an immigration officer, he looked at me, smiled at me, took my passport, didn't even look at me. He just didn't ask any question, put a stamp and said, sir, welcome back home. That was my American moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
Simple and accepting. All right, cool. Suji. Oh, Suji ada kamera. When being you like to share your moment? Or Tanya? Tanya?
Okay, I can talk now. Let me put my face there so I don't waste my opportunity.
Where are you, Wendy?
I just came back from my 4-country visit in Europe. I am now back to my home. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it was a beautiful visit. I was in Dolomites, and I'm a geologist, as you know, and I love geology all over the world, but Dolomites is very different. I recommend everybody to spend some time to have a look. We stayed there for only 6 days, but it should be longer. Anyways, it's northern Italy. If somebody hasn't been there yet, highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. But about what is the American moment? I thought that was a stupid question, but now I think it's very meaningful. Because U.S. is the first country 250 years ago that was created upon the concept that everybody's created equal. And I came to Europe, many countries. I checked their history, and in the late 1800s, there's queens and kings, and they were talking about nobilities and the upper class and lower class. And we are already a country of conceived in liberty, and everybody's created equal. Although the concept was proposed by a grand master of slaves, Thomas Jefferson, and along his cronies. But the concept took a root, and it becomes more explored down the road. And to my struggles in my life, I was always trying to become big shot in business and try to do something big. And I always beat myself hard to see that I couldn't fulfill my desires. And until the past few years, I realized that being American is to be satisfied and happy with being a regular guy. And if you're an average Joe, you should be happy. That's being American, right? Do what you can do and don't blame yourself. And and just be happy. And the average Joe is important. I'm not worried about admiring Elon Musk or somebody else that is big. And I don't blame myself anymore for not being big. And I respect everybody. And when I just came, I feel like, hey, there's some, more elite groups of people. They are so good, and I'd like to be part of them. And they're so underprivileged people. And I feel like I don't want to be part of them, but I don't have that strong concept anymore. I accepted gays and lesbians gradually, and I accepted poor and rich, and I accepted people who have, 2 PhDs and people who have not much education at all. And they're, to me, more and more equal. And I feel that's been my enlightening moment. And after coming back from Europe, I feel more so to be American, here. That's my American moment.
Thank you, Dean. Yeah. Tanya or Carmen?
Carmen disappeared.
Carmen.
Oh, my American moment. I feel like it's actually when I was on a meeting that I had with my parents and a life transitioning death doula, which is more of like an American culturally accepted thing. But I happened to meet somebody who happened to be Chinese as well, and she translated between me and my parents, and just understanding just like end of life transitioning, and that's more of like a taboo subject that I feel like a lot of Asians don't talk about, and really like bringing in like emotions and feelings, and just getting people to really talk about it. And I feel like, yeah, I think that at that moment I was like, wow, if I was living in China or Hong Kong or anywhere else, right, this would not be talked about. I wouldn't even know these people to be able to bridge this and introduce this to, like my immediate family, like my whole family was there, like, and like my siblings and my parents, we were able to talk about just, death, and what we want to do planning wise, and how we all feel about it and things like that, because I think a lot of time we tend to just deal with the logistics and don't really get into like, just like, connecting with one another and how we feel and sharing like that we care about each other and things like that. So I think in that aspect of I guess that's being American. I don't know. I feel like that is more of like a American socially accepted, even though perhaps maybe we don't talk about our feelings enough in any culture, but the dynamic of, introducing things like therapy, like meditation and all these other modalities is more accepted in America, just because I feel like we're such a big pot of different cultures, like in one country, so yeah. So I would say that is one of the prouder moments in my life, being an American.
Thank you, Carmen.
You're welcome.
Belle?
I think my American moment is being able to have this multicultural experiences. I think it's the US is one of the easiest places to get that experience and learn about people who are different from you, which then helps you to understand your own background as well and how that shapes you.
Awesome. Thank you, Belle.
I think I already shared my.
But some people haven't heard probably from online. You can do a short word.
And he's the one who started that question.
I thought that would be a good conversation topic because, yes, we do want, fighting for justice and everything else, but we talk a lot about, but I think at the same time, we have to answer the fundamental question, why we're still here, right? Why we're still in, so it has to be something, it's good in this country that we still, so that's why I proposed the idea and just repeat very quickly. Earlier on, I shared one of my moment. I feel really at that moment, I feel this is Americans all about it. Is when the Secretary of Health invited me to serve as a national committee, consists of 18 people for NIDA. That's called the National Institute of Drug Addiction, because my prior involvement with drug prevention, education, drug treatment, that field. So when I was invited, and at that time, 6 of us are new members. The whole committee is 18. So each 3 years they rotate. So 3 will be replaced. So to keep the continuity. So in that year, that's 2007, I was invited to serve. So we together took a group picture of all the members together with the director, and that published on the NIH internal publications, and I got a copy. When I look at the picture, that hit me. I say, on this picture, I'm not only Asian American, fine, but then there's another, it's African American, and you have a Latino doctor there, and then you have a Caucasian gentleman, and then a lady also from European, and the director of the institute who took picture with us is from Russia. Okay, just look at this picture. It's a moment dawned on me. This is America, and we're overseeing billions of dollars, each year to give to researchers in this field. That's our responsibility. We have to, if we raise a question about any grant, it can be cut right there. So you're very powerful position. Anything you say, this is suspicious, this is not good, they can actually block the whole funding. Because you as a national advisor, and I'm thinking I'm first generation immigrant, right? Come here and look at this picture. And I dawned on me, this is America. It's only in America you have all these different ethnic, come from all different, but we're solving American problem. Yeah, working together. Yeah, and that's gave me a really a new level of understanding what American should be, all about. I mean, not, but everybody. So we're not judged by color, skin, background, nothing, just your character and your ability, right? Your credential. So I think that's to me is truly American moment. Thank you. Wang Qing.
哦，我没有什么，I don't know what is，没有什么好的什么，I'm just happy，就是说
Your moment that you're proud to be American.
Oh, I'm happy that sometimes that's what I think. When you know others, so you only after you know many others who are different from you, you know yourself better. So in America, when you meet, I'm able to meet different people who share this very different experience with me. So I feel my world expanded greatly. For example, I met a lady who grew up in China because their family is 3 generations from Lincoln's time to American missionary to China. And she told me a lot of things when she grew up about China. So, and also I met another woman who is descendant of the early Dutch and American Indians. The Dutch people were the first who landed in Manhattan, and some men married a local woman, indigenous woman, and she's one of the descendants. So when she shared all this history, it's so amazing. Oh, she got genetically tested, so people know. So all these things, experience, expanding my world, my experience. So I'm very happy about that. I also met people from West Indies, but they're Chinese descendants. So, and if I don't live here, I probably don't meet these people, and I don't know this so much around the world.
Beautiful.
So yeah, so I enjoy this experience.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I came here when I was when I was very young. So I guess my American experience and dream is that I was able to become a teacher and to be able to share my knowledge and inspire students to educate themselves to be a passionate learner, a lifetime learner. So that's what and then now as I and still continue to like teach in the college. And it's more international students, much more. So then that lets me know that because everybody's coming over here in the United States to have that kind of a freedom and the freedom of religion and all that. So as because I'm a Christian, I realize that, oh, you know, how really wonderful that I'm able to, you know, to choose my religion and to believe in Jesus Christ and the love of God, and that I'm not persecuted. So whereas the other, you know, countries are like that. So that's I feel my American dream, that I'm able to impart my knowledge and to the students. So, okay, I'm happy
Thank
about
you.
that.
What college are you teaching?
LaGuardia Community College.
LaGuardia.
See,
I talked already.
Oh yeah, she was the one started again, yes.
Well, that means I didn't think enough.
I think if you stand up, you would know what you say.
Yeah, stand up.
Better, come on. Okay, I'll be quick on my American movement. I still remember at least 10 years ago, I went to one of my first few trials at the court in Orange County Court. I was facing a very experienced prosecutor on a criminal case. He's elder, he's experienced, he seems talkative, argumentative. Then in the courtroom, I didn't quite grasp the skills, the methods to have my evidence presented to the court without any challenge. So just didn't know how to properly present my evidence. I did it anyway. Every time when the prosecutor objected, judge says objection sustained, meaning my evidence cannot be entered as evidence. Seeing this happening a few times, that prosecutor elder, he said, Judge, I want to call a pause. And then he took me to the corner inside the courtroom, whispering to me at my ear about how to properly present the evidence into the court without a challenge, or even with a challenge, the challenge will be overruled. And I learned from that instantly in 2 or 3 minutes. After the pause, coming back to the courtroom, facing judge, using the ways that I learned just from me, I was able to successfully present a lot of evidence into the court. So that is an excellent moment. He is my opponent. He is my opposing counsel. He is my enemy legally. But he was teaching me how to properly present my evidence into the court.
Wow.
That's a very, very nice American value. Even though we are opponents, you should respect each other. That is something I learned. For nowadays, the Democratic Party, the Republican, they are voting, they are electing for public office. They fight each other profoundly, that's fine. But after fighting, they don't truly respect each other like 50 years ago. I was not here 50 years ago, but I can imagine 50 years ago, even people are enemies, they still treat each other with due respect.
Yes.
That is something I learned from my opponents. I highly appreciate that. I like that. The similar example. This past August, I did excellent, phenomenal representation of a case. It's widely covered in the news media at Orange County Court in New York State. I worked so hard, so diligently, and I was able to cause the second command of the whole prosecution's office to come to courtroom to argue case with me. Normally, the second command of the prosecutor officer won't come into a courtroom to argue case with the defense attorneys, but he came to the courtroom to argue with me. Afterwards, he called me, not by prompt. He called me saying, Mr. Chen, I have been a prosecutor for long enough. In my career, I met with so many professional attorneys. I never saw an attorney working so hard like you did. And then he said something very nice. And then in the end, we were flattering each other. I said, you are an excellent prosecutor. You are not just looking to get a person convicted or put in jail. You are working for justice. And he said, you were so hard. I never saw an attorney working like you. So we were flattering each other. So that is something I'm valuing. So I think America needs that value to be inherited generation after generation. Okay. So let's do it.
See, let's do it.
Yeah.
Steve. Can you teach
Left
us
side.
how to present
Left
whatever he taught you? Can you teach us? Because that's a great communication in the presentation.
Oh, that
skill.
needs some time, and
Okay.
today is not.
We have his own camera.
Important.
Yes.
Keep it for dinner.
Did you?
Just remember next time.
Suji.
you have a cafe,
That video with him.
That elder guy,
Next chapter, next chapter. Suji.
Actually, my kind of the American moment. It's just from my workplace. So I'm working for NASA. It's a research center, and when I got into the NASA to do the research, I'm hired over there, and when I started work, and very naturally, I find the people doing the research over there has all various background from all different countries. And I got very surprised, and we have several kind of the colleagues that are there, you know, from China, from Japan, from Korea. It's okay because we all got a PhD and then working very hard, and we find a few scientists over there from Iran, from Russia, from Ukraine, and from Romania, from even Africa as an Ethiopia. So it's all different background. We are working together without anything about what's your background, if I should work with you. So it's kind of the very kind of impressive to me, because I think especially when I see some people from Iran, because by that time, you know, Iran and America has a very bad relationship. And also now, even now, it's from Russian, the relationship is not good, but everybody is respecting each other and we work together very well, never thinking about what's your background, where are you from? Just you're the scientist, you're a human being, we are equal, we work together for our goal to achieve NASA mission. Yeah, it's a very impressive. So that's my experience for the American moment.
Beautiful. Thank you, Suji.
I'll follow mainly your example.
leadership.
Well, actually, since you talk about your experience of litigation, right? To litigation. So actually, right now I'm having an American moment. So actually, July last year, 2024, before the election, I filed a lawsuit against the state of New York on the basis that the winner takes all electoral scheme is unconstitutional. So for example, in New York State, right, in say 2016, well, let's say in New York State here, well, 48 states in the United States, in 48 states, they adopted winner takes all, okay? So that means the Democratic vote in red state will be simply wiped out, and the Republican votes in blue state, such as New York, California, will simply means nothing. So nationwide as a whole, around 45% of the votes are being discarded. And that is a violation for 14th Amendment and First Amendment, and also the guarantee of a Republican form of government, etc. So I filed that lawsuit, and that early this year, then Southern District of New York, the Federal District Court.
500 Pearl Street.
Yes, exactly. So they the judge, even though accepted the motion from the defendant to dismiss my case. However, as you as an attorney, you know that there are three elements. One is a standing.
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 Whether you have the standing.
Whether I have a standing, and meaning whether I suffer a concrete jury in fact. And then number two is whether the court has the judicial power on this issue. And then number three is the whether the court has the the authority to provide relief. And then number three is the regarding the president. So actually, the judge, the federal judge he gave me the first two. And so this is for the first time. Well, there have been a similar lawsuit against a winner takes all, several cases before, but those cases they were all rejected out of hand, including the one in Virginia, 1969. It was rejected, and then went to Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court only one sentence, summary judgment, just one sentence. That's it, without any explanation, any rationale. So that means right now, my cases now is a first one in history in the U.S. Court history that this case against the winner takes all, I got 2 out of 3 elements. It's the first time, unprecedented. So right now I already filed a appeal with the Second Circuit, the Second Circuit. You know, so actually, this is the like unprecedented. This is the best chance for us to actually to get rid of the eliminate winner takes all. Now think about it, the consequence. If we can eliminate the winner takes all, the other 2 states, Maine and Nebraska, they already adopted a congressional basis to allocate the electoral. So basically, like in Maine, they will say, oh, they have I think they have 2 congressional seats. So the elector for that will be allocated based on the result on that one, and then the 2 statewide then will split. So that is a much fair, more representative, you know, for allocating the electors. So for example, then at least like whether in New York, then the voter, the Republican voter, they will get their share of votes, and also like Texas, California. So that will make the overall the national result more representative of the you know, the will of the people, the will of voters. And that means then going forward in the future, then both party candidate, they have to campaign in every state. There will be no more battleground state. I mean, right now we're down to a battleground state like 7, right? You know, about 7 battleground state. You know, in the big 4, you know, California, New York, Texas, and Florida, we don't see the candidate. They came to us for fundraising, right? But if without the winner takes all, then the candidate, they have to campaign in every state to win the vote from every voters.
Yeah.
And that will reduce, hopefully that will reduce, you know, because right now we have a very polarized political environment, right?
Correct.
Okay, but that will force the both party and the candidate, they have to campaign everywhere to earn every vote, you know, in every district.
Thank you.
So that's my American moment right now. I'm waiting for it. I already filed the appeal, and so now it's waiting for the defendant. They need to they have 3 months to respond, and so we'll see.
Are you representing yourself?
Yes. Yes,
Just one person.
just myself.
Citizen.
As a citizen, as a American by choice. You know, so I'm American by choice. But
Great. And
Thank
actually,
you.
for this kind of winner takes all system, theoretically, you can get kind of the final winner, maybe just get less than 50%.
No, you're absolutely right. So actually, NPR or PBS in 2011, 2012, before the 2012 election, they did a study that actually, because of the winner takes all, a candidate, it's possible for one candidate to win the presidency by only getting less than 27% of vote, popular vote. Theoretically, you can do that. Because like, you know, even in California or in Texas, a candidate can, if you win just by one single vote, then you take the whole, you know, all 55, 50 or 39 electoral, right? So you just have one vote. And that's it, which is not fair. It doesn't make sense.
All the other
Right?
states,
It doesn't
maybe
make
just
sense.
get no votes for
Yeah.
you can still become president.
You can, yeah, then basically you can ignore all the many other states. You know, you don't need the other states at all.
The other way is kind of the polarized situation.
And of course, the US is the only country where we're still using such a bizarre, ridiculous winner takes all. You know, no other country would use such a system for their, you know, national the national leader, you know. Yeah.
The other way is the kind of the state is polarized, right? And then the blue state and the red state always trying to manipulating kind of the voting zone designing.
Well, that's
keep
a
the same-
management.
same pattern.
That's another
Thank
issue.
you, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jean,
politically very important. So I will make my story short.
you understand?
No, okay, I follow the
Follow the
the
standing.
protocol. Okay, my American moment, I would say, oh my God, everybody shared excellent story. I don't know where to start.
Everyone.
Like my applicant essay to my graduate school, my first paragraph was I go through the complex immigrants, went through 10 years without green card, and then the complex of isolation, helplessness, to go through the whole process, being, get into the graduate school, being a counselor will be my American dream. Meaning using all my life experience to help people to explore their mental state. Because I've been out there, I would say, pretty successful as in a fashion industry, in business management. So right now I help people to explore the internal world because a lot of people do not explore internal world to see how it impact how they explore the outside world. So my American moment is, in fact, although regardless of my difficulty, I have a lot of, many, to me, it's a magical moments, including one time I attended a gay wedding to a colleague of mine, and he invited me there. And there was a politician came. He was a former governor, and he liked my jacket. He complimented on my jacket. He said, "Jeannie, what do you do that afternoon?" I said, no plan. He said, "Jeannie, you want to come to Chinatown?" He was invited to Chinatown to celebrate Chinese New Year. So I was sit with some politician. I was clueless, at the time. I was just sitting there having nice dinner. They play, the lion dance, and I was talking to his political advisor. I was clueless, and the woman asked me, "Jeannie, what party you participating from?" I don't know. I'm just was invited there. But anyway, my point is, I'm like, who am I sitting with the politician, at that moment? But at that moment, I kind of have a very sense of like, oh, okay, maybe something. But I feel I can do something. But anyway, at those moments give me encouragement that there are something in me that I can make a difference, which is but I do not recognize myself where which is true. I do not recognize myself. When I get into the moment, I'm able to connect with people. And during the pandemic, I work as a crisis counselor. I help for the underprivileged people, and I work in the senior center, which are, as the beginning where I met May. And I was able to listen to people from all walks of life. That's the beginning of my social services and get into the mental health. But anyway, I want to discover more magical moment like that to start another chapter of American Dream.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My personal American moment is that when I was 20 years old, I began coming out as a gay man in San Francisco. Quickly, I lost a dear friend to AIDS, and that's the first time I faced the fear of dying. I was like, this disease can kill my friend, and so quickly, and I fear of my own. And that's the beginning me get involved in HIV prevention at that time, educating myself, other people, including at that time, there's zero government late night clinic open. Like all of the clinic are 9 to 5. But most of the people, the need of the clinic is nighttime, whether they are homeless. I'm talking about sexual health. So the homeless, the sex worker, the drug user, and all of that, the party goer. So me and a few others got on this project with the Department of Public Health. We have to go out at night on a mobile van and doing HIV testing, STD testing, counseling, needle exchange from like 11 at night to 3, 4 a.m. Sometimes to do jumping jack. It's so cold to do those late night work, drinking a lot of like a Gatorade. And that project actually was the first one that have collect enough data that this kind of services is crucial and be able to mandate the government open a first late night service clinic. And from that, it actually bring mobile van services, late night services to the 50 states. So I was like, wow, I feel like my American moment is that I can turn my sadness into a commitment that can make a difference. And from that really ignite me that as long as I willing to take my voice and talent, I can make a difference to many people. And when I went home to Malaysia in 2020, we see my family, my mother, and one of the questions I always wonder myself, am I a proud son? Because I'm the youngest of 4. I never follow any rules or become the chosen Asian son. And I quickly go to Facebook and ask all my people that I coach and my student. I say, hey, I'd love to know what the difference I make to you, and please tell me so that I can share with my mother what I actually do. And I get the overwhelming response from all those people. So I print them out and actually carry them. And somehow on this trip, I found them. And I share with my mother, say, Mom, sometimes I don't know how to tell you what I do, but I can read to you what other people say, what I help them in their life. And so just a few of them, such as one of my Americans who said, my memory being at home within myself, suffering with depression. My other friend said that I can be authentically myself with the passion for health and happiness and connections. So when I finish reading all these things that I make a difference to people, whether they going through depression, divorce, coming out, healing their relationships, I really felt that only in America we can make that kind of difference to all people of all walks of life. And that is the unique American value that doesn't, like many people say, it doesn't matter where you come from, your difference can be made across the every line, whether it's color, gender, society, everything can be crossed. And that's, I think, is very valuable as America. We cannot do that in Asia. We cannot do that in the same culture country. That's only American can do it. So thank you everyone for participating this first day of retreat. And sometimes I think it's easy to go into the planning world, what we should do. It's very hard to go inward and ask, why should we do it? And today you take on the challenges, go deeper, and that will inform you tomorrow the thing that actually is the engine behind the action, because it's through trust and love that can push those out the
If
horizon.
you think it might rain later, then
It will be raining later. So no worry. So all right, so thank you all for participating online. Thanks for joining us to this long. Thanks Abdullah, Carmen, Wen Bing, Xiu Ling, Hong Bing, and Jisoo again, and everyone here as well. and it's not easy to stay true and Zoom call and chat all of that over time. And thank you for your support and love for the community. Tomorrow we'll start our session at 9 o'clock Eastern time and not Pacific. We will actually strategize. We will bring all that we learned today, whether it's through breaking through intercultural silence of Asian American, cross-cultural relationship to create our 2026 DOI 250 plan. So please join us to strategy to create creative plan. It takes everyone genius to create a powerful intergeneration, intercultural plan that can fly out from here to touch all 50 states. So I invite you all back tomorrow at 9 a.m. to about 3 p.m. So thank you, and we will see you all and tomorrow. If we don't see you all, we'll see you on our different role and different project as that you continue participate in our DOI project. Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
goodbye.
Thank you all. Thank you. Mhm.
Well, thank you guys, then bonsoir.
Abdoulaye bonsoir, she said.
Sorry to go.
It's already all right.
Is Fragrant joining us?